morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Fungible. It's a good day to be fungible. It's a good day to be fungible. I'm about to lose control and Lolo likes it. I'm so excited and I just can't hide it. I'm about to lose control and I think I like it. Yeah, go fung a bowl. I got a funga bowl. Guess what? I don't have any coffee. I'll fix that. And my baby came home last night. My beautiful baby. Bobo came home from her travels. So nice to have her home. Let's see. Internet. Let's use this song on the Bannon AI, please. Oh my God. I want to sneak up behind Steve Bannon and scare him. Is that so much? Is that so much? I just want to scare him. I just want to scare him. Yeah, I need to smoke some weed. Okay, I'm checking. I'm actually really organized this morning. It doesn't sound like it, nor does it look like it, but that's okay. It doesn't have to. Oh, shit. Okay, well, here we go. Well, and here we go. Let me get through the ad and then you guys.
C-SPAN, proudly true to our mission for 40 plus years.
Love us. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. Okay, maybe I'm not so good organized. There we go. Now we're cooking. Oh, if this is. Oh, Jesus, here we go. Nobody has a mic.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jeff Blue on behalf of Intervenor Donald J. Trump. With me is Scott Gessler, Jacob Roth, and Justin North, and Joanna Bila. Bila, sorry.
Good morning, Your Honor.
They're introducing the wrestlers.
We
haven't missed anything.
with me.
Oh, I see what's going on. So what do we need to do?
And Robert.
Oh, nice.
But then I lose it.
Okay.
Your Honor, we're having a small technical problem. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah.
Blue, Gessler, Rod, Ella. Your Honor, this is at this table we have Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe representing.
Yeah, I have multiple monitors that I use, and apparently the computer is trying to put my second monitor up there. So I need to turn off that, and I did it so long ago, I don't remember how I did it, so it's just going to take a few minutes.
He can't.
Was he saying something?
Where's Josh?
Nobody need to be able to see it.
Topher. Josh, Topher, anybody? Because now it's showing my porn on the main screen in the courtroom. It's showing that I'm into bus groping videos or hentai. I'm imagining there's some pretty weird kinks in that courtroom, right? Right? Hi, butterflies. How are you? Well, we're having a great time this morning. I gotta order some.
No, I'm over there. Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ. Please, somebody clip that.
Let's see what that does. Thank you.
This isn't fair.
All right. Oh, wait, I'm sorry to hear this.
It's not fair to do this to us first thing in the morning. Okay.
And then I should probably maximize this, right?
Yeah, you probably should.
Oops. Minimized.
Hi, Joe.
Is that what we need to do? I think we're good, Your Honor. And before we start, Your Honor, I just want to give you, we have three witnesses today. We're going to start with Ms. Kramer, and we have Tom 4 witnesses today. I'm sorry. We have 4 witnesses today.
Start with
Yeah,
Miss
no,
Kramer. Where's
we
Gal?
have
Gal,
Miss
get
Kramer,
over here.
and then we have Mr. Van Flyne, and then we
Gal.
have Mr. Bjorklund, and then Congressman Buck.
Oh,
Today, we actually expect to be done fairly early in the early afternoon, 2 or 3
good.
o'clock.
Actually, I have an appointment in the middle of this thing, unfortunately. Oh, yay! Because it's beautiful.
Okay.
And we have our
Anybody have a
expert tomorrow
mic?
morning, Mr. Delahunty, and he'll
Anybody
be
have a
on first
fucking-
thing tomorrow.
And will the petitioner somebody who rebuttal, please?
Joe.
Our scheduling is to keep for 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon or thereabouts.
Okay. On that, and it sounds like we're gonna have time. I think it might make sense if people want to do closings to do closings on Friday. On this vote. So why don't we maybe talk about that after the next group?
Okay, we can talk.
We previously talked about doing closings after the fact, or not at all.
We talked about doing them 10 days from now on Wednesday the 15th. Your Honor, if you remember, the part of the reason for doing the closings then, though, was to give you your 48 hours.
Yeah.
And we're not doing our findings of fact and conclusions of law until next Wednesday, so you'd be way outside of that. I think the point of that was to give you that ability.
Yeah, but at the same time, I thought that the general consensus was that the parties could waive the 48-hour requirement. So why don't we revisit that sometime later today, if that's no longer the party's position. And I think it would make sense to do the closings later. But there's a chance, I guess, that we could delay.
Feels like we were just here.
And I'm not the one doing the closing, so that'll be Mr. Gessler
That's Mr.
engaging that
Gessler.
conversation. So
He can-
Not trying to rush people, but just thinking if we have time reserved and if people still have opinion that we can waive the 48-hour requirement, that it might make everybody happier just to be done.
This is the worst courtroom ever. Nobody seems to be monitoring their sound.
So anyway, is this, it looks like, is it Kramer or
Yeah.
Kramer?
Kramer, the intervener, Donald J. Trump, calls Amy Kramer.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Kramer, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Okay, will you raise your right hand, please?
Yeah.
Mr. Kramer, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give before this court will
Wow.
be the truth, the whole truth,
Oh,
and nothing but the
Amy.
truth?
I do.
Great, thank
I
you.
love this.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Kramer. How are you How are you doing?
I'm gonna put this
Good
just
morning, I'm
in
good.
case.
How are you?
Doing well, thank you.
Ooh, the leopard print. Oh my
so
God,
could
Gal, you called it.
please
She's wearing
start with
leopard print.
telling us a bit about your history in politics?
This should be good.
Yes, I started, I'm one of the founders of the modern day Tea Party back in 2009. I'd never been in politics before, been a former flight attendant. And I got engaged then, and we came together over Twitter and
Totally
started
normal
the modern day Tea Party movement. Tea Party Patriots was actually founded in my kitchen, and I was with Tea Party Patriots for a while, and then I left to join Tea Party Express, and spent, I guess I was there till 2014, 2015. And we just, it
She's
was, I mean,
not, but
honestly,
it
the
is.
Tea Party movement started out of, we were opposed to big government.
She looks pretty
spending,
stressed out.
With Bush administration, and then Obama got elected. We were fighting Obamacare, government takeover of healthcare, and we mobilized people across the country.
And then, so after the Tea Party, you worked
No
with the Tea
reason at
Party.
all.
What did you do next?
And it was because we just didn't like Obama and his tan
2016,
suit.
I started Women for Trump. I was one of the earliest supporters out there. Press and rallying the troops for President Trump as a grassroots activist. And
She has enough money to get a
we did that
facelift. I don't know why she doesn't.
And then after President Trump was elected, what happened? What did you do next?
I came a little
But then,
bit. I just
in
climaxed a bit in my seat.
2019, I founded Women for America First, and that was to focus on policy in the legislative agenda.
Oh, is that what it was?
Pushing the America First agenda.
Oh, okay.
And who
Girl.
runs Women for America First?
I do have a board.
What about
And
your daughter?
who else is a part of it?
Your daughter.
Leopard print! Leopard print! Yeah.
And does Women for America First have any social media accounts?
We do.
I need.
And who runs those?
There's a number of us that run them.
Oh,
I can't
and
wait.
different people have access to those. Is that what you're saying?
Okay, here's what she's
Yeah, like who? Yeah, who blocked me, Amy? Who blocked me, bitch?
You worked with an organization called Angel of Families.
Yes, it wasn't the organization, but in 2019.
Ooh, that was coordinated with Kellyanne Conway, just so you guys all know, and PJ Schrantz, who is good friends with Ivan Raiklan. And they did a big event with Bernie Carrick out front of the Capitol one time with a bunch of fake angel parents.
Run out of their healthcare paychecks and whatnot, and there are a number of angel families. An angel family is somebody that has lost a family member to an illegal immigrant. So we gathered the angel families and went to Washington, D.C. to give President Trump some support. And
yeah, that's
we just
all.
want the border secure. And so,
all right, I'm sorry, but I didn't want to go that far into this. I just wanted to.
Yeah, Amy, shut up, girl.
It's leading up to 2020.
I say keep
no, it's
talking.
okay.
Keep talking.
All right, so let's move.
Also, good morning. I just dropped my kids off at school, so I'm driving. Sorry if it sounds
Can you
bad.
tell us kind of what happened and how you started getting involved after the 2020 election?
Yeah, so 2020 was a crazy year, as we all know, from COVID, and so nothing seemed normal. And then the night of the election, I mean, Trump was went in bed, and then you go to bed and you wake up the next morning, and it's totally flipped. And so it was obvious something was going on. These states stopped counting, and there were a number of states that stopped counting, and there was something going on, and people knew it across the country. And so we started, nobody was doing anything. The campaign wasn't doing anything, the RNC wasn't doing anything. I mean, there was nobody. And so I did what I do, and that's mobilize people and bring people together.
You hear that, Katrina? She's talking to you, bitch.
That's right. She watched yesterday.
People started going to their state capitals and showing up and sitting it together and demanded election integrity.
And at some point, did you decide that you needed to head to Washington, D.C.?
Yes. Well, it was obvious that.
Obvious.
Yeah. And so Washington, D.C., people could go to their state capitals. Not everybody could go to Washington, D.C., but a lot of people wanted to go to Washington, D.C. We could not get a permit for the Saturday after the election. We couldn't get one that quick. And so we applied for a permit for Saturday, November 14th, so a week and a half later, and we had a rally that Saturday.
And who was the organizing force behind that rally on November 14th?
It was Women for America First.
So your organization, right?
Yes.
And what was the plan for that rally?
The plan was pretty simple. Like I said, we were working with this coalition, and
The plan was to fuck shit up.
Really?
Rally at Freedom Plaza, and then we were going to march to the Supreme Court and have a stage there where we had speakers there, and that would at the end of that program, that was it.
Hold on just a second, Ms. Kramer. Your Honor, do you want us to wait until we get have her picture up, or can we just continue?
Yeah, where's her picture?
My assumption she's got a bandwidth issue on her end, but I don't know.
It's weird because
Oh, she's up on everybody else?
No.
on my WebEx, I can see her, but not on this screen, so
Oh, great.
I'm not sure why. Are you able to?
I prefer to see her if possible. We can continue to change it.
All of us are looking at ourselves and going, huh? We don't know. So
how does she appear on one person's monitor and not another? Come on now.
okay, so why don't we continue? And if we have a problem, if you'll just let me know. Thank you.
For all the money they
All right.
have.
Ms. Kramer, just for some reason, the screen that the court reporter is looking at doesn't have a picture of
Hit
you.
the fucking
She
picture.
can't read your lips.
Hit your camera, you stupid cow.
So we're going to continue, but if you could talk slowly and articulate, then we'll see if we can proceed. If she's still having trouble, we may have to take a break and figure out what's going on.
Oh,
Okay, yes, ma'am, thank you.
it's her fault.
Oh, I apparently there was a setting on my computer
Oh my God.
that tells you how technologically savvy I am or not.
Oh my God.
Is there a way where you can make it so she is the primary?
We can,
Do you know how to do that?
Kill me
I don't.
now.
this is the best view we're able to get.
Okay.
Yeah, is with the two of you locked in. You're stationary on WebEx.
Oh,
Okay.
love you.
Yeah, so Ms. Kramer, you dropped off again for some reason, so we'll see what happens.
I love this. I love this a lot.
The issue is, but
And they want to run
we'll
the
work
country.
through this.
Oh.
All right, so we just talked about the plan. You said there was a coalition of people, of groups involved in the November 14th rally, correct?
Yeah, the Oath Keepers, the Proud Boys, the 3%ers.
A bunch of people. Oops.
Ali Alexander, Tea Party Patriot, Moms for America.
The Patriots.
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 was involved.
Patriots.
So it's fair to say then that there was a fairly large coalition of groups and people, right?
Idiots.
Eagle Forum was one.
And so when
It was millions. It was millions.
Plaza that day.
When you say coalition, it sounds so formal.
And then the influencers
This is
and
just a bunch of
coalition that we had brought together.
Just a
So
bunch of friends.
I think it was like an hour and a half program, and you the short speakers go to all the morning.
And then after Freedom Plaza, I think you said that you marched down to the Supreme Court of the United States. Is that
Computer not
correct?
pick up her voice.
Yes, we marched to the Supreme Court.
And you had more speakers there, correct?
Correct.
Now, can you describe the rally at Freedom Plaza?
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
it was
pretty boring,
huge, and
actually.
People came from everywhere, and
Everywhere?
these are patriotic, freedom-loving citizens that really just dropped everything in their
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Well, I'm just a little lady. I'm a little Amy Kramer, and I'm cute.
There's a lot of love there, love of God, love of country.
That's right.
love of each other, and a lot of
Laugh, live,
patriotism.
love.
So
It was like a giant orgy. It was beautiful.
Without the sexual.
And was there any violence that occurred during the rally at Freedom Plaza?
No.
And so y'all marched down to the Supreme Court, and can you similarly describe the crowd as they marched up to the Supreme Court?
Well,
Angry. They all were coordinated, looked like a bunch of bumblebees. They were on black and yellow, and they were buzzing along the road up to the Supreme Court.
they want to be there, and they're extremely happy and they love this country. So it was the same atmosphere at the Supreme Court.
So it was the same atmosphere. It was the same atmosphere from Freedom Plaza during the march and at the Supreme Court as well, correct?
I didn't march up there with the group. I went after the group, so I can't say what but yes, these are when they got there, it was the same type of atmosphere.
Great.
That's right, Joe Dempsey. And where was Guinea Thomas? this whole time, ma'am.
If we could
Where
play
was your friend?
25, please.
Oh my God, are they gonna play part of the rally because they're just so proud of it?
I want to know that I want the part where
This is a
she's
video
wearing
you're on.
the thing that looks like a contraceptive sponge on her head. Really hoping that's this one.
Oh, the loofah hat.
Yeah, remember the pink, like sea anemone that she put on her head once? Oh boy, we got a lot.
Oh, see an enemy, an enemy.
An anemone.
Oh, yeah, look at that rally.
Oh yeah.
She's like, look at all those patriots.
Patriots.
They're all praying and loving God and country, and we're all coordinated all beautifully.
That's right.
We're telling the Supreme Court, we're like, hey, Supreme Court, we win, okay?
We win. We win. Let's say we win. Yeah, we're just innocuous, wanting tea.
Hey, lawyer guy, you gotta hit play. You gotta hit play.
Ms. Kramer, we're having some technological difficulties again, so just hold with us.
Where's she gotta go? Where does she have to go? Tell me where else she has to fucking be right now.
I gotta pull out that tweet that Kylie Jenner.
Oh, come on, dude! You just did the. Come on now.
Is that what this is? Yeah, Marine One. That's right.
Oh, look at that! Government resources
for
campaign
activities. Yeah.
Oh, weird. How weird. Look at that.
Come on. It is. Unfortunately, it's also the current state of American politics. Look at, she's gonna sing along. She can't help herself. But why, even though I don't believe in you.
I felt like Beyonce up there. I was like, look at all these people.
Look at all these people. They're here for money. I don't think Jenny's in the crowd.
I think Guinea was there on the 14th.
Oh, was she?
Actually.
Well, there you go.
So, Ms. Kramer, you just saw that video, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what's happening?
I want her to be like, no. Was I supposed to?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, it's the same type of atmosphere we were just 4 people in December 12th. And we didn't have to quiet, but that what we were watching was Faye Cable, who's with our Women for America First singing the national anthem, and they're singing along, and all of a sudden, here comes Marine One, the president, and as you saw that, he flew over twice. And the crowd.
I feel like this is not a good defense strategy.
But you were there when that was happening, correct?
Yes, one of my team members.
And that is a fair. That's a fair and accurate representation of what was occurring at that time, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'd like
now
to
the judge is gone.
He's out.
Objection, relevance. I don't give a shit.
I would say yes. We will take that exhibit.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
We'll reference it back to it when we get
petitioner.
to the December 12th rally.
Happy to do that.
Yeah. Petitioners, I gladly accept the waste of resources.
Kramer,
we'll take more.
Do you know a man named Vernon Jones?
Oh, who doesn't?
And can you tell us who he is?
An idiot.
Yes,
Failed politician.
Here in Georgia, he was a Democrat, and
he was never a Democrat.
That's cute. She's funny.
She is funny.
He was in the state legislature before that.
And did he speak at the rally at the Supreme Court on November 14th?
Yes, he did.
And was there anything specific that he said that you thought was relevant or notable?
Your Honor, objection. We tried to get in other speeches from the
More
list that
so
on
far.
January 6th, including from Rudy Giuliani and John Eastman.
Anybody
The other
have a
side
fucking
objected
mic?
strenuously. That was far more relevant, I think, to what President Trump was doing since he was referencing those two. So we'll object to any reference to other speeches.
Sustain, unless we want to.
Well, what we're asking to have put in the record would just go to the state of mind of the crowd and what was happening in the
That's
crowd.
Okay, well then play other speeches too. You don't get to pick and choose which speaker, you weirdos.
Oh, and really, all you showed was the fucking national anthem.
Okay.
Okay.
Clearly,
I
you're
lose.
saying you objected, sustained your objections on whether people said it at the January 6th rally.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Ms. Kramer, did anything notable happen as the November 14th rally was wrapping up?
Well, so we were in the Supreme Court, and as the speeches were going on, Congressman Lolo was there, and he kept bringing up new members of Congress, Lauren Boebert, I think Madison Cawthorn, and a few others.
Oh, how'd that work out?
And it was November.
Well, Lauren Boebert and Madison Cawthorn were yet to be sworn in, so they weren't Congress people at that time.
He finally said, we need to wrap this up because Antifa's over there at the church, and we're not going to be able to keep y'all separated, and you need to get out of here before dark. And so we wrapped it up because
because Antifa was chasing us down and not wanting us to sing the anthem, and they were so mean. Meanie Antifa.
Ms. Kramer, was there a specific reason, without referencing anybody else, was there a specific reason you're trying to wrap it up before dark?
Antifa.
That's right. It's scary down there after dark.
we
It's really
wanted,
not.
I mean, this was our rally, our name was on the permit, and we wanted to know that people were safe. We didn't want to put our supporters in a dangerous situation. And we knew there were agitators, and so we wanted everybody to get out of there, and that was simply it, was to keep our supporters safe.
And when you wrapped up, what happened? Did you go back to your hotel at that point?
I did.
No, I went over to CPI and I met with Cleta Mitchell and Tommy Tuberville and Lou Gomer and friends.
Oh,
And did something happen back at the hotel that night?
girl.
I cried.
We're still on November 14th.
And your daughter got real drunk.
Oh, yeah. She is.
I have no idea one way or the other, but I'm not allowed to testify.
Thank you, Your Honor. So can you, Ms. Kramer, I'll repeat the question. Can you tell us what happened at the Willard Hotel that night?
Yes, the Willard Hotel was attacked by Antifa and Black Lives Matter.
Describe you.
Cafe restaurant that is there in the hotel, and then they shut down the hotel because then they started shooting fireworks in the building. So,
Oh, stop. Jesus.
and so it was that way for a number of hours, probably 3 or 4 hours.
Stop it.
She just said people are shooting fireworks inside the Willard. Okay, honey.
Oh, at the building.
Any of the people who attended the November 14th rally?
No, I'm not.
So after the November 14th rally, it's my understanding that you all did a bus tour. Is that correct?
Tell us about your buses, Amy.
And what was the name of that bus tour?
March for Trump.
And where did you go?
Mm-hmm.
We started out in South Florida, and we ended up in
Where
Washington.
everything starts.
Where everything bad starts.
We went to a number of the swing states. I can't remember the exact route.
And who organized that?
Women for America First, my team.
And was the coalition that was involved in the November 14th rally, were they involved in the bus tour?
So
Neo-Nazi starter kit.
Some of
That's a good one, Ted.
supported us and came to our events and whatnot, but that core group of Ali Alexander, we stopped working with him right after that very first rally.
And why is that?
Really?
Is Ali Alexander Antifa?
Finish what you're saying.
We stopped working with him right after that first rally, and he was. We cut off all communication because he was out online attacking us and whatnot. So
this is good.
Went and did what we know to do.
Hey y'all, which one of our rally participants that was like a leader is brown? Can we blame the brown one?
Yes, I think that's a fine idea.
Everybody, just his name sounds bad. It's really Ali Akbar, which is like, Muslim.
Yes, we did.
Actually, it's what Christina Pearson in her transcript said. Yeah, I think it's what terrorists say.
Oh my God.
She literally said that. She's like, I think his real name is Ali Akbar, which is like, I think what terrorists say.
Oh my
girl. Oh
wow, they really are throwing him into the bus. No wonder they went after him for child stuff. That felt very like people were coming to me and DMing me.
Yeah.
And are you aware of any violence by any members, any people who came to your rallies as supporters during the bus tour?
Moms,
the little bumblebees, the bumblebees in the skirts, they're beautiful. They're all dressed up and they got stabbed. It was awful.
Yeah, so
Your Honor, I just have a standing objection to
Exactly. What is the relevance?
This is going to be relevant to kind of how, first of all, it's relevant to the crowds and what the expectation is of the people attending the rallies. So that's very relevant. And to the security, any security concerns were not about the people who are attending the rallies, but about the other people who are the counter protesters.
So, yeah, but at the same time, you're talking about almost 2 months before your stupid insurrection. So, like, if you idiots were being physically and violently attacked, like, why did you do that again then? That seems like you're making poor choices.
Right.
This
is that it's a precursor to what happened on January 6th, and that I don't know, maybe that's why people brought weapons so that they could defend themselves. And we'll find out, but I'm going to let the interviewers put their case on. So they have a standing objection, and I'm going to let them put their case on. So it's overruled.
Yeah, keep that objection just standing right there for about everything.
I'm sorry, I forgot where we were.
you
oh, well, you were gone too, Miss Kramer. I can't see your beautiful leopard print right now.
On the supporters who are coming to your rallies, and you were talking about what those were.
Yeah, so we did a rally in Nashville, one of the suburbs outside of Nashville, and we had 4 security guys with us, and they would stand. They would do what they needed to do, and so there was a guy standing.
And what was their name? What were those 4 people's names, Amy?
So we're at our security detail. I guess Kaplan got the
November 14th.
Yeah, the Million MAGA March.
So he was going to throw that into the crowd. That same rally, there was somebody that ran over Greg's foot, and Greg faced him, and then he hit a car, and the police came and arrested him. We were in Nashville.
Who?
Oh, one time, Brett got his foot run over.
That's right. His wife was like, I'm leaving you. And he's like, bitch, that's my car. And she just kept going.
But we're going to use it as political violence.
She was going like 2 miles an hour. So you can imagine the damage.
Our security detail in front, and
Ray's got the gout in that foot too, so it hurt like a mother.
Those are the kind of things that happen.
Thank you. And again, did the supporters who were at the rallies engage in any violence?
Oh no. Hi, Max.
Only with our mouths.
And so let's move on to December 12th. December 12th, y'all ended up in Washington, D.C. again. Isn't that correct?
How'd that happen? You just ended up there.
Another rally. Can you describe what the plan was for that rally?
What brave people after all that abuse.
Yeah, that's the Jericho March where we Christian National the shit out of that.
That's right. We walked around 7 times. I don't know what happened.
Same type of programs, some of the same speakers. I think we had new speakers.
Oh, that's when
we blew all the shofars. We preached. We prayed. We sang.
Isn't that
former
when the
members
Proud
of the
Boys
November
toured the
14th
White House?
coalition, who you had cut ties with, did any of them speak at the December 12th rally?
Yes.
No, they did not.
Oh.
Alex Jones spoke at. Okay. Yeah.
The agitators like Ollie Alexander and Alex Jones, and so we had cut ties. We were having nothing to do with them.
They are throwing that.
The brown one.
Well, they're going to blame those guys, like you said yesterday.
Rally?
It's fucking Roger Stone, Alex Jones, Ali Alexander, and who's the other one?
Exactly the same.
That's who they're going to blame.
I think these people are protecting Steve Bannon too. Like, I have been asking for a long time, like, is this going to be a battle between Roger Stone and Steve Bannon because they fucking hate each other? And so it's like a faction of like this old school political class that is literally fighting itself like from the inside
Did you
out.
take any precautions
Trying
with
to
your
take
buses
out each other.
On December 12th?
That's very interesting.
Yeah, so I mean, we were concerned because we knew that Antifa was
Joe bringing the receipt.
They were trying to instigate, agitate, and because of what they did the night of, we didn't have a bus on November 14th, and they attacked the hotel. So my concern was.
And how were you injured? What? Show me on the bear, Amy, where Antifa hurt you. It's a Trumpy bear, so at least it'll help calm your nerves.
Oh my God.
Not right there and open for attack.
Great, thank you. And was there any violence at the rally on December 12th?
Yes.
And we showed a video earlier, which was Exhibit 1025, that was from that rally. And that was a good representation of the crowd during the rally on December 12th.
I do feel like their lies and their propaganda is violent. Like, I think it is. So I think there's always violence with
rally as you're leaving Washington, D.C. later that week.
The very rally.
Yeah, so we were actually.
I'm also specifically and personally offended by her attire all the time. It feels violent, and it feels like she's hunting animals and wearing them, and I don't like that.
Did they actually walk around? I don't know, Margaret. Good morning, Margaret. Did they actually walk
I think they did. Yeah, like the preachers and stuff. They did the Jericho. But let's be honest about it. It was an operation to case the area so they knew where to stage for January 6th.
Exactly.
Yes, we did continue the bus tour. We took a break there and traveled to the West Coast. Some of the team did not go home because we're in the middle of Christmas. So
man, this is the Jacquard. Revenge of the Jacquard.
And then started off from the West Coast.
And at that point, at what point did you decide to head to Washington, D.C. for January 6th?
All the points. At every point.
And like in November, as this was all happening, even before I think November 12th or November 14th rally, we looked at the dates and said we need to be in DC on these 3 days. I mean, the day we were there, November 14th, and then we picked
I should take a look at that.
Saturday, because we wanted as many people to come on the weekend as we could, and I think it was December 14th was the day that the states were going to certify their slate of electors, and so.
Yeah, and how many of your friends were fake electors, Miss Kramer?
Let's go back to Dempsey.
So we had decided that. I mean, we knew that this movement, it was a movement, and we knew that those were the 3 dates, and so.
So why did you originally get a permit for January 19th before the inauguration and change it to January 6th?
Rally in January 6th, when you first started planning it.
So when we first started planning it, it was that we were going to do the same exact thing. I mean, what we did worked. I mean, it was 2 beautiful days, with great events. And so we were going to do the same thing back at Freedom Plaza.
Well, minus all the attacking I explained earlier, that was quite scary, obviously. We were terrified, so we knew we had to bring our weapons. But we decided, let's do it again. It's not dangerous at all.
Was President Trump expected to speak?
We had more Proud Boys this
time. And then let's step back a bit. I'm sorry. So before President Trump agreed to come speak at the rally, where was it planned to be held?
At my mom's house.
And then at some point there came a time where President Trump agreed to speak. Isn't that correct?
Yes, they.
You think?
Campaign reached out and said, "Would you mind moving your January 6th rally to the list and possibly having the president speak?"
Oh, would you?
Well, of course. I mean, absolutely.
Who asked her to do that?
It's a security thing.
I didn't hear.
I mean, it's common sense. I mean, at Freedom Plaza, there was no way the Secret Service was going to let him come there. There are open buildings and whatnot all around. But I think we moved it to the ellipse because they could control that environment and he was safer there. So we just applied for the permit for the ellipse.
And how did the organization or the planning for the speech change when after President Trump agreed to speak?
Thanks, Catherine.
You mean after December 18th, when they decided that violence was the only way they could potentially overthrow the American government and change the votes of millions of people and stay in power?
That's it, right there.
President Trump is going to come speak.
Clip it.
But I want everybody to weigh in on it because if you do something with the White House.
Oh, you said flip it. It reminded me of Missy Elliott. It's your flipping it, aren't you? And then I just realized. I realized that she's like a white lady version of that music video in her outfit.
Yes. Put your thing down, flip
it.
it.
Way worse. Yeah. Way worse.
Oh, doggy. All right,
detectors.
Hold on, dog. All right, I'm gonna walk the dog super fast. Be right back.
So logistically, it was different, but and so what we did.
Well, lucky for all of you, I'm still here.
Y'all still there. Justin Caporelli with the Trump campaign actually came to me first and asked me to talk to Caroline about Caroline, and I said.
Justin Caporelli owns Event Strategies, which I know somebody mentioned Manafort in the thingy. That used to be the name of his event company.
After the speakers up there that he had already cut out, all of the Alexanders and Alex Jones of the world, and so. It was a power struggle, and Caroline thought it was her event. I mean, she tried to hijack our event. At the end of the day, that's what it was.
You guys, fucking Trump was like, get all the catty bitches that hate each other and put them on the stand for me.
And Ms. Court Reporter, are we doing okay? Okay. So was Ms. Pearson's testified earlier, so we don't need much details, but could you tell us how this dispute was resolved with Caroline Wren?
No, we need much details because Caroline Wren talks shit about you. So you tell me what about Miss Katrina. She said, "You cray." She said, "You crazy girl." What do you say to that?
Katrina was brought in to smooth everything out and try to get everybody on the same page. And so.
Which page? Which page?
And so at some point it's your understanding that she went to the White House to resolve the speaker issue, correct?
Right. So he said, Alex and Ollie are not speaking, and she's insisting, yes, they are. And so what we did is Katrina combined, because they had one list and we had one list. And Katrina combined the list, and she went and met with the president with the list.
Thank you. And when you're talking about Katrina, you're meaning Katrina Pearson, right?
Yes.
And what happened? We don't need to go into too much detail, but what is your understanding of what happened at the White House?
No, give me all the detail.
Sustained.
Okay. So did you go to the speech on, let's talk about the speech on the rally on January 6th. Were you there?
Oh my God, no, dude, you're skipping.
Describe what it was like.
It was cold as hell, number one. But,
it was peaceful and patriotic.
People had come from all over the country, and they were concerned.
All over the world. We had Russians, we had Chinese, we had not the CCP Chinese, the ones who pretend they're anti-CCP Chinese. You know those. The Moonies. We had the Moonies. Oh, the Moonies. It was the sun and the moon, and all our friends were there dancing.
Individuals, families,
Basically,
what kind of people were at this event?
All the best people, the very fine people.
Very fine people. The ones on the other side, those are ours.
We had blue-collar workers there. We had professionals there.
Professionals? Professional what?
It was just a wide variety of people that were there.
And were you there for President Trump's speech?
I mean, it was really diverse.
Yes.
It wasn't just white people, is what I'm trying to say.
It was almost woke. You might almost say it was woke.
They couldn't wait to see him, and they're cheering for him. And when he does these speeches, he plays off the crowd, and they're very reactive. So it was the same type of thing.
Oh, good. So he knew his crowd was violent, and so he played off of that by telling them to go to the Capitol.
Yeah, he's a real,
No, not at all.
And as you were listening to President Trump, did you get the feeling that he was telling people to storm the Capitol?
Absolutely not.
I got a feeling.
And when he talked about fighting,
tonight's gonna be.
Was he looking for physical fighting, or was he looking for political?
he's lying.
No, he was like,
Can you please define political fighting? I mean, what?
continue to fight. I mean, that is not.
Is political the opposite of physical?
And so as President Trump was making his speech, I want to kind of do this again.
Why don't you play a clip of it? Let's play that clip. Play that propaganda video he played with the deep state and the George Soros and the Jews. Ah! You know that one? Play that one.
Yeah.
Encouraging him, that sort of thing.
And then after President Trump finished speaking, what was the emotion of the crowd that you could see?
Nobody's gonna flip on them on their story.
I mean, people
Angry.
came there, the president was there, they came there to see their president. Many people have never been to Washington, D.C., so it's like a highlight of their life, and people were just happy that the whole event, it was a fantastic event.
Oh yeah, they look fucking so happy. Hey, everybody, send me the picture of them happy.
Here.
What?
Could you pull up 1023, please?
Please pull up 1023 of them smiling. What?
Apparently, Margaret, it's a technical issue, but nobody knows. It's been a weird morning for that, so I'm not buying it. Oh, here we go.
I'm so glad I can't see it. Oh, there it is. Okay.
She's like, look, doesn't everyone look happy?
Why did they mute it for a second?
Oh, I'm sure it was a technical difficulty. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh my God. YMCA, this is
video
so
before?
stupid. Why are we doing
I'm
this
sorry,
here?
Miss Kramer. I apologize. Have you seen that video before? And do you know who took that video?
One of my colleagues.
And were you there?
I agree.
Did you see that scene with the YMCA playing?
Which colleague? Which colleague?
I wasn't right there in the video where they took that video, but yes, I was there at the ellipse. That was after it was over and people were leaving.
I don't know.
And was that an accurate representation of the mood of the crowd as they were leaving?
No.
Very happy.
Oh, Jesus.
I'd move to admit.
Very happy. We were all so happy the election was stolen from us. We were dancing and cheering, and we were like, fuck Joe Biden. Yes, we do. Do, dancing for you. What? Like, they were so happy? What is she fucking? This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Miss Kramer, what is that yellow flag? What does that mean and signify to you? It means don't tread on me, bitch. We're happy.
Look at, there's old ladies and old guys, and I'm sure there's a child there somewhere.
You see that man in tactical gear with a helmet carrying the "Don't Tread on Me" flag? He was so happy. He was like, look, I got a new helmet. You guys like it? I'm so happy everybody stole the election from me. I can't wait. Can't wait to go tell the congressman about it.
Leaving the rally on January 6th. Isn't that correct?
Another example.
I didn't see another video. It didn't pop on my screen.
Oh.
All right.
Thanks for telling us.
They switched spots. Look at, they switched spots.
So we don't want to play it again.
It's weird.
No, don't fucking play it again. Okay, don't.
I have no idea. Looked like she was getting pretty trampled.
Oh, I think Margaret's talking about the one that they always are, freaking out about.
Yeah.
What was her name?
Roseanne.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Boylan.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
I know.
I mean, it's awful. It's awful these people died, and what's even more awful is them exploiting these people's death.
Exactly.
Coming in is great.
Yeah, Butterflies, the audio is
Kramer
up as much as it can be.
She can
It's
be
just
seen
this horrible
online.
courtroom.
So a little bit of tech trickery to show mine, but then she might not be able to see the video with sharing screen and stuff. So we might have a little tech witchery.
I mean, yeah, the people around her crushed her. So if he was around her, he crushed her.
Yeah, I think Corey, the Sedition Hunters guy, Corey, he's very good at analyzing videos and stuff, and I think he put together like a little thing of Tommy Tatum being involved in that.
The one thing we may have a problem with is sharing the video so the witness can see the video or the exhibit if we're just working off of mine. So I can try and I'll work that out as well.
I mean,
through it, but I
Well,
will.
I mean,
try to
her
find-
colleague shot the video. She already said she had seen it. It's like, whatever.
You know what, Your Honor? Let's do this. Sorry.
oh, it's a big sugar Coke.
We'll just won't enter that exhibit. We have the other video that you saw. We don't need that this video. They're basically the same. So
And I was just thinking.
Basically the same.
this solves the problem.
They're
by
on a
dropping
butt
that
break,
exhibit.
Diana.
1022.
Oh, this guy's like, I am so upset right
So,
now.
and Ms. Kramer, just to finish up here, it was. Can you again describe the mood of the crowd as they left the ellipse
If you
on
can
January
do
6th,
headphones, butterflies, I think that would improve
How is
the
this
resonance of
like-
the sound.
I mean, it was a fantastic event. They got to hear the president. and
What?
love him.
This can't, like, you can't actually believe that. Like, this is
Well, they're going to
perjury.
cross. This is their.
I know, but this is like, you
Great. Thank you very much. I have no more questions, Your Honor.
Uh-oh.
So-
Well,
can I just ask, like, what was that? Did that help Trump? Did we learn anything?
I think it was supposed to be, look at this nice lady with her updo and her beautiful jacquard shruggy kind of shawl. Yeah, because when I put my head close, butterflies, I can really hear it. So I don't know.
And I apologize if that means
No.
when you're close and I yell into the mic that
Well,
your
that you might
ears
have to prepare
hurt.
yourself
I'm
for.
so sorry.
Oh, here we go.
My future ex-husband, what do you have on cross, honey bun? Come on now. Come on now. Bring it. Bring it.
They're gonna put the
I need
cute boy
I need a good dirty talk in the morning on Thursday, please.
She is a freak.
Is it still morning for you?
No,
Yeah, for another hour.
she doesn't want to tell you where she is.
She doesn't know how to tell time either, so.
You were
Yeah,
actually
and that.
standing at the stage, right?
Right, I was
Revenge
sitting
by
on
Chicago.
right at the stage.
And
It's a new fragrance
pretty
from Amy
cold.
Kramer.
Very cold.
and you wanted to get out of there, basically.
Yeah, it was cold, and you're wearing that coat and that beautiful
And you did
hat,
that.
fedora.
Done. You went back to the hotel, the Willard.
Yeah.
Yes, but I was the last one there.
Who'd you give VIP passes to?
So,
Who
the
did you
people
give
who were
VIP
marching to the
passes to?
Capitol in that exhibit 1022 that we in this courtroom saw, but you did not.
No, I did not march to the Capitol.
I'd like to
Ooh, she's
show
mad.
you
She's already
exhibit
mad.
165, starting at 143 in the video.
Somebody's texting her because she keeps looking down
see
at
if
her
you saw
phone and
this.
acting like she's not looking down at her phone.
That's Guinea. That's Guinea. Guinea's like, bitch, you better. I tell you what.
I'm gonna pinch you through.
I'm gonna make you return all those Christmas gifts. And I have an inventory of that shit because Harlan Crow paid for it and his assistant kept a list, and you will be off that Christmas list. You understand?
She's getting a little tickly down there.
I felt like that yes was her accidentally not on mute.
You were saying that?
I've never seen that video before. And
Oh my God.
when you're asking me what it was saying, the people that were
No, he wasn't asking if you had seen it.
People
He asked you what they said in it.
around them. Have you seen that video before?
I have not seen that video before.
That video is from the ellipse during the speech, correct?
If you say so.
Now, you were standing on the...
If you say so.
So you weren't out beyond where the magnetometers were you?
No, I was not.
And you didn't have good visibility into who was out there beyond the magnetometers, did you?
At that time, no.
No, sir, I'm just an old lady. I don't have, my vision has really started to fail me. So, sir, I don't know. Everybody looks so beautiful to me and dressed up. I don't know.
Outside the magnetometers who didn't come in?
Yes, that's correct.
And from your vantage point, you couldn't tell whether those individuals outside the magnetometers were armed?
No.
You had talked about some wackos, I think you referred to them, Alex Jones and Allie Alexander.
Yeah.
Why do
You know, the ones that weren't loyal to Andrew Breitbart like you were.
I mean, they just, always, they're flamethrowers, bombastic flamethrowers, and I mean that correctly.
Did she just fucking say their flamethrower?
Yep.
Everybody riled up, and so I'm not like that. I don't like that, and I just didn't want to be part of it.
Well, you do know
I'm stuck in traffic, but when I get home, I'm pulling out my laptop and I'm putting on InfoWars.
come to the ellipse speech on January 6th.
Alex is going to be fucking pissed, and I can't wait.
I cannot wait.
I assume they did. They were also trying to
This is a plan.
undercut all our efforts. So
These bitches have a plan.
These people are so dumb because they have had direct communication. You don't think Alex Jones is going to be like, "Damn it, she texted me revolution."
Standing outside the magnetometers and were armed, do you? And you have no idea whether President Trump had been in communication with Allie Alexander or Alex Jones prior to the ellipse speech, do you?
And what about Mike Flynn? What was Mike Flynn on the naughty list? I'm pretty sure Katrina Pearson had said in her testimony that Mike Flynn was on the naughty list. So why aren't we talking about that wacko?
It was made that they wouldn't speak, but
I don't
hold on just a second.
Hey, my love, Joe Dempsey, can you check Katrina Pearson's testimony? I'm pretty sure she included Flynn in that. Because for some reason, Lolo, when I'm on StreamYard or whatever, if I go to another, because I'm on my phone right now, but when I go to look for something, it cuts it out. It doesn't overlay on whatever else I'm doing.
Oh shit.
So I can't leave the screen.
Okay.
Oh, oomph. It's shiny, happy people holding guns.
I am now.
The Oath Keepers,
I am now.
the 3%ers.
I am now.
You don't know whether and to what extent any
What about the First Praetorian Guard?
They do you.
Right.
I have no idea.
And they could have been standing outside the magnetometers armed and ready to go to the Capitol, right?
Yes.
Even that.
I'd like to play Exhibit 1022,
All these happy people.
which was
Thank you for doing the melody with me there. Shiny, happy people holding guns.
in around 20 seconds in what you can hear some people say.
Oh boy.
So you can stop the video. Did you hear the
I'd hear
person yell
anything.
1776 and then whoop?
And then a whoop.
They're marching
She's
the
not
Capitol.
going to be
You were going
really
back to the Willard or already at the Willard at this point?
moved by that.
Yes, I went back to the Lolo.
Okay, so you don't know what that person meant when they were saying 1776 whoop.
It could just be their favorite number. I don't know. I have a favorite number.
I love
Don't
that.
you have a favorite number? And also, I have this app that does gematria, so maybe it means something to all of them. I don't know.
Freedom-loving citizens, and I think you may have referred to them in one of your tweets as happy warriors.
Here we go.
I'd like to show you exhibit
Yes, baby.
P94,
Oh, baby.
a clip from that. P94,
Oh, no, I want to
Ooh,
see.
oomph, oomph. It's shiny, happy warriors holding guns.
Patriots. Shiny, happy patriots. What happened? Oh, we're just pulling up.
Yeah, we got to write that one, I think. That'd
Okay.
be fun.
That's a good one. I'm writing it down.
Look how happy they are. They're so happy. They're running on the stairs. They're so happy. Happy, happy, happy. Yes, yes.
Nice.
It's going to be by the Capitol Police One by trying to bring it into the Capitol.
I know, right? Here we
Were
are.
the individuals attacking the police officers in that video patriotic, freedom-loving citizens and happy warriors?
They were so happy.
I would say those that were doing that, no.
Okay, let's play 94B, please.
Okay. How about these ones? How about these ones wearing women for Trump shirts? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, and the ones with the fight for Trump hat and fight like a Flynn and fighty, fighty, fight, fight, fight. So, ma'am, when they said hang Mike Pence, did they mean they wanted to push him in a swing?
You
You're
saw
so happy?
attacking the Capitol
Hanging?
and chanting hang Mike Pence, patriotic, freedom-loving citizens and happy warriors?
Sure.
I would say no.
Only happy warriors hang their vice president, sir.
Was there when everybody was doing. I mean, so the first time I've seen that video.
Oh, please.
You were at the Willard at that time, huh?
Yes.
Wow, you don't get out.
Yeah, in the war room. Why was it called the war room? Why wasn't it called the happy room?
Happy warrior room. This is great. I don't know. Those people are terrible. They're scarred. They look a little Antifa to me. Oh, okay. So she didn't. My understanding is that the framers had one way they wanted the event to work. Jones, Ali, and the other group had things they wanted to take place.
Ms. Kramer, the individuals you saw in that video, were those patriotic, freedom-loving citizens and happy warriors?
No.
I can't speak to everyone in that crowd, but
some of them look kind of happy.
The people that reached the Capitol, no, they were not happy warriors.
And they were not patriotic, freedom-loving citizens either, were they?
No.
Yes.
And that's true of everybody who breached the Capitol, correct?
Including your friends. Honey, breach means crossing over the fucking line into the spot you're not supposed to be.
We already debunked the opening of doors, bitch. Catch up.
So all of those people you just saw in P94C, you would agree, are not patriotic, freedom-loving citizens or happy warriors.
Show her the overhead shot of all those happy, shiny people.
She was asked many questions about the mood of the crowd and who was there and grandmas and grandpas. And
right.
I think it's...
He has made very clear that she was at the Willard when these videos were taken.
Okay, great. Let's talk about the fucking Willard then. Let's do that.
Yeah. Happy.
Fine. Let's just take her word for it that there were fucking shiny, happy people holding hands, okay? But let's talk about the Willard. What was she doing? What was she watching? How many televisions were on and who was there with her? So which shiny, happy television show on Fox was she fucking watching?
You were watching this on TV.
Oh.
Not these videos in particular, but you were watching
Oh my God. Oh my God. I feel like I teleported.
I mean, we had the TVs on and they started covering it on the news. I wasn't sitting there glued to the TV.
Really?
We didn't know what else was going on and how bad it was.
Really?
And then when they started reporting on that, yes, we were watching.
Is that why Roger Storm?
Well, yeah.
Is that why Roger Storm? Oh my God, I can't do it. Hold on. Red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather. Is that why Roger Stone stormed out of the Willard?
Yeah.
And left? That was hard to say.
Hard to say. You were aghast at what you saw happening at the Capitol, weren't you?
Okay, here we go.
I was aghast.
It was an awful, awful attack on the seat of our democracy.
This is very good.
Yes.
And you saw in that last
this is big
set of videos that at 2:24, President Trump sent out a tweet referring to Mike Pence. Did you see that in the video?
Yes.
And you heard the individual who you've acknowledged is not a patriotic, freedom-loving citizen reading that tweet over a bullhorn to the crowd?
Well, I didn't see him speaking through a bullhorn.
I hope he goes. Well, did you see him in the VIP area that you were in at the Ellipse? Or...
And the individual over the bullhorn, at least from what it looked like on the video, if it wasn't doctored, was reading off President Trump's tweet about Vice President Pence.
Objection, also speculation.
It was speculation? What? Come on, man.
And because you were at the Willard, you had absolutely no idea how the crowd reacted to hearing or reading President Trump's 2:24 p.m. tweet about Vice President Pence.
No, but we read it in the war room because we helped them draft him.
You have to agree that if somebody sent a tweet like that as President of the United States at 2:24 p.m., knowing that the Capitol was under attack, that's a despicable thing to do.
And also, reminder to the audience that yesterday it was confirmed under oath that Trump was notified at 2:21 p.m. of the violence.
I can't speak to what the president did.
But you would agree that it's a despicable thing to do to send out a tweet like that if you know the Capitol is under attack and Vice President Pence is in the Capitol building.
Can I see the tweet again, please?
Oh, yeah, may I? Because it refresh my memory. I'm just a lady.
Yes, it'll just
what a great witness. She's like, do you mind pulling up that evidence against my dear leader? I'd like to show that again and remind the court of just how awful and despicable it was.
Still got me restricted on Twitter for a week.
And 94B has a tweet on it. No. So there's the tweet.
Pastor Mark Burns sent a picture of me holding Roger Stone's book to Roger Stone.
And you agree that if you knew the Capitol was under attack at 2:24 p.m.
Roger Stone in his phone is so...
Roger Stone has me in his phone.
Vice President Pence was in the Capitol.
I can't.
That this is a despicable tweet to send out.
Well, I don't know when the president learned about what was going on in the Capitol.
Don't use the word.
Knew that Pence was there or not. He was stating what he believed. I mean, those were his beliefs. Those were his beliefs, and he stated it. You may not like it, but that's what he put out.
Now, you personally, we've already said this, believe that the attack on the Capitol that day was a horrifying event, right?
Yes.
And if you could pull up P267, please.
Okay, word of the day. Ouroboros.
So on January 7th, why did you tweet this, Miss Kramer?
I know. Where's her tweets? Come on now. Oh, I think she scraped her account.
And this is a tweet, I think, from you on
Here we
January
go.
6th.
Thank you. Wow, we're
at
great.
6:26
Yes.
p.m.
Oh my God, hire me, honey. Hire
And you
me.
say, I think today signified the end of the Republican Party. And you have a photo of the crowd basically heading into the Capitol, right?
Looks pretty happy.
And wasn't that the whole point of the Tea Party, ma'am? Wasn't it an insurgency that began in 2010?
Why'd you say today signified the end of the Republican Party?
Because
Yeah, explain that on the fly, Amy.
the RNC had done nothing during this entire time, the 2 months, 8 weeks, whatever it was. The RNC had done nothing. They had not reached out to us for support. They had, not come to speak at our rallies, absolutely nothing. They had been fundraising off of election integrity. And then that day, which was
You know what I'm hearing?
Wait, yeah.
They got what they deserved, is what she says.
they were on Amelia Island and Ritz-Carlton for their winter retreat. So people are already mad at the Republican Party. And I said, I think today signified the end of the Republican
They were happy at the Republican.
So your view is it was a bad day for the Republican
She
Party,
co-founded
not because
the
there was
Tea
an attack
Party.
on the Capitol, but because the RNC wasn't there?
things. I mean,
I bet that.
horrible attack on the Capitol, and the RNC has nothing to do with that.
What?
Now,
So, ma'am, what you're saying is you're mad that you raised all this money and they decided that they weren't going to do what you wanted them to do.
They didn't succeed.
Insurrection on January 6th is an idiot.
And this was revenge.
There was no insurrection.
Pull up P273, please.
Co-founded.
And is this a tweet from you, January 1st, 2022? Or it's a getter. I didn't even know that was a thing. So I apologize.
Oh, it's the Nazi platform. Girl went straight to Nazi
And you
platform.
say there was no insurrection on January 6th, and if you think there was, you're an idiot. The quote, insurrection narrative, unquote, is nothing more than psychological warfare being perpetrated on the American people by the deep state
Oh my
to
God.
distract from the coup that happened
can't wait
on
for her
November
answer.
4th, 2020. Did you write that?
I did write that.
So your view is there was no insurrection on January 6th, but there was a coup on November 4th, 2020, because President Trump was not elected president.
Lost. Yeah, lost.
There was no insurrection on January 6th. There was a riot on January 6th. There was no insurrection.
You weren't there.
Because we didn't get into power.
You weren't there. He was like, but you weren't there, right? So, right?
Right.
What about the coup on November 4th, 2020? What are you talking about there?
I love this letter.
Oh my God, yeah.
Metaphorically, they stole an election, so metaphorically, they were taking out the sitting president.
Who stole the election exactly?
Yeah, who?
We don't know who stole the election. I mean, it happened in a
What? Well, isn't it Joe Biden? I mean,
Where's the
Shadowy
data?
figures.
Where's the data?
yes. George Soros.
to that, but we don't know.
So whose data
Do you know
were you
how they stole the
relying on in
election?
order to
Wait,
feel that way?
wait, but yeah, right, Lolo? Like she's saying the election was stolen and we have all the evidence. However, we don't because we don't know who did it.
Right.
Well, ma'am, who was
What's she
supposed to
saying?
be in the barges off of Gitmo then? Who was supposed to be in the barges off of
Wait,
Gitmo if you
wait,
didn't know?
I want to hear what she's saying. Oh my God, this is great.
This is bias.
Exactly.
Absolutely. You're not an expert on state laws, but courts are, right? Pull up finding 164 in Plaintiff's Exhibit 78 on page 78.51.
My best friend is an expert. He's on the Supreme Court. What do you mean, sir?
What do you need? I got 2 of them.
He's a happy fucking warrior.
I think I have this one.
Do you see a set of findings there?
I do.
Oh, from the Kangaroo Committee?
If you could blow up finding 164, please.
Your Honor, again, this is laid on the back, and she was talking about, basically her testimony today was talking about people that have come to the rallies that she was seeing.
It doesn't matter.
No, sir, that's what you wanted her testimony to only be about.
You
But
can go
she
for
opened
the
the door,
okay?
and
Credibility
she's
of
walking through it.
fucking witness.
So it's not actually beyond his open draft.
Can anybody talk into their microphone? Anybody?
Oh my God, Judge, whisper harder at me. I can't hear you.
Anything you wanted, and he can open to that, both from bias and to show prejudice and credibility.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah. Credibility of the witness, bitch.
Your Honor, so I'm going to march over to this table to ask this question because for some reason it's not showing up on my screen. You see finding 164, and this is from the January 6th committee. It's final report. It says in total, the Trump campaign and allies of President Trump filed 62 separate lawsuits between November 4th, 2020 and January 6th, 2021.
Those are
Yeah, she's about to become a legal expert. Watch this. It's parroting. Watch. But they didn't look at the evidence.
Exactly. Those were all Soros courts. We never got in front of a judge. Just misunderstanding.
And would not have changed the outcome in Pennsylvania. 30 of the cases were dismissed by a judge after hearing on the merits. In every state in which claims were brought, one or more judges specifically explained, as part of their dismissal orders, that they had evaluated the plaintiff's allegations or supposed proof of widespread election fraud or other irregularities and found the claims to be entirely unconvincing.
Entirely, because they were based on bullshit affidavits.
You have no basis for disputing that finding, do you, ma'am?
I'm not a lawyer, I don't put one on TV, but I will say that a number of cases were thrown out on technicalities and they never got to the evidence part of the hearing. Or they weren't heard. Here in Georgia, there was a lawsuit.
Boom.
Oh.
And it was finally put on the calendar, it was too late, so it was irrelevant.
Garland Favorito.
How many of the 62 cases referred to in finding 164 were thrown out on technicalities?
I don't know.
And you do understand that all of these 62 cases had been decided prior to January 6th.
If you say so.
Oh, wow. She doesn't pay attention much.
But again, the Georgia case, it wasn't even heard. So.
Girl. Oh, it's
There
being
were
heard
Georgia
now.
cases that were heard, though, weren't there? There were cases in Georgia that were heard, weren't there?
Here's the thing. These people actually are uninformed. Totally, completely uninformed. They only parrot what those in.
Yeah, they watch the same right-wing media that the chuds do.
And you see this is a tweet that you sent out just last week?
Shooby-doo.
Yes.
In fact, I think it would have been Saturday. So less than a week ago, right?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it was right after Pence dropped out of the presidential race.
And you say, question on Pence. Do you think he was in on the coup to remove President Trump?
Oh my God.
You wrote that, right?
Oh my God, she's a fucking crazy
You can't
person.
possibly believe that's true.
I don't think Pence was ever on Team Trump.
Oh.
You can go back to 2018, and I was in the media raising hell because Vice President, all this Russian collusion story was going on, and he wasn't defending the president. He was part of the campaign, and he wasn't defending it. And I was on TV saying, "Where the hell is Vice President?" So I don't know what Pence was doing. I have no idea.
Cowering in fear.
But on January 6th, we didn't want to overturn an election or overthrow the government. All we wanted
What did you want?
the evidence to be laid out and heard when they contested. And
What evidence, ma'am? I just
Really?
asked you who stole the election and you said you didn't know. So what evidence?
wait for 10 days so that the states can get their stuff together. And then you know,
This is the 10-day delay.
just a delay. And we chose not to do that.
Well,
Come on, y'all.
do you know
Just
whether
a delay.
constitutional authority to do such a thing?
I believe he
Well, I'm not a lawyer, but yes, he did.
She said, I believe you.
Plaintiff's 252.
Sorry, Mr. Governor, were you finished with your answer?
And I apologize if you were not. This is Plaintiff's 252. This is a tweet from you retweeting something from President Trump on January 5th, 2021. And the Donald J. Trump tweet says, the vice president has the power to reject fraudulently chosen electors. And then you retweet, just do the right thing at VP.
Right.
Your basis for believing that President or Vice President Pence had the power to reject fraudulently chosen electors was because Donald Trump told you that.
Objection.
And Ginny Thomas. And John Eastman.
She can answer. Overruled.
We just wanted Pence, what we were asking for is to delay it for 10 days to give the states the time to get the stuff together and then to, at the certification, lay all the evidence out there.
What stuff?
What evidence?
It was there and it couldn't, be
Yep.
certified. Then
Exactly,
proceed from
Joe.
there.
No, I understand that's what you're saying,
They've
ma'am.
got their
I'm asking
stories
about why you had to believe that
coordinated.
was within Vice President Pence's authority to do that. And I'm pointing you to this tweet, Plaintiff's 252, and you have Donald J. Trump on January 5th, 2021, saying the vice president has the power to reject fraudulently chosen electors. And then you retweet that, correct?
I did retweet that, yes.
And you're not a lawyer. The reason you believe that Vice President Pence had the ability to reject fraudulently chosen electors was because President Trump told you that.
Oh, this is good.
No, President Trump didn't tell me that, and I don't have the U.S. Constitution in front of me, but I believe that
No,
Amy, where's your pocket constitution, baby?
really.
late certification.
No, sweetie, that's not how it works. But that's another
You
case.
did your own constitutional analysis?
I didn't do my own constitutional analysis, but I read and discussed a number of things with people, and that is why in the dark
With who?
the big omnibus bill, they changed the law so that this wouldn't happen again.
Yeah, the legal state law changes.
They changed the law to make clear that the vice president did not have the ability to do what you're suggesting.
Exactly. They did not change it. So, yeah. I hated that they did that, by the way. I really was not a fan of Congress doing that. I understand why they did that, but it really plays into this narrative.
Yeah.
When you heard the next day or after that attackers at the Capitol were chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." Did you regret having sent the tweet that is plaintiff's 252?
No, because I don't think that
please,
way. I don't think
please
like a
play.
Now, you said that, I think in your...
I want him to play the Andrew Breitbart war clip that she posted.
You didn't like, personally at least, to use language like freedom or death. That type of...
Right. Remember the wackos?
Kind of inflammatory language that you attributed to people like
good.
Ali
He's
Alexander.
Very good.
Victory or death. Victory or death.
Remember testifying about
You
that?
just did.
Can you show me where I testified?
You called them wackos. You stupid cunt. Oh my God.
See you next Tuesday.
P241, exhibit plaintiff's 241, page 27.
Exactly, Joe. What is your understanding of the 12th Amendment? Exactly.
So this is a bit of a long, if you could go starting at line 12. And we don't have to read it out loud. I'll let you read that. Just let me know when you're done with that, line 12 to 25.
Okay, hold on. It's burning off my.
It's a good one, Joe.
What does it say? Can you read it?
I can't read it.
Okay, where do you want me to read to?
From lines 12 to 25.
Oh, yeah. It says, and I remember Alexander saying something like freedom or death, freedom or death.
Go blow up the top.
Yeah.
And if you could.
You know, like his rhetoric. Ali's rhetoric would be on the edge.
Language he would use. I think he said,
Kathy,
victory or death.
the lawyers keep objecting and getting overruled.
You're talking about Ali Alexander here?
Yes.
And the question then is, using language like that gave you a concern about, as you said, inciting. And I guess it wasn't the way you spoke about things, I guess. Is that right? Your answer? Yeah, I'm not like that. And I mean, I guess I would probably I'm passionate. I'm very passionate. And I mean, I can get people fired up. But I'm not going to go out there and say victory or death. I mean, that's just, to me, that's ridiculous. And you don't know if somebody's going to take it seriously, right? Literally. So I'm not a fan of that. Did you give that answer in your interview?
I did.
And you were concerned that from the page before that rhetoric like that could incite people to violence?
I don't think that is helpful, yes.
You actually said inciting on the page before?
Right.
So rhetoric like that.
Well, I don't have a very wide vocabulary, sir.
Depends on your definition of inciting.
Now, you'd be especially worried if somebody as powerful and as popular as the president of the United States used rhetoric like that, wouldn't you?
I mean, the number of people use rhetoric like that, I personally do not.
But he's not brown, sir.
Rhetoric could be viewed as inciting violence. You'd be quite concerned that somebody who had the biggest bullhorn probably in the history of the world saying things like that.
I would never be concerned about President Trump inciting violence. He wouldn't do that. That's not how he is.
Let's go to plaintiff's 148, page 49, tweet at the bottom. And you see there on December 26, 2020, if a Democrat presidential candidate had an election rigged and stolen with proof of such acts as a level never seen before, the the Democrat senators will consider it an act of war, a fight to the death. You see that?
I do.
That's the type of rhetoric that would concern you could incite violence.
I mean, he was using that metaphorically there, fight to the death, just like we're gonna fight for freedom or whatever. I don't think he was inciting violence there.
Well, he didn't say freedom, he said death.
Right, and I'm saying, he was saying metaphorically. But look, there have been many things that the President of the United States has said that I didn't agree with. So I'm not gonna agree with everything he says, but I do not think he would ever incite violence, or get his people to do that. That's just not him. That's not the way he is.
Well, you're not inside his mind, ma'am, are you?
I'm not inside of his mind, but I know him.
And you've not been a part of every conversation that he's been a part of?
No.
Now, put aside President Trump, you do know that in the lead up to January 6th, some organizers of the January 6th rally were using language like victory or death, the very language you said you wouldn't use.
Okay.
Can you show me that?
Yeah, let's.
Yeah, roll tape, bitch.
Let's look at.
Should we just rewind? Maybe we should just rewind 30 minutes. I mean.
And you see that that is a tweet from Women for America First.
Ooh! Oh,
from
shit!
January 2nd, 2021.
Damn
and it's
interns.
retweeting news about Senator Cruz circulating a letter calling for the rejection of electoral college results until a 10-day audit can be conducted to examine unprecedented allegations of voter fraud. Do you see that?
That's the 10-day pause. That's how they got the senators on board to do the objection, because senators didn't want to outright decline the electors. They wanted a strategy, so they did the 10-day pause.
Oh.
Yes, Your Honor.
Because a senator had to come with a house member in order to reject or to object to state's electors, and that's the only way they could get senators on board. And that's when Eastman brought in the strategy that was used in, I think, like 1887 or something. About, it was called the election commission, and it was a commission made up of people to determine the evidence or something, and blah blah blah. And that's what they were trying to do. That's how they got the senators on board, because the senators wanted more plausible deniability to couple with the House of Representatives.
I'm not sure who's pulling it up for us, but somebody is. Could you?
Because if you look at the news in Breitbart leading up to it, they were counting the number of senators that they were beginning to convince, and they hadn't had enough. And then they started implementing with Ted Cruz the 10-day pause. He wrote a letter with other senators, with Josh Hawley and Marsha Blackburn and a few others. And that's the only reason why they joined the House to object.
Wow.
Yes.
And he's not telling his supporters to react this way? Now, you had strong views on the 2020 election about whether it was stolen, don't you?
I do.
And you were the organizer of a bunch of rallies leading up to January 6th and on January 6th, weren't you?
Yes.
And you did everything in your power to keep all those things peaceful, didn't you? How did you make sure, how did you want your rallies to go forth? What was your plan for them?
We are, all of my rallies, I mean, I've never had any violence in front of Tea Party days up.
Oh boy.
Point. I mean, we are peaceful, happy warriors, and that's just not who we are.
Thank you.
So I want to stay that way.
Thank you, ma'am. No more questions.
Could I pull up the tweet where she has her guns with the smoke and like the smoke machine, the fog machine? You know?
Yeah.
Where she has like really, really poor gun handling, and she basically like almost shoots somebody next to her in the face because she like crosses over him pointing it like a fucking idiot.
Thank you so much for your testimony today. You are released.
So, Your Honor, our next witness is Tom Van
So here's the other thing. Do you remember the Kylie Jane tweet saying, "I'm sorry, Mama, I had to. Pick up your phone. Pick up your phone." Kylie Jane was panicking in 2021. I'm going to find it. Because I fucking screenshotted those bitches.
I gotta go find my slow-mo promo video of their gun video. It's so funny. I just can't leave the screen, and I'm stuck in traffic. But as soon as I get home, I will.
Well, we're on a break, so we're going to the beach. Hold on. Here we go.
Can you go search Gal Suburban and see where I have that video? It's somewhere. What did I say about it? I'm trying to think of the exact
word.
The exact terminology of when you flag. Is it called flagging when you point your gun in the direction of like your buddy,
Right.
What is it called? Oh my god. It's like my brain is sorry.
It's all right.
But it's like when you is it flagging? Like when you're not using good gun safety? What is it called?
I don't know. I have no.
Hold on, it'll come to me.
The team will also help.
Because I am a gun owner, and I am actually a very good shot. My dad, taught me from when I was like 9. I have no issue personally with people having knowledge of how guns work and why you should understand their threat and their danger and how to dismantle them if you find one. Like, you should know how to take, you should know where the safety is. You should know how to take, the magazine out. You should know these things. Because if you are in a situation, you want to be able to protect yourself and people around you. Like, I'm not saying you should just own guns and play with guns because whatever. I'm saying for your own personal safety, you should at least be familiarized with how they operate and how to, take them apart or make it so that they can't shoot you. Like, it's very,
kind of dismantle. Yeah. No, it makes sense.
If you have to live in a world that is that dangerous, you should understand the things that are dangerous and be able to make them less dangerous to your personal safety.
Yeah. I mean, I lived in Maine too, and I know hunters and stuff like that. And I don't have a problem with the ownership of guns. I really don't. I want us to have as many freedoms as we can. I just want us to have responsible laws, because guess what? It turns out we can't be left to our own devices, okay? Because we can't be trusted. So we need some guardrails. Sorry. That's just the way it is. I don't know what the answer is, but I know it's not what we've got right now. So let's go to the table. Can't even believe it. All right, I'm gonna go to the restroom because I have to pee. It's been an hour and 45 minutes to pee. And we're gonna watch this campfire, and Gal's gonna sit in traffic and hopefully be safe and get home soon so that she can chill. Right. Oh, there's a good one, Siegfried. Excellent points, Gal. I've spoken to too many people who own a gun but have never shot one before and don't plan on taking a course or doing any other type of learning on how to use them. That seems really dangerous. Gun owner here, NRA hater also. It's the rhetoric, extremist rhetoric, and severe targeting with it. Right. Yeah, it's just not, I don't know. Oops, wait, here we go. The guy whose house I quit this week, he believes that kids are being taught extremely sexual shit in schools. I really would like these people who are so convinced that bad stuff's happening inside schools. I would love for them to actually come to those schools, because getting parents to come to schools was sometimes, oh, you might be glitching. Okay, I'll put the link back up. Having parents come to schools was actually one of the toughest parts of my job. So I would be delighted if they wanted to come in and talk about anything. Melissa, I sent my son to a hunter safety course when he was 11 before he went hunting with his grandfather. It's the smart thing to do to learn how to use them properly. Yes, it just makes sense. It's a very, very dangerous weapon, right? Like, it's a very dangerous weapon. There's no, oh wait, here we go. Sorry about this. I got out of control here. A View from the Chiefs. Oh, I like Neil Gaiman. I really like Neil Gaiman. I like him a lot. Okay, I'm going to put the link up so that when Gal has a moment, she can come back. And then I'm going to go to the restroom and then maybe grab the coffee that I started. And then let me keep an eye too on what is happening in the courtroom. Anything? Dear. They're not back yet. Okay. Oh, they haven't ended it. That's interesting. Or maybe they have. Okay, BRB. Hold on. Are we back yet? Oh man. I hope everybody's day's going well. We just kind of jumped into things, didn't we? Woo. My son did, oh, hi Pepper. My son did courses while in Scouts as a kid. Oh, that's interesting. Now does instruction training. Oh. Quiet so you get to make the call after. What does that mean? What I do? Fireside chats with. Oh, in the witness. No. Oh my God. Siegfried, I feel really. Okay, you have to go back when you have a chance because it's Amy Kramer from Women for Trump. Women for March for Trump for this, for that. And she got nailed. Wait, what, Ted? Quiet so you can make the call. What's that mean? Liz probably gets it. I'm kind of like, whoa. No, it's not my birthday. No, that was just a joke. Lester was making a joke. I don't have birthdays anymore. Hi, Joanna. Oh, thank you, Joanna. Okay, here we go. God, you guys are the best. Thank you so much. Here we go. Oh, is this the fucking... Oh, man. I hate C-SPAN. I mean, I don't, obviously. C-SPAN's awesome. Oh, wait. No, it's not. Why is it... All right, come on now. Why is it not showing? Let me just see if it takes me to part one. Yeah. Takes me to part 1. Oh, and there she is. In my jacquard sweater with my picture of a big boat behind me. I have a big boat. I'm on a yacht, motherfucker. Don't you ever forget. I'm on a yacht, motherfucker. Don't you ever forget. What is my dog barking? Why is the dog barking? Why is the dog barking? Why? I don't see it, Joanna. What am I missing? Is C-SPAN behind? That's not atypical. I'm okay. The sun's always coming up here in Lolo's lounge. All right, come on now. Come on now. Come on now. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. Ha, ha, ha. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. Woo. Oh, Diana, you're so nice. You're so sweet to gift a membership. Thank you. Ooh, stop doing that. If you would like a membership, Diana gifted one. And if you click it and then accept gifts, it can attach it to you. Like you can have a month membership. And the beauty of that membership is that we have special movie nights for members. Although I think we're going to start doing movie nights other times too, but I want to make sure that members get something unique. Unique. Lee, good morning. Oh my God, Lee. It was Amy frickin' Kramer. Amy frickin' Kramer. Yeah, please do, Siegfried. Please do. Oh, sorry. Okay, Joanna, no problem. It's very confusing. Oh, another. Stop. You're so sweet. You're the sweetest. Diana, you're being too kind. But yeah, memberships are $1.99 a month, less than a pumpkin spice latte. And it's definitely worth a rewatch when you have like a little time, about an hour or so, I guess. Yeah, but it's a little hard to hear her, so it can be a little frustrating, but I think what's interesting about it is that it really forced her to admit that the actions on January 6th were violent, were wrong, were morally reprehensible, which I think discredits her as a witness for Trump's campaign to remain on the ballot. So I think from that standpoint, it was a very effective cross-examination. I would actually watch the cross-examination. I don't know, even more so maybe than the direct, to save yourself a little bit of time, because the direct was really just establishing that she's just a nice lady who believes deeply in freedom, right? And freedom and family, and faith. That's what Amy Kramer believes in, and that's all she wanted you to think that she believes in. But you know what? It turns out that there are just so many receipts that speak to otherwise, that it is very difficult to avoid being actually maligned with violence. So I think that, yes, I did say that. Well, I guess I was feeling a little salty that day, Your Honor. And I just had enough. I've had enough, you see. Yeah, still the fact that I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to find these tweets because at some point in like 2022, Kylie Jane Kramer, who is Amy Kramer's daughter, for those of you who don't know, which I think most of you do, Kylie Jane is also part of Women for Trump and a co-planner of all the festivities. And she really freaked out I think it was summer. I'm going to have to find it. And there was a series of tweets that were deleted, of course, that were to her mother. And clearly there was a point in time when her mother stopped talking to her. And I think, I can't remember if we had gone, I think it was because at that point, Kylie Jane had, I think, testified first. And so, putting 2 and 2 together and getting 5. Yeah, so I got to find those because that was a priceless little insight into the panic that was happening in the Kramer household. Because Amy Kramer is good friends with Ginny Thomas. And so Amy was very well informed about how things were happening and what the role of the rallies were and all of that. So she can wrap herself in as much leopard jacquard as she wants to and sit in front of bad paintings. And, but it's not going to work. It's just not going to work. So, sorry, Amy.
Follow and engage with C-SPAN on Twitter,
You
Instagram,
lose.
and Facebook at C-SPAN.
Nobody uses Facebook. All right. Anyway, thank you for that repass. And for letting me pee. Did we get an answer on the firearm? Oh, a sweep? It was when you mishandle a firearm. What is it? Flagging. Oh, no. No worries. No worries. Take your time. We're getting into it. Oh, cool. Assaulted women for Trump. Hey, man. My mom's from Texas. Well, my mom grew up in Texas. She was born somewhere else. My dad was in Missouri, so they had a little bit of a twang sometimes. Not all the time. Ginny, Sydney, and Cleta. Don't forget Cleta, Diana. It's really the fearsome foursome. It's the 4 horsewomen of the apocalypse. It's the 4 horsewomen of the Botox lip filler. Who's sorry now? And then what are we going to do? Hot mic. Clitta. Oh, you sent the gun video? Hold on. Let's see. Oh, I'm like, what? Oh my God. Oh, yes. We're playing this. Damn. We're playing this. Where's that judge? Is she there yet? Come on. Come on, video. Come on, video. Come on, video. I don't know who the next witness is. Okay, we're going to get it. We're going to get it. Hold on. It's coming. No! Not ready yet. Hi, Jay. Yay. Hi, love. Hold on.
It's my understanding that there continues to be streaming of these proceedings.
Oh, shit.
By individuals or entities who have not received permission from the court. I'm from Chief Justice Directive 2303, put out by the Colorado Supreme Court, which specifically says,
I think I'm in contempt of court, y'all.
that unless a court grants express permission, or unless otherwise covered,
You didn't tell us that before.
no proceeding may be published, live streamed, or recorded other than for the official court record. I have given express permission to every single entity who made a timely request, and that was an actual media entity. So to the extent that those who are watching are doing so in violation of this court order, I again reiterate that it is prohibited under Colorado law.
I don't live in Colorado.
I was surprised to hear that again. I thought.
Well, you know what's interesting is that recordings of it are all over the fucking internet. You stupid
apparently
bitch.
I'm no longer connected to the WebEx. Do you see me in the room? Let me try again. I apologize, Your Honor. It just popped up as you started speaking that.
I'm telling you right now, all of the recordings of other channels that are not on the approved list, because I looked at the court order. Thank you, Joe Dempsey, for sending me the court order. I looked at the fucking court order, and it does not have a bunch of people that have recordings up of it. So I'm going to ask for forgiveness instead of permission.
I have one exhibit that I'm going to offer. It's one video, 1082. Would you be able to?
I'm sure I'm doing a wrong thing. I understand it. She doesn't want it restreamed.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. The problem is
she wants all of you to go watch it on your own.
My computer, for some reason, apparently my internet's in the computer is causing trouble.
And we're currently running off of my computer, so
I don't care.
Can we?
I'm sorry. I know I'm in trouble, but I don't care.
Okay, we're gonna just try it this.
I mean, I do care.
We'll see what happens.
Because I'm a rule follower, but
I see that.
Right, I see him up there. He just won't be able to see me.
It's fine. I don't care. I mean, I do care, but I don't care.
I guess maybe he can from that camera.
Yeah, if he sees what I see, he can see.
Okay, great.
Who's the witness?
Mr. Van Flyne.
Mr. Van Flyne, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, and we can hear you.
Ma'am,
as well.
this is YouTube.
Speak up, okay?
This is a YouTube.
Can you raise your
There's
right
only
hand?
one camera. No, there's one camera and one video camera and one
Do you
still
swear
camera.
that
So I read the order.
The testimony you will provide to this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Great.
Thank you for making time for us today, Mr. Van Flyne.
No, I don't care.
And,
I mean, I do care, but I don't care. I
just
don't
try
get
to
that much
stay
traction.
fairly close
There
to the
are
microphone
27 people
so the court
watching this.
reporter
Come
can
on
hear
now.
you if you don't mind.
Hi, have a good one, Joe. We'll be looking at your live tweets of
Thank
that.
you very much. Thank you, sir. So, Mr. Van Flyne, can you tell us what your job is currently?
Currently, I am general counsel and chief of staff of Congressman Gosar from Arizona.
And how long have you been in that position?
Since approximately 2012.
I don't know if it really matters. I mean, yes, it matters, I guess, Ted, but
Gosar, yes.
I don't know. I feel like this is one I would stand up in
G-O-S-A-R,
court
is that
and
what you said?
face, right? I'll take my lumps. How about
Thank you.
that? I'll take my fucking lumps.
On January 6th,
Put me in Colorado
were
jail.
you in Washington, D.C.?
It was.
And at some point, did you go to the Ellipse
Because I'm
for
sick
the
of fucking
rally
not
that
having
was there?
information out there. I'm sick of it.
To the rally, 8:30 in the morning.
And why were you going to the rally that day?
Invited.
Well, because I'm not C-SPAN. They have permission. I don't.
Show support at a rally, basically, with some speakers. There was obviously an electoral count proceeding later that afternoon, and this rally was, I think, done in anticipation of that to highlight what was going on in Congress.
Although I'm fairly confident there are some pink MAGA.
I'm sorry, Mr. Van Flyne, you said.
Thomas Van
you
Fine.
had invited-
F-E-I-N, I think.
Somebody else that you were referring to?
I did. I went with Congressman Gosar and my wife was
And had the rally started when you arrived?
there. No. We got
Oh, here we go.
prior to as people were setting up. We were backstage for a while as the guests and speakers were showing up, and they were doing the pre-rally.
Thanks, Oomph and Diana.
Setting still and getting ready. I don't think it started until a little bit after 9, and we were there by 8:30.
And how late did you stay?
Stayed there until approximately 10:40, I would say.
And so did you see President Trump speak?
No, I saw most of the speakers up until him. I maybe missed one prior to him.
And can you describe the rally for us in terms of what the crowd looked like to you?
In case you're watching this, Your Honor. Sorry. Okay, I'm not being flip. I mean, I am, but I'm not. I am, but only till I'm not.
And but people were in a good mood. Were listening to music. They were broadcasting music with loudspeakers. It was pretty festive.
Thank you. And did you take any videos that day?
I did.
And did you take a video of Vernon Jones speaking?
I believe I did, yes.
Okay, could we play Exhibit 1082?
Yes, are you going to blame this on Vernon Jones?
Your Honor, we're not presenting the video to show Vernon Jones is speaking, where it actually shows the crowd as he's speaking, and the point is to see the crowd.
Well, I'm gonna let it, but I just maybe disagree. Eastman, Giuliani.
Why don't you mute it?
Like I said, this is not about showing the speaker. So, is it you or is it me? Okay, it's gonna be you. Okay. Just a minute here, Mr. Van Flein. We're working through the technology to get the video up.
All right.
Well, there's some others, less obvious ones.
So, Mr. Van Flein, in that video, you panned around to the crowd. Was that a good was what the crowd looked like in that video a good representation of what you saw when you're there that day? And can you describe again for us how you view the crowd that you saw in the video?
You're gonna have to speak up or get closer to the microphone, Mr. Van Flein, sorry.
Okay.
Seriously.
I walked through on the way there and walked through on the way out, and was next to was just that way. They were cheering, they were chanting USA, sometimes broke out singing or praying, and it was, like I said, more like a festival than a rally. It was no anger.
And did you see any hate or anger among the crowd at all?
Not when I was.
And at any point, and you said you left the rally around 10:45. Is that correct? Did I get that time right?
Yeah, give or take. That's pretty accurate.
And then you walked back to the Capitol. Is that correct?
We actually got a ride back. We walked to where the Department of Interior building was, and then got a ride to the Rayburn building, actually, not the Capitol.
And did you see anything notable on the way back to the Capitol?
On the way back, things were still very calm. There were, isolated groups of people walking. I think some going still in the direction of the rally, to attend the rally, and some going the opposite direction. But on the streets at that moment, there was nothing.
And did you see anybody with BLM shirts at any time during that morning?
I did. Later on in the morning, I walked over to Capitol.
Sir, can I remind you you're under oath?
I was on the south side of Independence Avenue, and on the north side, there were a couple gentlemen wearing BLM T-shirts, or shirts rather, maybe a T-shirt, but BLM shirts. They seemed aggravated.
And were they kicking signs or anything along those lines?
They didn't leave, and they were chanting loudly and just seemed visibly agitated. And that was.
Oh, they're already. I bet you they're the ones that are busy calling the courthouse. Whatever.
Library of Congress, which is right across the street from the Capitol.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have no more questions for this witness, but we would like to move admission of 1082.
Any objection?
Pertaining to the speech,
The video we just saw, yeah.
on the understanding that this would allow the other speeches to begin with this relevant.
Oh yeah, let's do it.
Well, I'm not gonna rule on that, but I will offer that I will bid 1082, not for the truth of what's being said, but for the reaction of the crowd.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Van Flein.
Here we go.
Good afternoon.
So there were thousands of people at the Ellipse rally. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
And you had no way of knowing what each one of those thousands of people were doing throughout the day, did you?
No.
And you had a limited vantage point. You were only able to tell what the people in your immediate area were doing at any given moment, right?
Absolutely.
And about how long were you at the Ellipse rally?
Approximately 2 hours.
And what was the time frame there?
Roughly 8:30 to 10:30 or 10:45, in that range.
Okay. And you testified that the crowd that you saw at the Ellipse rally, at least from your vantage point, was peaceful. Is that accurate?
Right?
That is accurate.
Are you aware that the Secret Service confiscated hundreds
Right.
of weapons from rally attendees that passed through security that day at the Ellipse rally?
I'm aware that was debunked.
Oh, bitch.
Well, let me show you some findings from the
bunk
January
it by-
6th
let me
Select
bunk it
Committee.
right
Can you
up.
pull up Exhibit 78, Finding 107? Can you see that on your screen?
Yes.
So do you see that the list of confiscated weapons included 242 canisters of pepper spray?
That's not a
I see
weapon.
that.
You see that it includes 269 knives or blades,
I see that as well.
18 brass knuckles,
I see that.
18 tasers,
I see that.
30 batons or blunt instruments,
Yes.
17 miscellaneous items, including scissors, needles, or screwdrivers. Do you see that?
I do.
And were you also aware that or are you aware that the Secret Service observed members of the crowd wearing tactical gear, such as ballistic helmets, body armor, military-grade backpacks?
Maybe I saw none of that. I will say, as for the finding on the 7th here, one thing that is concerning are the brass knuckles, which are contraband, and the gas masks. Anyone bringing gas masks?
I don't know if he did it. No, Ron Watkins did that. He's what's his name? Scroll up, Jay Rance. Gal says who he is.
These are commonly used by many people, particularly women in Washington, D.C. for self-defense and whatnot. None of that is illegal or wrong.
So you acknowledge that if people had gas masks there, they probably had some forewarning that there would be tear gas there deployed that day?
Yeah, I find that concerning. I found it concerning that members of Congress were not warned of these findings. Apparently, this is known as much as a day or two in advance. And I don't think I would have Congress would go to a rally if we knew there was an intention of violence.
Now, Mr. Van Flein, you said you didn't see President Trump speak that day, did you?
Not live. I caught some of it in my office. We had to go to the office preparing for the objections into the Electoral Count Act of 1887, and so we still had some work to do for that, which is why we had to get back to the office. The electoral counting is done alphabetically by state. Arizona is one of the first ones to be called, so we have to be ready to go by one.
Understood. Okay, so I want to show you some of the crowd's reactions to President Trump's speech at the Ellipse. Could we pull up Exhibit 165, starting at time marker 143?
Can we pull up the exhibit of all the grandmas sitting there crying with tears streaming down their face?
Anyone you want, right here, we're going to walk down to the Capitol.
Well, I wasn't standing back there. Parlor? What's parlor?
Mr. Van Flein, did you see that video?
Yes.
Did you hear members of the crowd yell, storm the Capitol, invade the Capitol building, take the Capitol? And did that appear to be a video from the Ellipse on January 6th? But you didn't hear anything like that at the Ellipse rally that day when you were there?
I was busy yelling, hang Mike Pence.
So, Mr. Van Flein, do you know Ali Alexander?
I met him.
And you know that Mr. Alexander founded an organization called Stop the Steal LLC?
I don't know the legal structure, but I'm aware of Stop the Steal.
You know that Mr. Alexander organized Stop the Steal rallies after the 2020 election?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And you told ProPublica in June 2021 that you were in regular contact with Mr. Alexander in the period after the 2020 election, didn't you?
Yes, he organized probably at least 3 Stop the Steal rallies in Phoenix, Arizona.
And was that with Representative Gosar?
I'm not sure if all of them were with Representative Gosar, but I think Representative Gosar spoke at least once or twice at those rallies, along with other elected officials.
You told ProPublica that, quote, Ali was very talented and put on some very good rallies on short notice, and that they had a, quote, great turnout. Is that right?
Yes, this is about Arizona. He is talented.
Okay. About how many communications did you have with Mr. Alexander between Election Day 2020 and January 6, 2021?
I do not know that.
Would you say, if you had to ballpark it, dozens?
Are we talking phone calls, text messages, in-person meetings, all communications?
All of the above.
Did you get any dick pics from him?
At least a dozen. Are you aware of the violent rhetoric that Mr. Alexander used at Stop the Steal rallies in the lead up to January 6, 2021?
I'm aware of the fiery rhetoric. I've been on all political spectrum, and maybe always said some fiery rhetoric as well.
Well, let me give you some examples. I'm sorry, did you finish your answer?
Yes.
Let me give you some examples. Did you know that during a Stop the Steal rally outside of the Georgia State Capitol in November 2020, Mr. Alexander urged the crowd to, quote, storm the Capitol with him?
There's some difference of opinion.
Did you know that at a different Stop the Steal rally in front of the Georgia Governor's Mansion in November 2020,
yes.
Mr. Alexander goaded the crowd by saying, quote, we'll light the whole shit on fire. You aware of that?
There's a story behind that, basically.
Did you know that Mr. Alexander told the crowd at a Stop the Steal rally at the U.S. Capitol on January 5th, 2021, that, quote, "We must rebel. I'm not even sure I'm going to leave D.C. We might make this Fort Trump."
Can you read that again?
Sure. The quote is from January 5th, 2021, and Mr. Alexander said, quote, "We must rebel. I'm not even sure I'm going to leave D.C. We might make this Fort Trump."
I'm not sure I understand what he's saying there. He must make what?
Did you know that Mr. Alexander was part of a group chat in which he communicated with Proud Boys leader Enrique Tarrio and Oath Keepers leader Stuart Rhodes between Election Day 2020 and January 6, 2021?
I am not part of that.
Oh, you're under oath,
Did you know
sir.
that Mr. Alexander was in
You're
contact
under
with those
oath,
two
sir.
individuals?
Oh, yeah, I'm going to do the link. Hold on.
I was not aware.
Did you know that on the morning of January 6, 2021, at 3:13 a.m., Mr. Alexander tweeted, quote, "First official day of the rebellion."
Excuse me, Your Honor. I apologize. We are waiting on this stuff. I didn't let it go because I understand that we're trying to allow this to happen, but we are waiting on this vote. This sounds purely like an attempt to get all sorts of statements made by Mr. Alexander from you, as opposed to actually asking questions that he's going to get answers to in public court.
Your Honor, if I may, I will connect it up to January 6 with the next question.
Okay, I'll allow one question, but I agree that this is going from the field.
But Mr. Van Fleen, you were unaware of that tweet by Mr. Alexander?
Yeah, I'm not aware of that.
You were in communication with Mr. Alexander on January 6, weren't you?
I would say probably. We have to confirm, where it would be and stuff like that.
In fact, you exchanged more than oh, I'm sorry, were you talking?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I don't know specifically what we said unless you
Well, let me refresh your memory.
print out a text message or something, but I'm sure I was in contact with that way.
Mr. Hain, please pull up Exhibit 167. So, Mr. Van Fleen, I'll represent to you that this is a compilation of text messages to and from Mr. Alexander that was publicly released by the January 6th Select Committee.
Fuck yes.
And if we zoom in on the bottom corner here, you'll see that there's a GPO seal showing that this is an authenticated U.S. government record. Do you see that?
I do.
Excuse me, Your Honor. I still don't see the connection to the direct thing.
This is about Mr. Van Flein's communications on January 6th with an individual who was involved in organizing rallies that day.
Yeah, I'm just gonna let me see what happens, and then we can just try to get some different connections made.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
So let's look at the text messages. And just a note here that some of the text is garbled and the commas appear as apostrophes. So we'll try our best to read it. And Mr. Van Flein, if you have any trouble, just let me know.
These aren't texts from Mr. Van Flein.
They are.
Oh, okay.
So if we could go to page 34.
Excuse me, Your Honor, I don't see how they are.
I think we're just looking.
Yeah, we're looking at.
Things coming out now.
Yeah. So we're on page 34, and there's a text at 5:36 a.m. on January 6th. And Mr. Alexander texted you, "Non-speaking members of Congress need to be there by 8:30. We don't have a shuttle. I will make sure they have security escorts walking back to the Capitol when it is time for session." Do you see that?
Yeah. Is that from me?
That is from Mr. Alexander to you. And you two were communicating that morning about members of Congress attending the Ellipse rally that day. Is that right?
Well, Jack, these are my text messages. I was never notified. I was never subpoenaed for this. I was never given a chance to object to the disclosure of this text message. I don't know if it's authentic. I am not authenticated.
Oh, fuck off. You do too.
I've never seen this.
So, Mr. Van Flein, as I mentioned, and as I represented to you, this is authenticated information released by the January 6th Select Committee, and it's been stamped by an official GPO seal. So this is an official government record, and I can...
What I'm telling you is the communications are not, I don't know if this is accurate. I don't care if you put a stamp on it. This information, this text messaging, if it is authentic, was not obtained lawfully. I was never served with subpoena.
Do you deny
you
that?
are under oath.
Yes.
We're going to move on because he is allowed to ask you questions about this document. And we understand that you didn't release these records, but they apparently were released by Mr. Alexander.
So, Mr. Van Flein,
sorry, Mr. Van
going back to what the
Flein.
text message says, you two were communicating here about members of Congress attending the Ellipse rally that day.
Yes.
Is that about right? Yes? So members of Congress needed security escorts because there was potential for violence on that day. Isn't that right?
There's a potential for violence every day when you're an elected official. There are many leftists and others who make threats to members of Congress and other.
Oh, really? When they stand out on the steps? How about then?
We have security briefings regularly. We have to go through security just to go into the Capitol, go into any of the office buildings. So dealing with potential violence is something that all elected officials have to be aware of.
So let's go to page 35 to the text message at 5:37 a.m. Mr. Alexander wrote to you here, quote, "We want 30 members minimum." And you responded, "Okay." Do you see that?
I see this.
Okay. And then to the next text, also on page 35 at 5:46 a.m., you wrote to Mr. Alexander,
Gal.
quote,
Sorry.
"The objections are getting
So
signed.
sorry, Gal.
They want a wet signature instead of auto pen. The doc can be signed quickly." Do you see that?
I do have objections, Your Honor. Now we're getting into issues about the actual certification of votes as opposed to the rally issue when you talk about it.
So, Your Honor, my understanding was that there was a one-touch rule with these witnesses and that we get to ask all questions we want of the witnesses, particularly relating to the events of January 6th. While they're on the stand, we aren't able to recall the witnesses. So we believe that this is fair game. And it's also within the scope of direct because Mr. Van Flein testified about his activities on January 6th and his connection to the rally that day and Representative Gosar's activities that day.
He also specifically testified that he had to get back to the office to work on exactly what these text messages are about. So I'm going to overrule the objection and you can address any of these things on redirect, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
So again, you were referring in this text message to Representative Gosar's objections to the counting of Arizona's electoral college votes that day. Is that right?
This is correct.
And let's go to page 35 again at 5:48 a.m. on January 6th. Mr. Alexander texted you, quote, "Can we send an email to the entire House Freedom Caucus if they all need to be at the Ellipse? POTUS wants force." Do you see that?
I see that.
And you responded, "We'll ask now." See that?
Oh, Ali is going to fuck these
So,
guys
Mr.
so
Van Flein,
hard.
is it fair to say you were coordinating with Ali Alexander on January 6th?
I was in communication.
Yes.
And these text messages show that he asked you to do things and then you did them.
Well, I'm not sure. I didn't know that. Said that. I don't think that the electorate of the Freedom Caucus may not. But I didn't know if that's a fair statement. The text says we'll ask now. Whether I did ask now, I'm not sure.
So you may have just lied to him? Is that what you're suggesting?
No, what I'm saying is there's a lot going on with it, and I can't get to everything that we want to get.
There's a lot.
So, Mr. Van Flein, I want to skip past the rally and talk about when you were at the Capitol building. You started texting with Mr. Alexander again, didn't you?
I would put more objection on maybe on direct. Just because he happened to go through, just because he mentioned that he was going back to the Capitol for the counting of the electoral votes, that wasn't the substance of the testimony. The substance of the testimony was about what happened at the Capitol, again, the Ellipse and the rally. And however, we were way beyond that.
You're gonna ask me any questions about the siege of the Capitol?
Both the siege and the electoral vote objections, which he had already testified about. And Your Honor, we would submit that his testimony about the knowledge of violence that day and the attack that day is relevant and is within the scope of direct. And in fairness, we have no ability to recall this witness and ask him these questions.
Your Honor, first of all, let me address the second piece first. They rested their case, they didn't call him. And if they had called him, at one time we would have made it for us to talk to him at that point. It doesn't give him an opportunity to comment. The second piece is that, again, this was all about what happened at the ELS. We're talking about the rally that was coordinated by Amy Kramer and what happened there. We're not talking, never once did we raise a question about the attack on the Capitol here on that day. And so he's trying to get in all sorts of additional information that he doesn't need to touch his prayer testimony.
So, Your Honor, as a practical matter,
Well, first of all, what's the other witness list?
he was not on our witness list, no.
So you weren't gonna.
He looks like he's frantically emailing someone like, fuck, what do I do?
What do I do? What do I do?
And I'm gonna apply they eliminated very limited direct Mr. Mayfly.
Ma'am, the defense walked right into this. Let it happen.
Right.
He's opened the door when he testified that he had to rush back to go deal with those issues. But he's not going to talk about whatever his reaction may or may not have been to the siege of the Capitol.
Understood, Your Honor. So I want to talk about Representative Gozar's objections that day to the counting of electoral college votes.
And the timing of them.
Representative Gozar's objection was based on concerns of alleged voter fraud. Is that right?
I would say election irregularities.
You supported and worked on that objection, didn't you?
Yes.
What do you mean worked on?
And you did so because you think the 2020 election was stolen from President Trump.
What about that airplane on the tarmac at Phoenix Sky Harbor?
You don't think the election was stolen from President Trump?
No, I don't know. What I worked on was there were reports from elected officials in Arizona, county and state legislators indicating that there were multiple irregularities. I don't know if it resulted in stealing the election from Trump.
You're aware that President Trump has claimed that the election was stolen from him, are you?
I know that.
So you disagree with President Trump?
No, that's
Objection, Your Honor.
No, let him do it. Let him do it.
Let's move on, please.
Last question on this. Representative Gosar won re-election on the same ballot as the presidential ballot for 2020. Isn't that right?
Objection, Your Honor. Now we're talking about Representative Gozar's re-election.
So, Your Honor, this is about the...
He just testified that there was voting irregularities, and that's why they were objecting on the floor of Congress. And his boss was elected in the exact same election. You can ask him whether he thought that was also whether there was irregularities in that election as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Van Flein, do you need me to repeat the question?
Yes, because someone hasn't answered my text yet. Hi, basket package.
And did Representative Gosar object to his own re-election on the basis of alleged voter irregularities?
Oh, hell no.
No, he did not have any concern that his election was contaminated with any election irregularities. Most of his voting counties at that time was Yavapai, Mohave County, and Yuma County, and Paz County. None of those counties, even in the presidential election, concerns were implicated. It's Maricopa County and Pima County where the elected officials in Arizona had the most concern. In addition, Congressman Gosar
Someone sent him this. He's reading it.
20
Yep.
points in that election, maybe 25 points. It's not close at all. Whereas in a close race, any election irregularities can be outcome true. In the case of Mr. Biden and President Trump, or President Biden and Mr. Trump, however you want to look at that, the elections are closer. And if there's an election irregularity within
Sir, that's fucking President Biden to you.
votes cast, it's a lot easier or a lot more concerning when you win 20 votes. It's not as urgent or concerning.
Understood. President Trump carried the state of Arizona in 2016, isn't that right?
To my knowledge, yeah.
And did Representative Gosar object to President Trump's victory in that state in 2016?
Let's sustain the objection. Let's move on, please.
That was my final question. Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh,
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
oh, why?
Mr. Van Flein, counsel asked you about one of the J6 committee findings. Do you remember that? Was that Exhibit 107?
I think it was Exhibit 78, finding 107.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, 78. Yeah, finding 107. Do you think that the January 6th committee's findings are credible?
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Yeah, hold on. You're going to have to get closer and speak up.
What a stupid redirect. It's redirect, dumbass.
Committee was initiating an investigation in good faith. It was starting with a conclusion, which is not a good way to start an investigation. They selected evidence that they wanted, in my opinion.
And when you say they selected evidence that they wanted, why is that a problem?
Selected evidence.
Well,
Okay, boomer.
consider all evidence and not discard or not even bother to investigate evidence that could run counter to the theory that you started with. Actually, a real investigation wouldn't even start with, but you would just start with gathering facts and seeing the things. They started with a conclusion and looked for evidence to support that conclusion. That's my fundamental disagreement with how that committee did its job.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Mr. Van Flein, no more questions, Your Honor.
I just wanted to let everybody know that my current
So I think he's done.
little icon-y thingy or avatar is him being an idiot.
Well, what his opinions on January 6th committees are, they want to ask him about recommendations and those opinions. I'm going to let them.
Okay.
I don't know if they want to or not.
Briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Van Flein, what visibility did you have into the process of the January 6th Select Committee? What visibility did you have into the process of the January 6th Select Committee?
Visibility I had was what was ever being public as a member of that committee or member of staff. So I'm only aware of what was being public.
So you have no personal knowledge of the inner workings of that committee?
The inner workings, no, I was not on the committee.
Thank you. No further questions.
The thing is, the FBI report that you already done on this issue. And
Your Honor, I would move to strike this answer.
Sir, shut up. Stop talking. Your attorney wants you to shut the fuck up.
Read your text. Read your text, Joe.
Does you want to ask another question?
Or Phil, or whatever the fuck your name is. Thomas. Oh, I'm here. I'm sorry. I just had to walk out and give my daughter something.
Oh, but you can hear me, right?
I could totally hear you. I'm so sorry.
So, Mr. Van Flein,
cool.
you're starting to talk about
Perfect.
an FBI report. Is that correct?
I did miss who is your avatar now.
to me, the FBI had already investigated.
Oh, it's Van Flein. Van
Oh.
Flein.
Van Flem.
President Trump and any of the rally organizers in terms of planning violence or promoting violence or even expecting to be issued or Reuters to exclusively.
Your Honor, this has nothing to do with the January 6th report and completely
It's also hearsay. He's talking about some report that I read, but never seen that he has presented as evidence in this case.
It's August 20th, 2020.
Is he talking about Hunter Biden's laptop?
Report from the FBI saying there's no evidence that the Capitol attack was coordinated by anybody. That it was more or less a spontaneous situation on the ground. And then my point is that the committee never even references this report and findings by the top law enforcement agency in the United States that was intended to determine the very issue this court is looking at right now, and that is whether President Trump or some of his people coordinated violence. The FBI said no. That's an August 20th, 2021 report and story by Reuters called Exclusive.
Oh, now the FBI's credible? I'm confused.
And so because
I'm sorry, all of that testimony, if the interviewers want to put on as evidence an FBI report, I'm more than happy to consider it, but I'm not gonna hear testimony from this gentleman about what some newspaper article said. I've excluded all newspaper articles in this case.
He's very nervous.
Yeah, he's freaking out.
So
He didn't think those text messages were going to be talked about.
I'm more than happy to look at the reports.
That's because these attorneys suck at prepping their witnesses.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. And we have no more questions.
Okay, anything from the Secretary of State?
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
Colorado Republican Party? No, Your Honor. Thank you so much for your testimony, Mr. Van Fine. You are released.
Thank you.
Mr. Van Flyne is going to ruin that bathroom.
Mr. Gus is going to call Mr. Bjorklund here. Joanna Bila is keying up the exhibits for him right now. And it may
York
just
is
take a
going to
minute or two.
testify? That's fantastic. I hope she does Venus as a boy. Yep,
Yes, ma'am.
a bunch of angry messages.
Longer break before Congressman Buck.
Yeah, but he's planned to testify at 1 o'clock.
Who?
I'm not sure who.
Yeah, he's going to be in person.
Okay. I'm going to be honest. A public play like this to throw people like Stone and Alexander under the bus seems very dangerous because Stone and Alexander make it their job to get shit on people so that they can use it. So I think this is kind of a stupid move on some of these people's parts.
But I think it's Stone versus Bannon. So,
right.
Like, I really think that's what we're seeing play out.
Interesting.
Good morning, Mr. Bjorklund. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Check Joe.
Yes, my name is Trump. And that's BJORKMUND, Thomas Both.
BJORKMUND.
And
Bjorkman.
And do you live here in Colorado?
Check Joe Dempsey's timeline.
Certainly.
Dempsey 2, TWO.
Okay. And what job or your avocation, what position do you hold?
I'm the owner of Data Solutions, data company, small investment company called Authoritarianism. And I serve as the state party, Republican Party treasurer.
Are you here today on behalf of the Republican Party?
No, I'm not here on behalf of.
Okay.
Or are
Have
you
you had
Democrat?
any conversations about the substance of your testimony with Mr. Dave Williams, who's the chair of the Republican Party?
No.
Okay. I'm going to take you back to the events of January 6, 2021 and few days leading up to that. When did you first learn about a rally being held in Washington, D.C. on January 6th?
It was probably mid-December.
Okay. And did you and what and did your brother express an opinion about the January 6th rally?
Yeah, well, he just said that there was going to be a big rally for Donald Trump, and he asked if I'd like to meet him up there. He's from Minnesota, so I told him decided to.
Okay. And when did you decide that you wanted to go?
Well, as soon as he mentioned it, I wanted to go, but it was just a matter of logistics trying to figure out.
Mr. Burkle, could you just like move a little bit closer to the mic?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Had you been to a rally involving President Trump
Oh,
before?
he's gonna testify that is Antifa and Black Lives Matter that did it, and Black Bloc.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, sorry,
And had your
Diana.
brother, to your knowledge, been to a rally involving President Trump?
Oh, Bjork.
Okay. And did your
In the
brother?
background chat, private chat thingy on this stream, I put the link in.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I gotta pull that up.
Okay.
Oh, I
Okay.
see here.
So I'm sorry. When did you decide that you wanted to go, roughly?
Well, I decided I wanted to go to some reaction, but I just didn't know if I could go. So about a week before is when I decided if I wanted to miss it on.
A week before what?
A week before that. So like late December.
Okay. And why did you want to go?
My main reason was I wanted to see my brother.
Okay. And I'm sorry.
Of course.
And go camping as well.
Siegfried,
Okay.
we all are. He did Eastman. I didn't do Eastman.
When you're thinking of leaving, what did you do to prepare to before you left?
Just
I read all the Q drops.
and I contacted some people that said they were going up there, and I contacted them. Decided I'd like to meet them.
Well, Your Honor, where we go one, we go all.
So you drove up there, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you wind up driving with anyone?
Yeah, that was a gentleman they introduced me to named Travis. It was last night. He needed a ride. And so I told him to include him.
Okay. Did you have any conversations with any of your, did you tell your family members that you were leaving? Did you have any conversations with them?
Yeah, I told hearsay.
Just hearsay. I'm not sure what the point is, or if it's offered for that.
It is hearsay.
Let's see.
I think we need to hear his answer before an objection is
I'm
proper,
sure.
Your Honor.
It's not me.
Not necessarily, it's asking him what somebody told other people and it's out of court, but I'm gonna follow my way.
Okay.
Yeah, because I told my family that I was going to go to Trump's speech on January 6th, and I told, I think I posted.
I have now changed my avatar to a map he posted about January 6th.
And did you have any conversations with your son?
Just he's an arts and crafts
whether
kind
you're
of guy.
heading to Washington, D.C.?
Yes, I told my son.
And a Pepe kind of guy.
And what was the substance of those conversations?
The main thing he was concerned about my safety. He was just worried about it.
And why were you concerned about your safety?
Definitely.
And why is that?
Well, I'd seen videos, Beverly, Betty, or whatever her name is. She's an activist for.
No, she's not. It's an op.
Antifa stabbed her in the back and tried to kill her. And then I saw a Portland riot, and then followed some Trump supporters and they shot him back.
He's a digital soldier.
Oh, he is. This is awesome, actually. They couldn't find a fucking granny to put on the stand to say, I don't know what was happening. And everybody was so angry. Oh,
the
so
motivation
nice.
for some
I
actions
thought
that he
everyone
took in
was
going up
fine.
to January 6th.
And why is the state of mind relevant?
If you give me a few more questions, Your Honor, I think I'll tie it up. And if opposing counsel seeks to strike.
He ran something called the U.S. Elections Integrity Plan. Okay. And it website proclaims, we are the plan.
So based on the concerns you had.
Oh my God, Q posted
did
it.
You or your son, did you take any action?
He's happy.
For preparations before you left?
Yeah, my son offered me, it's called a carrier, it's a body armor.
Okay. And
oh my God. Dude, are you fucking dumb? Why are, oh my God.
See, you think it's a stupid strategy, and it turns out you're right.
Okay. Did you in fact take that, you called it a plate carrier or body armor? Did you take that or load it in your vehicle?
Yeah, I took it with me and put it in the back of the truck.
Okay. How long did it take you to get to Washington, D.C.?
We drove straight through. I left Denver area and then picked up Travis, and then we drove straight through.
He was using the MAGA Calvary map.
When you got to D.C., where did you stay?
I stayed at a campground.
Look at him sitting there acting like he's
I'm going to play for you a video. Could you do number 1,000?
Yeah, let's see his video.
In the commenting of like all his friends, it was a tactical pen is a good equalizer.
I want you to take a look at this video, Mr. Bureau.
Is that his own video?
Yeah.
Why is he sharing this?
I don't know. Look, it's just a bunch of people in buses, you know, like when you go down to the casino.
It's like NASCAR.
Yeah.
He had the map, which was titled Safe and Unsafe Zones for Patriots, labeled the National Mall and immediate surrounding area as Patriot Zone, and identified the march route from Freedom Plaza with a red arrow. The tip of the arrow ends at the Capitol, which marks an X at the phrase Wild Protest.
Did you take that video?
Small was labeled Antifa Zone, but the largest section of the map is marked with high crime.
Like a boring video.
Wow.
But I'm going to ask you, why'd you take this video? What's going on in there?
I just saw these giant buses with Donald Trump stuff. I was actually concerned about the campground, and so I thought I'd leave that.
Oh, he thinks Antifa were on the buses. No, you need to call Charlie Kirk about that.
Voters, supporters, or whatever people, old people like her.
Is this a video of the campground where you stayed?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll tell you
and
who
did you
were
meet
on
any
the
of
buses. There
people
were
in the
probably
campground?
some pedos.
Yeah, we went over and said hello, and my brother went over right away when we saw the buses, and then we met the owner of the buses.
And he was apparently talking to House of Representative people.
Describe the people that you met.
Doug Lamborn, and said that Doug Lamborn was going to protest the electors.
Like tourists, and I guess they paid this gentleman on these buses to come out and see Donald Trump's speech.
Oh my God.
So we had a big barbecue.
They think we're as dumb as they are. That's what gets me. Tip of the arrow.
And Your Honor, I'd move to admit Exhibit 1,000, please.
They were peaceful.
And can you describe sort of you said there was a big barbecue. Can you describe the atmosphere?
Well, have you seen the movie Wicker Man?
He had gazillions of
Oh, wait, we know Ash Epp, right? Where's Clayburg? Where's J Rance? We know Ash Epp.
I know Ash Epp.
He knows Ash Epp.
And to your knowledge, why were all these people there in Trump buses?
What?
He has an understanding as to.
No, he has no understanding, ma'am. No.
Yeah, it was a tour bus caravan.
The level of understanding is 0. Actually, it might be negative at this point.
Okay. So is it fair to say you slept overnight then at that location that you videoed?
Yeah, behind that I saw that.
Okay. And what day was that that video was taken?
That was on January 5th.
Okay. So tell me about the next morning of January 6th. I'm assuming at some point you woke up, and then what did you do at that point?
Yeah, I got up and we just took all of our gear and equipment and other things, and then I locked it in the back of the truck because my camper's a pop-up. It's like a tent, and so I didn't do anything to secure there, so I just crammed everything into the truck and locked it up. And then we took my brother's car to the DC area.
Okay, let me back up just one sec. So when you say you took your brother's car and you're trying,
Hey, Gal, remember when we found all those
at some point while you're traveling from Denver
little
to
carpool
Washington, D.C. meet up with your
lists
brother?
on Telegram?
Yeah, I have a thread.
That was fun.
So you didn't travel with him; he met you there.
That's what he was using. The MAGA Cavalry.
So the body armor that you had brought with you, what did you do with that? And why'd you leave it in the truck?
It was kind of heavy, and it's just
Because I'm a fat ass and I'm not capable of actually rucking.
warmth, which was my main concern was with the cold memory. I just felt like I wasn't there to cause trouble.
You fucking pussy. Can I just yell at this motherfucker? You don't deserve to wear tactical gear, motherfucker. Okay? There are military members who can ruck with shit heavier than you.
And then
because they actually protect freedom.
So you got your brother's
and
car.
you are not that person. And that's why you had to leave it in the fucking trunk because you're a pussy. You can't carry anything heavier than your fucking Bud Light. Get off the thing. Get off the stand. Go away. Go back to your digital soldiering and fuck off. Goodbye. Like, I'm over these fucking people. Go home.
I'm sorry, what was this?
I'm where's the lie?
And yeah, we just are we actually some repairs to the trailer kind of bounce around, but we did that during construction, so we don't get some stuff and then we got the time.
Look how small and frail he feels.
Yeah.
He's so terrified. He's so terrified because he's so stupid. He doesn't know if what he did was right or wrong because he's a fucking moron.
It's called the Tides Pond, and or the Tides Pool, I think is what it's called. We parked right there.
He doesn't even know our monuments. He called it the Tides Pod. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? No, Tide Pods are what your son was doing when he overdosed, and you got fucking mad at Obama about it.
Okay. And then where did you go after you parked?
We tried to connect with some people that I had gotten in touch with, and they were all over the map. It was hard to find them, so we just hung out by the watched them on.
Okay. And when you say we hung out, who was we?
Just my brother, his friend Scott, and myself.
Okay.
I have bad genetics, and all my fucking family are also as stupid as me. We were all there together, and let me tell you their names and their addresses and where they work.
And why did you go to the Washington Monument area?
We call him Minnie. mini.
He doesn't know what the Washington Monument is, dude.
You missed Amy Kramer, Jim Stewartson. Where the fuck have you been? It was great.
It looked like the ellipse area was really bad.
Hey, holy fuck.
So is it fair to say you were there to listen to President Trump's speech?
Oh, yeah. I drove straight through
my
from
God, he's
Denver
just
to hear that
Monument,
turd.
do you think
out
you
of
were
his
able to
face.
listen to the speech?
Look at his super. He's like, did you say Trump?
Speaker set up so we could hear what was going on. And we listened to some of his speeches.
Okay. Can you play Exhibit 1001, please?
He's so proud of himself that he fucking shot this video. He's so proud of himself. In his 58 years of life, this is like what he's done, and he's so proud of it. If you hate your life and you are this sad about who you are, do not follow a man who lies to you, who isn't who he says he is. Like, this is what happens to you. This is what happens to you. When you don't want to work harder to be better, and you think that somebody else can fucking do that for you and just make your life better by making other people's worse, this is what happens to you.
How did you take that video?
Reaping, sowing, you know, it's in that Bible thing they love so much.
Yeah, just gather around and obviously not a very good photographer.
And is that sort of where you were standing to listen to the speeches?
Yeah, that's exactly where we were.
Okay. And do you know who was speaking in the background
And
there?
is that because you didn't want to go through the magnetometers, or?
Okay.
You drove all that way to
And
stand that far away?
I'd like to move to admit Exhibit 101, 1001, please, Your Honor.
What's
And,
the fucking relevance of
can you
this? What is the
describe-
fucking relevance of this?
Describe what the crowd was like, or the people in the crowd.
Don't describe what the crowd looked like. Describe why you went there. Describe how you knew how to get there. Describe why you knew January 6th was even a day that Congress met. Describe all of that, sir.
He says, stop that scary lady from yelling at me.
Okay. What was the temperature like outside?
It was freezing cold. It was
Oh my fucking God.
Okay. Yeah.
Sir, I was too
Oh,
cold and my
I mean,
penis was shrunk. I
Can you give us
couldn't
a
fight
sense
like
maybe
that.
how big the crowd was there at the ellipse?
I'm guessing, like, if you look at the whole crowd, maybe 350,000.
Okay. Let's look at Exhibit 1002, please.
Show me Antifa. Show me Antifa, baby. Come on now. Is that Antifa or the deep state or?
John Podesta? What's he doing there?
Where are the tunnels? Tom, show me where the tunnels are. Oh, I see. The horses are Antifa. Antifa horses. Nay, Tifa.
Head my ass. Honor your oaths. Now it all makes sense.
What is the point of this? I'm sorry, what the fuck is the point of this? Is it a Bud Light commercial? What is this?
People love Trump, and they came to love Trump, and they're loving Trump. They're not being inspired to do shit all.
Did you take that video?
I see. Oomph
So
says
what's
it's Equitifa, like
Equitifa.
equine. Equitifa. Straight
Lots of
from the
horses.
horse's
Holy shit
mouth.
balls.
Again, the
horses came up, and I believe that was Park Police.
Sir, when you saw the horses, did you think you time traveled to 1776 and the Revolution?
Mr. Rubin, would you mind just orienting for me, like, where you were versus where the speeches were happening? I know you said you could hear them on speakers, but like, how far were you from where the actions happened?
Well, ma'am, you see,
Ma'am, I'm not sure. I don't know measurements well.
I had a machete in my pants. I wasn't just happy to see people, so I didn't go through the magnetometers.
Monument, there was a monument there, and we wanted to see that. And so we just walked over there to take a look.
Yeah, kicking dirt, kicking stones.
And that's where the park police were, so it's very close to where we were actually at. You can see the monument right there.
How far was the monument?
This is a simple J6er. This is just a simple J6er, Jim.
Well, actually,
well, no, he's not. He's not.
He's the GOP chair in Colorado.
Well, the treasurer, right?
The treasurer. Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, he's a longtime political operative from Grand Junction.
I was planning on going there next. No, which is fine. I just want to make sure. Do you have a good understanding?
Yeah.
No, he's an open book, Mr. Bjorklund.
Oh,
so
is he though?
I want to make sure. Do you have a sense of comfort having a sense of where he was there?
And was the crowd continuous from the monument to where the speeches were taking place?
Yeah, it was very packed. It was less so by the monument. I think most of the crowd wanted to be closer to Donald Trump, and I wanted to be more away from the crowd.
Go ahead, sorry, Mr. Kessler.
Oh, no problem, Your Honor. Your Honor, I'd move to admit Exhibit 1002.
1002 submitted.
Okay. And then
not going to help you. But
and then after sort of looking at I'll call it a motorcade and the horses, did you move back to listen to the speech?
Yeah, we wanted to hear Donald Trump, so there were like a whole string of people before, so then we went back across the street to Donald Trump's speech.
Okay. Could you play Exhibit 1003, please?
Yeah, please play the Revolution video.
Oh. Yeah, that's the article, Joanna, that Gal shared. So yeah, check out the link if you don't. Let me see if I have it still here. I can post it. Yeah, here we go. Here's the link again if you missed it up above.
If I was cross-examining this guy, okay,
which
I
you
would
will
be
be in about
it.
2 minutes.
I'd be pausing it in his own videos and asking him what each flag means and what it says.
Yep. Everybody was happy, Jim. Nobody
there he is. Selfie time.
He looks so happy.
Okay. So it looks as though you sort of have a hoodie on and a cap. Why you?
We don't give a
why
fuck.
you
It's
just like
cold.
Antifa.
Cold.
So we found a vendor, and I bought that hoodie at the vendor table. It was really cold. So,
Okay. And was that who's speaking?
That was Donald Trump.
Okay.
It's Donald J. Trump, I thought. Digital soldier. Come on.
Okay. And how would you describe the crowd and the crowd's reaction?
Sexy.
It was entertaining. We were laughing because he was in.
It was entertaining. We were clapping. It was kind of like the circus.
We were laughing at the fact that, we were there. We knew what we were about to do, and we were going to surprise them with our presence and our tactical.
When you say we were having fun hanging out, who are you referring to when you say we?
Horses or Antifa? Yeah. That's
Yeah,
what I was
Jay
gonna-
Rand, I'd like to know what he had for breakfast.
What did you have your egg?
Was
were you at the Holiday Inn
sort of
Express?
laughter in addition to yourselves? Were other people sort of laughing at what some of what President Trump said?
Yeah, it was ha 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 ha, so funny.
Okay. I'd like to move.
What exactly did he say that was funny,
move
sir?
to
Do
admit
you remember?
exhibit number
Was it, the
1003,
gross
rather.
part or deep
Fight like hell?
state or?
Is that the fun part?
Okay. Now, did you listen to the entire speech?
No,
No, I had to go.
No,
with the
because we
first
left
voice.
early to breach the Capitol.
he said,
Okay. I'm glad I could answer that for you, Digital Soldier.
peacefully make our voices heard or something to that effect. And then we decided, well, let's go find the bathroom. That was pretty much it.
He's like, am I supposed to say that, sir?
And did you succeed in that mission?
Yeah, we found a public restroom and then we went back to the car and so, yeah.
So
look at him fucking giggling. Look at this
bathroom and then went back to the car.
maniacal loser. What a fucking loser.
Probably.
I love how they think they're not incriminating themselves.
Okay. And from the car, did you?
His eyes tell a different story.
Did you all make a decision to in fact go to the Capitol?
Yeah. We went to the car. My brother's complaining as he was hurting. So
Yeah, we said, what the hell? Let's go.
We saw a meme that said occupy the Capitol. So
Yeah. We came all this way, driving straight fucking through. So clearly we were excited.
I wore a diaper and everything.
And then Steve said he really wanted to see the Trump speech down at the Capitol. And he was real adamant.
Well, he wasn't speaking at the Capitol.
So miss out on the Trump's
Yeah, why would you go?
So, so my brother said he would stay in the car and smoke cigarettes, and he said he would wait around for us and he understood if we wanted to go.
Oh, like a getaway car. Okay, cool.
Okay. Let's go to exhibit 1004.
Oh yeah, let's see your video of you marching with the Proud Boys. And Alex
This cross examination is going to be good, I hope.
Can you play that, please? Oh, I'm sorry. This is a photo, exhibit 1004. And I may have to ask you when you're testimony. What's that?
Just the crowd looking at the looking at the ellipse. I just wanted to kind of get a sense of the crowd. This was after we, I think, came back from the bathroom.
No, this is the case in chief. This is Trump's lawyer.
I'd like to move to admit this exhibit.
This is their
1004.
case.
This is Trump's lawyers proving that he didn't aid and abet insurrection.
Yeah, that everybody was friendly
and
nice.
I'm sorry, you know that.
And was this, let me ask you again, was this during the speech or was this after you had gone to the car and come back?
He didn't stay for the speech. He already said that. God, pay attention. It's your own witness.
Actually, there might have been during the speech because there's still a lot of people there.
Okay. Can you orient, was this before you started walking to the Capitol?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to exhibit 1005, please.
When I get hauled in front of this judge for contempt
we
of court,
don't need his fucking photos.
I don't recall.
Okay. So
why do we need his
another photo of the
photos?
crowd looking towards the ellipse?
Yeah.
Okay.
Where's Antifa?
Here you go, J. Rance. And on a scale of 1 to 10, just how awesome is President Trump?
And finally, exhibit 1006, please.
Why? His exhibits are dumb. Oh, look, nobody's there.
Okay. So this is a different type of photo than what we just saw. Did you take
it's
this?
just a photo, another fucking photo.
And
that we don't
what's going on? Describe how you took the photo. You know, what was going on when you took the photo?
Oh my God, you're an idiot.
I took a picture of the Capitol and just there was some people going down that direction. So
And then because I'm a digital soldier, I memed it and I put the storm is coming above, but I didn't give you that one.
And when did you take this photo in relation to the other stuff you've talked about?
Look at the metadata, dude. Isn't that your job?
So you've already been to the car at this point, is that correct? Okay. And you're starting to walk down to the Capitol. Okay. And this
How'd you take the photo? Was it with a camera?
I'd move to admit.
With a flash?
Exhibit 1006, please.
Was it with your phone?
Oh my
Was
God.
it a Kodak moment? Yeah, exactly.
Look at exhibit 1007.
What is the mood of the people in this
Sir,
photo?
sir, what inspired you to document your crimes? That's right, Oof. Just draw a happy little building with happy little people. Why is there no sound? Are they saying naughty things? Where's the sound, guys?
Gosh, you drive 13 hours overnight to see a president speak because that's what you just fucking testified to. And then all of a sudden, you don't even go to the speech. What?
So weird.
Help me make it make sense.
Sir, what country is that flag affiliated with? Oh, wait, you don't know. That's right. Why is Donald Trump holding an AK-47 and that giant flag? I mean, what? Sir, did you know that Article 4 of the Constitution says you are not to disgrace the American flag or use it as clothing or all the... Did you know that's against the Constitution? Did you know that? If you deface the flag? Oh, no? Oh, only Antifa does that. I forgot. But it is Article 4 of the Constitution if you want to pull out your pocket.
And when did you take that video in relation to
Probably
the
tattooed on him.
last photo we saw?
That was immediately following that last photo, and we just were heading out to the Capitol.
Okay. I don't know if there's any more detail to ask beyond that. Your Honor, I mean,
He doesn't know anything. Great witness. Take a fucking bow, stupid idiot. Oh, cute flower. No, Oomph, only his tactical vest was in the trunk because it was too heavy for him to fucking wear.
Okay. And in your conversations with people, can you sort of describe the atmosphere or their behavior?
Happy.
Oh, yeah, happy.
Jovial. I learned that word this morning. Jovial.
Enthusiastic.
Okay. I move to admit exhibit 1007, Your Honor.
Why?
Let's go to exhibit 1008, please.
Oh my God, so many exhibits of nothing.
2007 is submitted.
My apologies.
I want the other attorney to get up and go, sir, are these your parlor messages?
So this is a photo. Did you take this photo?
Yeah, I kept just trying to get a sense of the crowd coming behind us. And we were pretty late, and that crowd was still coming.
Yeah, he's a citizen journalist.
So
Okay.
exactly what we directed behind me, and I'm looking at the questions.
What do you mean when you say you were kind of late?
Well, we spent a lot of time looking for a bathroom after Donald Trump said to go down
really?
to the Capitol. And,
Yeah, because they didn't put porta johns out for people. That's why they shit in the fucking Capitol.
we weren't in a big rush.
Do you have an estimate, a time, what time this was roughly after the, in relation to the speech?
Oh my God, it's in the metadata. Why don't you know?
Okay. I'm going to represent to you that there's a fact in this case that President Trump's speech ended around 1:10. Does that help you orient as to what time this may be?
Yeah, it was on that time started. All my pictures were happening.
Okay. So what time do you think this was roughly?
It was probably around
Okay. 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 Your and I'd move to admit Exhibit 1008.
No objection, because this is dumb.
1009.
That's what he's saying. He's like, go ahead, keep walking yourself
Go
into
ahead,
this.
I don't care.
So let me know when it's my turn. I'm going to take a fucking nap. Jesus has the throne. Sir,
So
can
this
you
is
explain
another
what
photo.
that
Did you
means?
take this photo?
Yeah, I was following that first one. I just zoomed in on the crowd and then Washington line.
Okay. So at this point, your back is to the Capitol. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you're facing the Washington Monument.
Over, Cat.
Yeah, he's in the Tide Pod.
And this is
The Tide
what
Pod.
you saw, correct?
We took a couple Tide Pods, Your Honor, and then
I'd like to move for the admission of Exhibit 1009.
shat in the ring. Well, the coffee kicked in at that
Okay,
point.
let's move to Exhibit 1010, please.
No, let go of the horses, Ted. Let go of the horses. it was a temporal matter. Right? That's right, Lee. It doesn't matter how many billable hours. You can ask him all the questions you want, but we're not going to pay you. Although I think there are Colorado's paying this bill.
Why is he fucking spinning around? Appeal to heaven. Look at that. Let's talk about that flag. How about that?
It's also hanging out of Mike's Little Johnson's office, by the way. Thank you, Cal, for pointing that out.
Okay, so when I was actually looking at footage, the person he's with in that beanie, I'm pretty sure I saw that motherfucker somewhere he shouldn't have been.
Okay, and just tell me what that's a video of.
That was a video of it getting really close to the crowd. I was at the Capitol building, and I just did a pan around.
Somehow I think we're not going to see the inside clips. I don't know. Oh, really? Are we going to do this?
And and again, who are you with at the time? Okay. And were you talking to people in the crowd?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, hang Mike Pence said that.
Okay. And can you describe sort of the atmosphere or people's reactions or emotions?
Why isn't there sound?
Yeah, some people were talking about
it's a still.
Folks that were going on inside.
No. On the last video, there's no sound on his videos.
Oh.
I wonder fucking why.
Speeches or whatever, and people were just generally talking. Steve obviously doesn't like Mike Pence.
So when you say Steve obviously doesn't like
I didn't
Mike
know
Pence,
that.
you heard someone in there saying, I hate Mike Pence? Okay.
That's right, Jerry.
And then let's look at Exhibit 1011.
I love you, Ted.
Oh,
yeah. Let's look at your tourist video photos, please. Your tourist thing.
Did you wipe your shit on
Dude,
that?
the fucking metadata is right there. Rewind it. It says 1:06 and it says the time. Every time you open his stupid shit, it says it right there. Why? Stop asking him. Sir, and, is that the sound of the deep state you hear there? Is that what that is?
Hey, Ted, you know what? As a comedian, let me
Let's start
tell
that
you,
video over.
sometimes that
I want to
just
make sure,
doesn't
Your
work.
Honor, that it doesn't seem as though there's sirens in the video. Those are in the background.
Art is about rejection. That's it. Who had the horse permit?
Okay, did you take that video? Okay. Now I'm going to ask you some questions. So are you closer to the Capitol than the last video?
Yeah. On our way there.
What is the point of this testimony?
Steve said, hey, there might not fireworks. And so we were looking at the sky.
Sir, Gal would like to understand what the fuck is the relevance of your testimony.
Fireworks, but we thought it was an honor of Trump speaking.
Yeah, horses are fake. Horses aren't real.
We kind of just got closer to the crowd. And then I shot that video, and there was a guy in the bullhorn telling people to go closer to the Capitol, and that we stayed back in the blue, and he's
So when you say you said that you back the blue, what did you mean when you said that?
Pretty much the crowd, I believe in myself.
Sir, is this you curb stomping a Capitol Police
I'm sorry,
officer?
say that again?
We have a respect for law enforcement.
Okay, you have to lean into the mic a few times. And so there's a person, we heard a person with a megaphone.
You see,
spoke
he's
with that
lying
person?
right now, so yeah.
Perhaps, not really. He was yelling things at us. That's all I'm going to go.
So you yelled back at him?
Yeah.
Okay. And maybe without describing.
What did you say? I said, fuck Antifa. That's what I
A little
said.
bit more detail what you yelled back at him.
And if I could have carried my tactical gear, I'd be wearing it right now.
That's where we saw there was tear gas, and he mentioned that they were tear gassing us. And
he mentioned they were tear gassing us. Wouldn't that be I was tear gassed? No? Okay.
So did you go closer to the crowd at that point?
Nervous.
Okay. And why not?
I don't like this.
Okay. And you said there were tear gas and whatnot.
Yeah.
What did you see?
I saw at that point we realized they weren't fireworks, they were police officers, and they were shooting into the crowd. Big explosions going on right in the middle of a bunch of people. And this guy's yelling going to the over there.
This guy plays Santa at the mall.
Okay.
Oh, don't say that terrible.
That's not true. I made that up.
I moved to admit
I didn't mean for that to. I meant for that to be a joke. I'm sorry. I know it's believable, but
it is actually too believable, and that's why we're all disgusted.
Let's go to Exhibit 1012.
No, he looks really like, yeah, right? Okay, girl, you got to know your size. Just fucking measure the waist, measure the bust. Just accept the numbers. They're just numbers. Why be uncomfortable?
can somebody? Here's what I'd like. Somebody please ask him. Why did you think it was notable to document these things? What was happening that you felt like
And where were you in
should take a picture of
relation to
this?
the Capitol at this point?
I was
Next to it?
not sure the directions there, but I was
Yeah, because he doesn't know how to read a fucking navigation. Give me a break. Never eat shredded Wheaties. I don't know.
that were set up, and we walked over that way, and I just was coming around the side of the Capitol.
Okay, so I'm going to orient you. So you're walking earlier with the Washington Monument behind you and the Capitol in front of you. And when you said you went to the side of the Capitol, did you go to your right or left?
Went to the right.
Okay. And so you're walking around the Capitol at this point?
Yeah, behind temporary bathrooms, I guess.
Okay. And then you heard well, it sounded like there was a big bang in there. What's going on with that?
Yeah, they were still shooting flashbangs and tear gas into the crowd, and
Jim.
Okay. At this point, did you see any violence? Anyone hurting anyone else?
Police, that's all I could see. From where I was, just shooting flashbangs and stuff at people.
Okay.
Okay, wait. This is the dumbest fucking examination of a witness. So you didn't get closer to the Capitol because you were afraid of tear gas. So instead you got closer to the Capitol.
That you were able to see or in the crowd doing at that point?
Yep.
A lot of them were in disbelief. They were, just saying, I can't believe they're shooting at us.
What violence did you see? Oh, the Capitol Police were shooting people. And why do you think that was, sir?
I just people felt like, well, they obviously don't want us in that spot.
And Mr. Tom Bajorkmund or whatever.
Were people in your area of the crowd moving
were you
towards the
regretting
Capitol?
leaving your tactical gear in your trunk?
What were they doing as far as movement goes?
Most people were just standing there. They weren't moving towards the Capitol. And I avoided crowd, so, where they were shooting, we didn't want people over there, so I didn't go over there. And I was, at that point, I lost Steve somehow. I don't know where he went.
You lost Steve. Oh, you lost Steve.
Okay, so at this point you were alone?
Where's Steve?
Oh, I bet Steve is the
Your Honor, I
beanie.
move
Steve
to
went inside.
use Exhibit 1012.
So 1012 is submitted.
Let's go to Exhibit 1013, please.
I actually would prefer watching him watch the video. It's much more entertaining.
Where? Yeah, I want to see his face. Where was this shooting? Because I missed that.
Well, he was saying they were shooting tear gas and pepper balls at him.
Oh.
Okay, how does this? I'm sorry. Okay, I'm gonna raise my hand. Teacher, how does this help Donald Trump? What?
See, the funny part is they think it does, and we have to take that. We forget.
Here's the thing: if you're gonna tell people that you have pictures and video of Antifa, don't
Where are they?
1,000 other pictures where they're not in
How about in
it.
relation
Just
to
the one. Just the one. That's how you present that if you're trying to lie.
Right side of the Capitol.
I mean, you gotta have strategy at least.
El Sarmento. He agreed to testify for the exposure of his art. He hopes to make bank off. Visit my Etsy shop. This really is the trial of
Your Honor?
Etsy shops.
Well, first, let me move to admit Exhibit 1013.
The zone is flooded for sure.
Your Honor, I'm probably about ready to move into a different section of testimony.
I think I need
And
to
I think there's no way we'll finish, or it's highly unlikely we'll finish Mr. Bjorklund before noon.
Why? He has nothing to say.
As a humble suggestion only, that perhaps we could break now. We could have.
No, don't tell the fucking judge what to do. Shut up. You're not in charge here.
We could resume Mr.
the hell
Bjorklund
time?
after that, and I'm confident we will be out well before.
What do you mean
probably
1
well
o'clock?
before
An
4
hour and a
o'clock.
half? No, sweetheart.
No.
No, bitch.
Say no, whisper judge.
I can try. I think it's probably unlikely, but that's why I just wanted to make a
Well,
suggestion.
fucking get it done. Get
Yeah,
up,
it is.
cowboy. Let's go.
Yeah, it is.
No, this is the defense's case in chief. They are presenting their defense to the judge. The plaintiffs have already rested their case in chief. They will be able to rebuttal after this case in chief has been presented.
We had talked over the possibility of doing closing arguments tomorrow, and it's the petitioner's view that we should put them off until a later date once the findings of fact and conclusions of law have been submitted, because I think at that point in time, the arguments of both parties will have been fully joined, and Your Honor may have questions on some of the legal issues and some of the findings of fact at that point. And we believe at that point in time, it would be good to have the
I
closing
think the
arguments.
plaintiffs is like an organization that wants him off the ballot in Colorado. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, it's about 5 or 6 petitioners.
And I'm not sure they would incorporate all of the
No,
legal
he's
issues
not.
that
These
you
are
would want
petitioners to
perhaps
keep him off the ballot.
So it would be our position to put it off.
But I think he joined the case to like with his,
I will know that I think the opposing counsel has been able to cooperate pretty well.
intervener. That's what he is. He's an intervener.
You don't see it behind the scenes, but I think
Thank you,
Crew
is Crew is representing the petitioners. Thank you, very smart people.
And one last thing, Your Honor, just on that
Yes,
Reuters
Ted.
report.
Shockingly, I know that
there was
about
some
you.
August 2021 FBI report. That was just a Reuters article, not a report, just to let you know.
Oh my God. Paul Gosar's fucking assistant thinks a Reuters article is a fucking FBI report.
Washington
Lord
Post
have mercy.
on January 30th, 2021, saying that the FBI had found coordination amongst groups. Come in. So.
I don't think we have a legal objection. I mean, it certainly explains
Mr. Van Klein's
The
statement.
stupidity of my witness, yes.
Okay, move on because I've got to students. So we will reconvene at 1 p.m. With Congressman Buck, and I just ask that we be ready to go with him from a technological
Congress, who?
That's another reason I thought we could do right now, so we can wrestle with the technology.
Which congressman is it?
It's just got to have Mr. Blue's computer involved. I say that with no real knowledge.
I wouldn't disagree with you.
Okay, so we'll be back at 1 o'clock. We're off the record.
It is hard to tell. Okay. We've got some things to watch, people. So they may be taking a lunch break, but we are not. Well, I mean, I am not. Gal's welcome to take a break anytime she wants.
Yo, I'm with you.
All right, here we go. We're gonna go ahead. Let me move some stuff around here.
Yesterday I carpet cleaned and like cleaned my whole house and all this stuff while I was talking to you. So I'm very multitask. That's my
let's
jam.
Let's start with the Amy effin Kramer video. Okay,
this my favorite video.
This was way back, but you know what? Here we go. Amy Kramer, I don't want to hear one word about gun safety or Alec Baldwin when you and your March for Trump girls are flagging each other for your very, very, very dumb video montages. Morons with guns. Women for America first. Yeah. Okay, wait. No. Hold on. No, we're going to see the whole fucking thing.
Careful there.
Look at Amy in the middle. There's Kylie Jane with the sweep over.
It's so funny. Look at smoke bomb. Smoke bomb. Literally, they are all flagging each other. They're flagging each other with those guns. I mean, had one of them coughed because of that smoke bomb that their son threw, like, could have lost an arm there.
Yep.
I think I redid that like myself. I just can't find it yet. But look at what she says, okay? Look at the date. December 17th, 2020. What does that say?
Let me get to it. Hold on. Oops. Let me go back here. Let's see. It says December 17th, 2020. Tag your favorite range below. 2A. Team bonding. March for Trump. Girls with guns. And then they tagged the NRA in it. Yeah, hell yeah, we did. Let's see. I like the thick lady on my far left. Oh boy. So cringe and fucking corny. Yeah, Jaybird, you don't even know the half of it. Well, got a lot of traction there too, girl. You got a whole 8 likes. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Oh my God. Gal got more likes on hers than you did on yours. Okay, let me find the other shit.
That's fun.
I gotta find the other shit.
You know what? I have a video I'm going to send to you actually that I think will help us discuss what's happening. Because I really do think, like, if you put these people in categories of Team Bannon and Team Stone, that we're seeing them turn on each other. They're like almost battling for, like, you know, for Trump in their own, like, you know what I mean?
Yes, this is what this is what I'm seeing. I'm watching who's talking shit about whom, and does it sound like a game of shit they're talking about, or is it actually the chaos? You know what I mean? The fact that no, what you see is really what is happening, and it's as messy as you think it is. There's not a lot of strategy going on right now. They're scrambling because I think, well, with Sydney flipping, etc., that shit's going to start to roll real soon. Mark Meadows, come on now. These people are scared. So I don't think they have a huge strategy. I do think they are trying to push each other into the way of the oncoming buses. Talk about buses.
I agree. I'm going to tweak it slightly. I think Bannon has one strategy and Roger has another, and they don't agree.
Okay.
And therefore, they are both going to, you know, launch their strategy against one another to see which one was right. and they're
Oh,
both going to lose
interesting.
because of it. That's kind of like
yeah.
With it, I mean, I know like
I see
not
that.
having a strategy, but I think their strategies are just dumb.
Oh no, I
So
think
it's
there are
kind of like having not
yeah.
a strategy.
Exactly. No, I think there are strategies. What I'm trying to say is that when you see people like Amy Kramer and Katrina and others speak kind of ad hoc about it, you can see the fact that the veil is very thin. And while I might have given them more credit for behind the scenes coordinating with each other, I'm not getting that much of a sense of it for some of them, right? Like some of them seem truly like they got left out in the field and no one's really telling them what's going on. I don't know.
Oh my
And
God, I also forgot the Amy Kramer replied to me. Wait, or her daughter did or something.
No, Kylie Jane. Yes, she did. Because remember, I did I tagged Kylie Jane in a thing about Mike Flynn, and she's like, I said, are you going to dye your hair the same way as your mama so that when you both testify, you look alike? And she said, I don't think so, but I tell you what, I'm going to wear this jacket. And she put a picture of her and Mike Flynn in the same fucking stupid ass Women for Trump jacket on a plane.
Oh, Kylie Kramer also was who went and took cash to get burner phones.
I mean, this is the thing. The Kramer women, the Publix lady, where the fuck is she? This is one thing I remember from January 5th, but I don't think I'm remembering it correctly. Do you remember when Alex Jones, not when he was on stage, but he was doing his own little like blurb about the event on January 5th? It might have been the day, I don't know, 2 days after, I'm not really sure. But he was talking about the fact that he put his own money into his thing, but then he also got money from someone else. Was that the Publix lady that gave him money for that?
Yeah.
Or
yeah.
Okay. Because no one's mentioned her name yet. And that's what I thought, like, I don't know. Katrina didn't mention her. Wow. Where's the Publix lady? Okay, here we go. This is another of Gal Suburban's threads. Let's see. From July 16th, 2022. MAGA drag the interstate. Oh, it's a Washington Post article. The MAGA drag the interstate link has a lot of important data points. There are maps, driving routes, and rally points on the way to DC, along with call signs and links to contact organizers of these. Holy poop.
This is what Bajorka Mocha. I can't wear my tactical vest because it's too heavy and I eat too many cheeseburgers. Nothing against cheeseburgers, just, in
take it. Yeah,
in
no,
excess.
Love them. No, you just have to. Yeah.
But this is the maps that article said he was using, like the MAGA Calvary maps.
Oh, the map that I was just showing.
Yeah, and I hope that on cross-examination they ask him basically what you and I were talking about, which you can watch that, by the way. Do you see that YouTube? It's still up on his YouTube. That's that's the March for Trump thing that they were all hashtagging. Christina,
this one?
Pearson and Kremer and all those people.
Okay.
I think I probably recorded it.
Here we go. Oh, well, I think this is the thing. We need to be watching these things over and over again. All right, here we go. It's only 30 seconds. That's weird. But the receipts. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't. But
you okay?
I'm just
okay there, friend.
I took a big hit, and I'm just laughing at the fact that they just say what they're gonna do, and then they act like, no, we weren't. We were just gonna have a cookout. I can't. These people are so fucking stupid. I can't anymore. Dan Scavino. Wasn't he a golf caddy? Okay, here we go. Save America rally presented by Women for America. I wonder if this one's still in. Yeah, it's all up because frankly, they don't see anything wrong with this, people. Oh, whoops, that's the same thing. Sorry. Okay. And there, wild protest.
He's actually, that was the Donald Trump YouTube channel, and it was suspended for a period of time, and the suspension was lifted, which he doesn't use it anymore. But let me just explain to everybody, if you have not gone to it, okay, all of the evidence is on there because he used his YouTube to display the congressmen and senators who were going on the news saying they were going to, object to electors and do whatever. He was literally sharing it in real time on his YouTube, and it was suspended around the same time, like all of his other, like Facebook and whatever. And I think YouTube, when they suspended him, had a date at which it would be unsuspended. It was like a year or something like that. I don't know. But anyways, it's all still fucking there. All of it.
Oh, this is great. I'm going to go to it on YouTube because I want to get the... No, we don't want to hear you, actually.
Isn't that the same one?
It's the women, yeah, it is. But I wanted to get this, but this channel too is, I want to get the channel name. I'll just copy that.
370 subscribers, y'all. On Women for America First. That's why nobody ever realizes that all that shit's still on there, because nobody knows they have it.
This is the point too, is that the zone is flooded with shit, and that's why one of the impediments to getting people in a collective wisdom about what happened and what is happening is the fact that they designed it that way by creating so many different rivulets of bullshit to put information down that there's no way that you can stop one little small avenue, nor would you even look at it very much, right? Not a lot of people saw this. Gal did, but not a lot of people did. So I think it's interesting where part of the strategy of MAGA is to flood the zone, but really do it in ways that can be big, right? There can be big profiles, but the small profiles are just as important as the big ones, it seems like, in the disinformation machine. So I find it interesting. Let's see. Let me see here's the cavalry maps. Your job is simple. Locate a rally point close to you. Fill up your tank with gas, pack your flags, grab some car snacks, and follow the leader to DC. See, all this stuff I feel like, and I know I'm overstating it, but it feels like we forget. We forget that there was all this crap. All this crap. Rebel route. South Carolina to DC. I mean, I have pages and pages of those stupid carpool lists. Wow. It's kind of crazy. Here we go. Caravan Group 1. Organized by the Donald.win. Is this website still up? I think it is. Oop, maybe not. Oh,
I just sent you and Kylie Kremer. I archived all of them, just so you know. Yeah.
Okay.
But Kylie quote retweeted you with a picture of her and Mike Flynn. Remember that?
Oh yeah, no, yeah, that's what I was. Oh, good, because I had to find that one. Wait. Yeah, there it is. Oh wait, we're gonna.
But those maps right there, the MAGA cavalry, are the maps that guy was using.
Yes.
So that's why I sent it to you.
Well,
It's the rebel route.
I know. The rebel route.
The Minuteman route, the rebel route. Like, come on.
Oh my God. Come on now. This is crazy. All right, here we go. This one was fun. I have to admit. I was pretty happy about this. All right, wait, I'm going to open another window because I don't want to lose that one. All right, here we go. So Kylie, wait, let's go to the post. Oh shit, that's not what I wanted to do. All right. Should I wear my March for Trump jacket to testify? FJB MAGA, let's go, Brandon. Well, look at that. Look at that. My tits are up high. But here's what I said to her on October 21st, 2020. Kylie Jane Kramer, are you and Mom? She blocked me. Wearing matching outfits Friday. Which hair color for depositions? Forgetful blonde or senile auburn? And that's when she said, should I wear my March for Trump? To which I said, wait, where did I say?
I like my reply too.
I like your reply. Oh, here we go. This chick said, not so fast. I'm going to show that Twitter person how utterly stupid I am. Sedition has consequences because look at September 30th, how Trump's Pied Pipers rallied a faithful mob to Capitol. We're going to go to that too. Kylie and Amy meet my incredibly sexy and smart friend Gal. I call her CVS because receipts.
Go down one more. Go down one more.
Oh, wait. We had such fun back in the old days.
We had so much fun with that.
Don't wear orange. That's what I said. And I guess where go one isn't that masterpiece of treason you're hugging. So I guess not all go that way. In the case of prison, we'll find out. Or to be precise, you will. Wait, did you have another? You've got to be up here. Maybe I'm just, oh. Here we go. Oh, show replies.
Yeah, show.
Trashy 90s throwback. Karen ignores receipts and instead relies on delusional fantasy, desperately trying to show what a cute mom she is. Past the Aquanet. This is one of my favorite photos of them, by the way. We almost get
it's the best.
It really
it's the best
is.
photo.
I mean, there's a lot of good Amy Kramer photos, okay?
I feel like that was like when she was like stage mom and Kylie didn't make American Idol.
Exactly. I have got to
come on, Kylie, sing the national anthem. We practiced it on the way here.
Sing
peacefully, patriotically sing that shit.
Amy Kramer, Women for America First, and stupid coat wear. Look at, she was wearing the same coat as she was. What? There's a lot of leopard in that woman's life.
She did that. No, I guarantee you she wore that same one on purpose because she's a snide little bitch.
Yeah, probably. Between two party leaders helped lay the groundwork for the Capitol insurrection. Mother Jones article. Women for America First obtained permits for the January 6th Stop the Steal rally, now raising money for an Arizona-style fraud it. Whoops. Kylie Kramer, what? Women for America. I was going to say, what the actual fuck?
So one of the ones I sent you will start the conversation about the Bannon Stone rift that I think is happening. So when you get there, I'll go into that.
Let me find that because wait, did you send me that one? I see the Andrew.
Yeah, I sent you a bunch. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's the Andrew Breitbart one.
Okay. Is it the Andrew Breitbart one?
Yeah, it's the second one, I think, of it that I sent.
Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, let me see what this one is. Oh, okay. The second one. Okay, hold on. Here we go. Here it comes. Stop. It's just taking a second. There we go.
I just wanted to talk about how Miss Kramer was saying I would never, ever post such violence.
Why, sir, I don't know what you mean. All right, here we go. Excuse me. Amy Kramer, subpoena recipient, animal print lover, also shared the sentiment that it's cross war, Christian war. Is that what that is? Hashtag war, sorry. January 6th community, blah, 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 blah. October 15th, 2020. Censorship. My late friend Andrew Breitbart has 3 words for you. War, big tech censorship. Okay, that's not really one word, but you know, come play with me. And MAGA. Again, not a word, but okay. Andrew. Oh. Oops, I think I got blocked by the person.
Oh, okay. The first one I sent you was a recording I took of it. So you can go back to that.
Is that part of
You're
this? So
blocked.
that's
That was
this,
Amy.
right?
No, it was
Oh,
Amy's.
That's Amy's response to you. Oh. Yeah, I can't. She blocked me. Okay. Let's see. It's this one, right? No.
No, it's not that one. Go. No, in the signal, the one above that.
Okay, yeah, it's a different thread. Okay, hold on. There it is. I see it. I see it. Whoops. Okay. Roger Stone. Stone did do something wrong. Alex is looking very weak these days. Can I just say? He did such an interview with Vivek Ramaswamy. It was so pathetic. He's like, I'm just Vivek, you're so wonderful and smart and fresh and new and just clean. I love you. And Vivek's like, okay, well, sure. Cool, dude. All right, here we go. Tweeted, this is a May 14, 2021. Tweeted November 1st, 2020 by Nick Dyer. Andrew Breitbart in war. Okay, hold on, Mr. Breitbart.
All the people that have gone out there against the mainstream media and said, you're going to call us racist? You're going to call us potential Timothy McVeighs? Fuck you. War.
Shut up, Andrew.
Yeah. That's the Tea Party revolution. So, and it's
What year was
important.
Yeah.
That he said that. That was tweeted November 1st, 2020, by Nick Dyer, whatever. Which, by the way, everyone, Nick Dyer, whatever, was on the Ron Paul campaign, but he's also Marjorie Taylor Greene's aide.
Right now.
He's the one who attacks Swalwell right there. Confrontation with Marjorie Taylor Greene's aide. Yeah, that's him.
We just heard about your scuffle, or however people want to characterize it, your encounter with a member of Marjorie Taylor Greene's staff, yelling at you to take your mask off. 2 days ago, of course, Greene herself was shouting at Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. But back to your incident, a reporter from The Hill who witnessed it says you confronted the aide and got in his face. What will you tell us what you say happened there, and what was it like for you?
Sure. You know, what's funny, Chris, is we're required by the House physician to wear our masks on the House floor, and I was just footsteps away from the floor. I'd stepped off the floor and was walking down the outside steps, and like many of us, I had just forgotten to take my mask off. I love taking my mask off outside or indoors now where you're not required to wear it. And Marjorie Taylor Greene was walking up the steps with her aide, and her aide yelled at me, "Take off your mask, Congressman." And I've just frankly had enough with these marauding goons in the Marjorie Taylor Greene crowd who go around, trying to terrorize my colleagues. We saw what she's done to Alex, my colleague, Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez, what she's done to Cori Bush. And I just thought, you know what? The best way, to not let people like this bully others is to tell the bullies to back off. And so, not surprisingly, this aide of hers got, quite speechless after I told, I had a few choice words for him. But the other point, Chris, is my staff walks by Marjorie Taylor Greene all the time in the hallways, and they detest what she stands for, but they don't confront her. They don't order her around, because that's just not what we do in what is supposed to be, a civil discourse environment.
Hey, thanks for watching our YouTube channel. You should know that you can follow us.
For clarification, hang on, it's Brannon. Brannon with no D. My favorite. I found that other, let me get the other gal, because this one's good too. This is the Bannon Stone one you just sent. The real question.
Is important.
Okay, good. This is November 3rd, 2021. The real question is, which America First will survive? Roger Stone and Mike Flynn running ops to take down Bannon and Trump? Or did Bannon outplay them, framing them like Russia, Russia, Russia? We'll see what happens. I guess it comes down to whoever does the talking.
He's just another scum. Should not continue to be able to put himself forward as an advocate for the America First agenda. Steve Bannon publicly accused the president of having Alzheimer's. He said the Trump organization was a criminal enterprise. He said that Trump would be prosecuted. I can do this almost verbatim. When the American people learn he's not a billionaire, he's just another scumbag.
You need that horse ready to go. Well, so I do think General Flynn has the stature to be a voice for the American First agenda.
Should Roger Stone be pardoned?
First off, the Roger Stone thing. Look, Roger's a
Why did Trump give him a pardon?
I think he was blackmailed. That's what I think. Let's be very clear. Not only did Steve Bannon steal the name of my InfoWars show with the great American Owen Schroyer, the War Room, but he testified falsely at my trial against me. He was an informant for Robert Mueller.
So I was compelled to testify. Like I was compelled to testify. I was under subpoena by Mueller. I was under subpoena by the House. I got a handwritten subpoena in my House testimony. I was forced to go to the grand jury, and I'm forced and compelled to come here today.
The same people who said for 2 years I was a Russian spy working with Julian Assange now say I was involved in the illegal actions at the Capitol on January 6th. It's a lie.
So you don't think he should be pardoned?
Well, no, I think the president, I think, takes these pardons very seriously. I think you'll look at Manafort. If something unfortunately happens to General Flynn.
So there it is. The challenge, the gauntlet has been laid down, Big Steve. Come on, Sloppy Steve. We can find a suit and tie for you that's clean, I think. And you should come on InfoWars and answer what I just said.
I'm not talking about a bunch of flakes running some trolling operation in Florida up on Facebook. Please give me a break, okay?
All you little Bannon groupies who want to go on social media and challenge me, I wouldn't suggest it because I will merely block you. Facts are facts.
Show me. Where is it? You know what you got? You got hubbada, 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 hubbada.
I made that.
You made that? I was just thinking, did you?
Yes.
Cal, you got to put something on that because frankly, that's a brilliant edit.
Thank you.
It really
is.
Pretty
proud of it.
That's a really fucking great edit. No, that's a great edit. I just came back to chat. Sorry, everybody.
But do you see what I mean by what's happening right now? Is that these two factions that both want to take credit for Trump's rise, that both want to take credit for his policies, and that want to ride that, that coattail, are angry at each other, and they genuinely hate each other. Bannon testified against Roger Stone in the Mueller investigation, and he claimed it was because he was compelled to testify, and yet he took a contempt of Congress when he was compelled to testify against Trump. So it's a loyalty fight to the fucking death of these two, and they have forced people to pick a side. And what's interesting is one of the only people that has not been forced to take a side is Matt Gaetz. And there's a reason for that.
Okay, wait.
And it's because that's their horse. That will be their horse.
Slow down. Slow down. Back it up.
Yeah.
Say that again and talk a little. Wait, Matt Gaetz is what? Matt Gaetz.
So all of these people who were part of this MAGA movement, right, were
Right.
forced to essentially go either the Bannon way, you know, and that's where you find a lot of your Tea Partiers, like, you know, whatever, or the Stone way.
Right.
But the only person who has maintained a relationship with both of them and has not had to pick between the two is Matt Gaetz. You can see him on both Bannon's show and still in communication with Roger Stone.
Yes.
Which is not typical. Usually it's one or the other for most of them at this point because they are so against each other. And so what I believe that, at least my guess is it's an indication that they believe Matt Gaetz is their horse for the future and that they have to battle this out now to see who gets to back him.
Oh, shit.
Does that
And
make
Chuck,
sense?
It does. And the thing is Chuck Johnson sits back and goes, that's my bestie. It's
And
power.
who did Chuck Johnson used to work for?
Peter Thiel is a big heap of garbage. Oh, whoops.
Steve Bannon.
Steve
and
Bannon.
Breitbart.
Oh, fuck, damn it. That's right. He worked for Breitbart.
So, and that's, you know, that's why you see him, he'll talk some shit about, you know.
So,
but he never says much.
Right. No, he does. I know what I see what you're actually describing because I see him on both Stone adjacent. He may not be on the Stone Zone, although I wouldn't say that with any. I would probably check that because he may be. But he hasn't necessarily disclaimed Roger Stone, which if we go back to the Joel Greenberg, Roger Stone, Matt Gaetz, wasn't there a pardon converse? Am I mixing my situations? Okay.
Yes, there was. Yeah.
Yeah, there was a pardon
Roger Stone wrote a letter, a draft letter requesting a pardon. And in that request, there were other people he requested pardons for. One of them was Joel Greenberg, one of them was Matt Gaetz, and one of them was ironically a man named Stephen Alford, who is now in prison for allegedly extorting or attempting to extort $25 million from Matt Gaetz and his father, which was part of the reason why they were thrown, the FBI and everybody was thrown off the scent of Matt Gaetz because of extortion against him about the information. The thing about Stephen Alford is that he's actually gone to prison for the Gaetzes before.
When?
Years and years ago, when Matt Gaetz first ran for state, for the state House of Representatives, his opponent was Ray Sansom, was essentially kicked out of the race because Stephen Alford had a bribery scheme for a airplane hangar in the Panhandle, which ultimately led Matt to win unopposed that race. The question should be is why would Roger Stone request a pardon for the man who attempted to extort Matt Gaetz and his father over information about what he knew about Matt Gaetz and Joel Greenberg? Why would Roger Stone request a pardon for that person?
Right.
I've asked that question for like 2 years and nobody's answered it.
I've been
also Jacob Ingalls, who's Roger Stone's mini-me, is who sent the letters to Brian Butte's school, or helped Joel Greenberg, because Joel Greenberg sent the letters to the school, pretending or saying he was an anonymous student or somebody who had known about this alleged molestation or whatever, which never happened, right? And only within 3 days of the school receiving this fake letter that Greenberg had written, Jacob Ingalls wrote to the school asking for a FOIA request of Brian Butte's personnel file. and if any students had complained about inappropriate behavior from him.
Wow.
I mean, it's pretty fucking coordinated.
The
The attack on Brian Butte. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, I
And
know he does deny that, J Rance, but it's in the Storm Foretold, he's seen in the documentary drafting that fucking letter. So
Yeah.
he can't
Yeah.
deny it.
Oh my God. Very coordinated, right, Siegfried?
So again, like I'm saying, I don't think Trump is the issue any longer. I think right now they just have to keep his base hanging on, through this. They're going to murder him because he's a liability, and they already have their people in mind. And then it's going to be a battle for who strategically will be the profit
The
recipients of
whisperer.
Matt Gaetz' presidency.
Right. Exactly. Who will be the primary beneficiaries? Okay, wait a minute. So let's talk about Mike Flynn in that equation for a little bit. What are your feelings now about where Flynn falls in the current climate?
Flynn is allied with Roger Stone.
He is. Okay.
And I think it's when you look at Bannon, his reach and his influence is a global kind of fascist one. Roger Stone is a domestic kind of monster, right?
Yeah.
So it really, that's how I think people are determining which side they want to be on. Do they think that they will benefit more from somebody who has a reach more locally, domestically? That's Flynn, local action, national impact, and Bannon is more of your kind of international,
right, the
global
globalist
guy.
Right.
Mhm.
Fear. He's
Yeah,
the
that's where you
fearful.
get your Matthew Tierman,
Right.
your Chuck Johnson, and frankly, I think Matt Gaetz is on that team, but I think he's playing both because he knows he needs them.
Exactly. No, I wouldn't be surprised for him to be watching the outflow and then just deciding where he's going to stick his canoe. And the thing about it is that I can see that Stone is all in for Trump, right? Because he has to be, probably, because there's nothing else. And that may be fine, but as Trump's balloon may deflate, and it will deflate, and like you say, he is a liability. That means that Stone will go down with him, and it does appear to me, like, just from watching content, Stone threw his back in with Lindell. He's going to get fucked on that. You know what I mean? Like, Stone is making some really poor decisions in terms of cementing or hedging his bets. It just looks like from the outside. I obviously don't know what's, like, I'm not that smart, but
yeah, and Stone was very allied with Ali Alexander.
Yes.
Through the Young Republicans. He was Ali's mentor. Ali is also part of the CNP. And I think you're seeing the Bannon people attempt to, displace their accountability onto the entire Roger section of
exactly,
that.
because the stuff about Ali came out with all the sexting and the underage.
Through Nick Fuentes.
Exactly. And it
who
came out
Chuck
very
Johnson
blunt.
loves.
Yeah. So they needed to take out Ali Alexander. Easy peasy. Alex Jones took himself out because of all the losses. So for me, it's almost like I can see where it's going to be easy for them to go, oh, those two, they're pariahs, just like they're doing now in this case. That's why I think this case is also kind of important about what we're learning about who's zooming who right now, right? Which can change, but I think it's really interesting to listen to Katrina Pearson shit talk everybody and then back it up with what Gal's research and what we're seeing. It's very,
And
this
Amy.
is fascinating.
I mean,
And
Amy was very
Yes, Amy.
anti Alex
Oh,
Jones.
the wackos.
And here's the difference. Like, Steve Bannon has been far more strategic as far as his public appearances with extremists, right?
Oh,
His
hell yeah.
extremists are very covert extremists. Like, you have the, rad trad pastor guy, and you have like all these kind of
transhumanists,
intellectual extremists, right? But
or the local yokels.
Yeah. Right. Roger, you have the muscle. You have the meatheads. You have the fucking yelly, outwardly angry white men. And Bannon has taken a very intellectual, fascist approach to his strategy.
Oh,
and that's
yeah.
why I think you see,
He's going
you
heavy
see
on this is a divine message from God that we are fighting the everlasting battle in 2024. That's his full-time message right now in War Room every day. And not that it wasn't before, but I'm telling you right now, he's tripling down on that kind of like, we are justified in our anger and the fact that the Democrats are truly demonic. And he's real heavy on theocracy right now.
Very apocalyptic. Yeah,
Yes.
he's super apocalyptic.
He plays like Gregorian chants during his break. Like he's sending as many signals as he can to any part of the Christo-fascist world. Like, don't hate us because we're stupid. Yeah. Oh my God. Wow, this is so great, Gal. I just having
I'll caveat with I could be wrong.
Of course.
This is just me, so I'm not claiming I'm accurate. I'm just giving you my intuition based on what I've seen,
Well, and that's the point, is that the closeness with which you and others are watching this situation is why it is important for you to be able to just synthesize and we understand what we're looking at in terms of what will happen, what could happen, all of those things. But I think it is really valuable to have this synthesis because it gives us a place to start too. If we're like, hadn't thought of some of these aspects, I just think that is that's not that's a worthy exercise. I think. Don't listen to me because I'm not the one doing all the on the ground research, but to have people who are actually doing the day-to-day tracking of the communications, it's good to hear it.
I sent you, I think I sent you, it's a thread of, I had found a live stream shortly after the insurrection by somebody, and I just screenshot and I recorded a bunch of it. I think I sent it to you. I think the one I sent you, it says like at the top, FBI intent. But if you scroll up to the top, this is the breach of the east side of the Capitol. And what's interesting about it is it's when Ali Alexander and Alex Jones went up the steps of the Capitol. And this is, I think, a lot of the reason why they're doing this and blaming them is because they can, because these guys really were so committed to this that they were fine publicly, taking these very overt actions,
Wow.
And Bannon, I think, was more intellectually careful about how he supported the coup.
He was in DC, but he was in a hotel room, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
I could be wrong about that.
He's in the war room.
Right. So that's what I recall, but yeah.
What he did, as opposed to Roger Stone or Alex Jones, was instead of him saying things out of his own mouth, he had his guests do it. It was this in plausible deniability. It's like, well, I was just interviewing this person. It doesn't mean I condone everything they say. It's like this kind of, but if you scroll, this is a really important part. And then at the top, I fucked up. It's not Eric Prince. We listened to it like a million times. I was like, I swear. But what he said was Mike Pence's caravan. I thought he said Eric Prince. So
Fine.
just ignore
Hey,
that.
March 14th, 2021. Guess what? We're human. We get to make mistakes. That's why you have question marks. Hello. Okay. Two very interesting things here that I haven't discussed. Who in the house was in communication with Andy Biggs? Did he just say Mark Pence's caravan? All right. Let's see here. And so we'll go to this.
Let me answer Art really quick. Hold on.
Yes.
Let me answer you. So Roger Stone was in his own hotel room with Pastor Mark Burns and the Manhattan Madam and Sam Greco and those guys. So there was a distinct separation between Stone and Bannon. They were not in the war room at the same time.
Right.
He was watching the entire thing because he got pissed because, like Katrina Pearson and them had testified to, he was uninvited to speak on January 6th. Like, he watched outside of the hotel. Rudy Giuliani had a car come pick him up to go speak, and nobody came to pick up Roger Stone. And that's when Roger Stone realized that he was going to be the scapegoat, and that's why he got the fuck out of D.C.
He was mad. That was in that Roger Stone documentary that recently came out, or you have to buy it, but whatever.
But he was pissed. He was pissed.
Oh yeah, no, he had been left, and he felt betrayed. So that was really clear in his own words. Okay, we're gonna play this. 25 seconds.
Yeah, Andy Biggs just said that Pelosi's trying to remove 12 members from the House floor.
You can't do that.
Yeah, that's Pence's caravan, all 9 of those, because you see the jammer in the very front center.
Oh, I see it, yeah.
Look at those happy, shiny tactical pieces.
Oh my God, yeah, Andy Biggs just said that.
You can't do that.
Oh my God, Brian! Watch, police.
And please notice, I didn't say anything about flag motions being the catalyst for the fucking fences going down. I did not say that. So
yeah, I noticed that.
Let me just be clear about it.
Little inside joke. PD deals with multiple breaches of the fencing. Red beanie, camo blanket cover over him, approaches the fence and disconnects it. As he does, several men jump over from the right and signaling. Tan hat, gray backpack, and red hat, GoPro with others easily push it open.
When I say signaling, I didn't say signaling with flags.
No, you didn't, did you? Dollar Store House Suburban. He looks so happy.
I think I circled it.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, go down again. Go to the next one. It's going to get interesting, and I'll tell you why in a second. So, yeah, just keep going through this.
Okay.
Oh, wasn't it? As rioters approach. Yeah, read that real quick with Lolo.
Okay, as riders approach, notice several men who bypass the stairs and instead approach police to say, "What's up?" and chat. Law enforcement at the stairs can't hold the crowd, many of them being Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, and Alex Jones's and Hallie Alexander's security detail for the upcoming photo op.
You like my arrow?
I do. Oh, I do.
We're here for lunch. But we don't want to hurt you. Just no, we don't want to hurt you.
Oops. Sorry. Interesting. Okay, wait. I want to make sure I don't fuck up here. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, go
this
up.
Is where we get to.
Go up
Oh, wait.
more. Wait, go up.
Oh, whoops. Sorry. Got a little moved here. Wait, nope. Still up. Okay, so this is the one we just did.
Yeah,
Here
go
we
to
go.
comms all clear.
Comms, right, here we go. Comms all clear earpieces. Paramilitary 7 in this clip, right side, talking with 2 law enforcement officers on the steps. This is March of 2021.
Wait, okay, before you play it, the
Yes.
guy right there in the sunglasses with the beard.
Wait, let me find
Yeah,
him.
right there.
Right, where?
Right. Well, okay, it's in the screenshots in the next one. That man is Mike Flynn's co-author, Boone Cutler.
No, Boone blocked me because I said something about the subtitle of his next book being "How to Set Up a Rendition." Rendition studio at home. Those kids will never get on your lawn again.
Oh yeah,
Art,
it gets worse. But yeah, play that one.
Here we go. All right, comms all clear. Okay, This is approximately 10 to 12 minutes before Alex Jones and Ali, along with an entourage of security, join. Lookouts on the balconies too. Oh, right there is Boone. Right there. That's Boone. This motherfucker. Gosh, Boone, why aren't you up there with the real men?
Earpieces?
Yep.
You'll see it in the screenshots too.
That's Mike Flynn's co-author, everybody. Look at the waving.
I think it strengthens kind of my argument about Flynn's alignment with Stone versus Bannon, right?
Yes, that makes
because this is Alex Jones, Ali Alexander,
Right. There's Boone.
You see the clear earpieces though too.
Oh yeah.
They're all clear. That's why I said comms all clear. I didn't have enough room to write everything, but
I got you.
I knew what I meant.
There you go. That's a Boone. There's Boone.
There's Boone.
Who are these guys? Is this Capitol
Police?
Oh, that's what I thought. Wonder what they said. I would like to hear from more Capitol Police if they would be willing.
I'd like to see their body cam videos.
Oh yeah. Well, you know what? Max Little Johnson might just release that for you. I say yes. Go ahead. We're not scared. Boone.
Yeah, there's Boone holding his earpiece.
It's a little.
Who was he? And I remember Stacey Burke said that she had the two-way radios in her house with one of the First Amendment Praetorian, and she heard all of the comms from her house because they had like one of the units there so that they could hear what was going on, the people on the ground there.
Oh, that's right. I remember her talking about that. Oh, God, I feel like this is all coming together. Here stands
I just wish that more people and more media continued to analyze this footage because it's so important. It's so important.
It is.
People have been able to like forget about this or believe whatever kind of simplistic narrative, and it's just so much more intricate and involved and coordinated than it's being kind of portrayed. And I understand the threat of Trump, but the fact that it's being kind of portrayed as Trump orchestrating it, I just think is a mistake.
Oh, totally agree with that. Here stands a frosted tip Nazi. Behold the groperness. I mean, Gal, also the humor, okay? Please, you're right.
I have to.
Excellent. It's actually excellent. So I know you're trying to get as many facts out, but you do it with some style, girl. Although
you have to survive this, this is this is a total crisis. Like the only way you can survive is through like some humor. You have to. I mean, and plus shame is really not a good thing for them. They don't like to be shamed.
That's true. That's true. They are very sensitive about their alphaness. Anyway, he's lookout, but rendezvous with purple scarf and others when the main event arrives. Man. Okay, wait, let me get back here. God, this just brings back memories, doesn't it?
The guy in the mask.
Right.
Now they're yelling, make a hole, make a hole,
make a hole. God, if only there were flags there that day. Oh,
I know.
He's right. You know what? I don't see any flags. But he's a super sleuth. Gosh, Boone, you're really holding back. Not feeling very alpha this morning?
No, he's got a particular spot.
How much you want to bet?
Make a hole.
First Victorian hole or phone.
That person's holding Jesus.
Oh my God, it's Jesus. Oh my God. So tired. Oh boy. All right. As the Confederate flag makes its way up, you will hear the cameraman give proximity to the doors. Purple scarf guy's name is Joey. The older man with patches, backpack, and earpiece calls for him in little sunglasses, Nazi black coat. Both keepers in center. This is fucking priceless.
Sorry. Okay, and I have to preface this. I didn't know about all these people as well as I do today when I watched this. So this is stuff I was trying. I didn't know who Joey was until way later, but I heard somebody say his name. So these are notes I was taking just listening to this video. And then I put it together later once I realized what footage I had. Video doesn't exist on YouTube anymore.
Wow. That you can thump the cops good with such a Jesus. Good one, him. Oh, Jim says Eric Trump is family. Okay. Wow. Woo.
Now, the next one, I cannot believe. I'm going to just tell you, I'm still shocked that this has not been played anywhere in any trial. Like, listen to what this fucking says. All right, go ahead.
All right.
Oh, do you want to read it?
I will. Okay, I'll read this first and then you can listen for it. We've got enough people to drag them out. We can hold tribunals out here. Drag them out and hold tribunals out here. We have military people. Any military lawyers? Woo! Woo!
We can hold tribunals. You know, got any lawyers? Come here. We don't need military people. We got any military lawyers?
Poor big ears. Did you see Ivan basket package?
He was on the other side of the Capitol where the Proud Boys were.
More oatmeal. More oatmeal. Oh, okay. Not more.
All right, now you go. If you go, yeah, here you go.
Okay. America, AF is America First flag. Oath Keeper center right. Additional coordinators discussion. Joey Purple Scarf calls out, Alex Jones, come up here. Coordinated attack. Yeah. Gal said that. What's his name? Who did you say was on the other side?
Ivan
Ivan
Raiklin was on the other side with where the Proud Boys breached the side of the inauguration.
Right. The scaffolding, etc. Yeah.
Alex, come up here. Alex. Let's go.
Jesus Christ. Security detail. Oath Keepers Proud Boys seen here more clearly as Alex Jones and Ali Alexander move up surrounded by the team using the same hand to shoulder tactic as seen by Jessica Watkins' team. Joey sunglasses, ginger and frosted tip Nazis meet them there.
Yo, Alex, go! There's Alex right there.
Huey.
That's the QAnon slogan.
Not really.
And there's Owen Schroyer too.
Oh. I liked him getting arrested on
And if you remember, Kenneth Cheeseborough was walking with them.
Yes, Kenneth wait, say that again. Hold on. What'd you say?
Ken Cheeseborough was walking with them to the Capitol.
That's right. Oh, I wonder how the Eastman thing is going. Well,
Oh, I'll put that on my phone. And
Alex Jones begins to regret his decision. He is obviously scared and is questioning his manhood at this time, realizing he really fucked up. Joey, the Groiper Nazis, Proud Boys, Oath Keeper, security detail. Poop, poop. All right. Come here. Ooh, that's close.
Country, motherfuckers! Push up. Oh, yeah.
was, oof. Oof. Alex Jones.
I think that's
17
last. This is the last one. So
This
yeah,
last-
this one's important too. You'll see why.
Alex Jones, 1776. Then, guys, I'm telling you, Trump's not going to come if we don't calm down. Let's be peaceful. Then tells the security detail to go. I love you all. I salute you. Never accept Biden and communist China. Never submit to the New World Order. Fight for Trump, 1776. Oh my God, Alex. This is his bald spot right there. It's a prostitute Nazi.
I'm pretty sure that's Kelly Meggs right there.
He smelled great cross-examination may be complete. Oh, wow.
I love you all. I salute you. USA! 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 USA!
Hey, Alex.
Hey, Alex, notice me. And now I gotta get out of here. Yeah, you guys, go fight for him.
Are you with him?
Kind of. I'm with that security guy.
Oh, hey, Tony woke up Henry and think he's one of he was actually talking about last night at the Freedom Project. I'll just think I'll let him know.
Oh my God. Oh my God. My God.
So he told the crowd that Trump wasn't going to come meet them there unless they were peaceful. That's what he tried to say on the thing.
Right.
Oh, and yes, Eastman just started back up, so I have it on my phone.
All right.
So
Yeah.
I'll tell you, I'll give you some updates on that.
Give
But
it some love.
yeah, I just thought it was important to show that because I think because they were so overtly involved and there's so much evidence tying them to it, that you have these people who want to just then place everything to them because there's so much evidence.
Right. No, I think that this is very important because again, and I love the fact that it's like going back to your notes from March and then being able to see how things either played out or how they've played out. I think it's fascinating. I think it's great. We're really lucky. We're lucky to have you here, Del. Believe me.
Oh, stop.
It's not, I mean, no, it really is nice. This is like, you and I have talked about this. You and I've wanted to have like the ability to have a conversation and have you weigh in real time when things are going on. So this is good. This is good stuff. Why are they shouting fuck John Peel? And who's John Peel? What's wrong? And why is he so in trouble? Yeah. All right. I have to pee again. I'm sorry, everybody, but we'll be right back. You guys just watch the amazing fire. Let's see. Oh, and then so Jim is giving us updates from Twitter on the examination. Is Eric under direct right now, Jim, that you know of? Eric, okay, here we go. Melissa, at his deposition, Eric testified that he never had an understanding when speaking to McConney that he was seeking information for the statements of financial condition. I just thought he was particularly curious. Mind the gap. Gap. Can Eric understand what gap is? What can he define it? RMBRB.
So, just a quick update while she goes to the bathroom. I'm listening to the Eastman Zoom thing in the background, and he's on cross-examination, and they're currently talking to him about the phone call that happened on January 2nd or January 3rd with like a bunch of state legislators with Phil Klein and Got Freedom. I don't know if anybody's familiar. I'll get a link for Lolo to put in so you can take a look. He's being asked how many people were on the call. He says he doesn't know how many people were on the call, but Breitbart reported after the call that there was over 300.
Georgia, and I believe Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, but I'm not
Yeah,
certain.
he just listed the GWAMP, which is Georgia, Wisconsin, Arizona, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. It's a fire, Jim.
Presidential election was conducted.
Because Lolo has to pee. It's too peaceful. Well, you missed the east side of the Capitol. We just went through all of the fighting. Just rewind it and watch that for a second. Boone Butler was in it.
Wait, what I miss? What I miss?
Nothing.
Wow.
No, Jim Sturgeon is just getting a little rowdy. Getting
Oh,
a little
really?
rowdy up
What's
in
the
the
problem?
comments. Yep.
What's the damage? What's the damage, Stewartson?
I told him to rewind and go watch the videos we just
Oh my
went
God.
over because Booney was in it. Or you could
Boone,
show him the Booney one. Show him the
I
Booney.
will. I'll pull up the Boone one. I love me a good Boone Cutler clip. Hold on. Let's go pull that up. Let's roll that beautiful footage. Wait, where is I? Here I am. Let's see, which one is it? I just don't know. Nope, it's not that one. I think it's this one. Nope, it's not that one. Did I just get rid of that one? No, I didn't. Let me find the Boone Color. Whoa.
That's Lauren Boebert.
That's her Explore Talent stuff, isn't it?
It sure is.
Today is 1776. I used to put that copy of that tweet under everything she said after January 6th. It didn't see it. It didn't. Okay. All right. Let me get back to the other. Hold on. Let me go ahead and do this, and then I'll behind the scenes.
Oh, Siegfried's messing with you, Jim.
Drink. Boone, Jesus fucking Cutler. That's right. Okay. Let me find this other because I just kind of fucked it up.
Oh, I gotta change my avatar. That guy's not on the stand anymore.
Yeah. You got to go to the next maggot. I have a good picture of John Eastman. Okay. Oh my gosh. Here we go. That's the Kylie Jane. That's not it. Here we go. Let me get to the Boone. Lunar sooner. Let's see what's the best. Well, there's this. Okay. Booner sooner. Okay. Where am I? Yeah. Oh, this one. Copy. And then I do this, and then I do this, and I do that. And then I go back here. Okay, here we go. All right. So, as you can see, let me see. This is a good one. Look it. Look it as I live and breathe. It's little Booney Cutler. Why, isn't that just precious? There he is, standing there in all his glory, looking great in the camo, looking good, looking coiffed, looking ready to rumble. Well, from down on the end of the stairs, you know. Let's see, is he in this clip? Yeah, I don't think he's in that one. I think he's in one of these. Four more years. 15 isn't enough. We want a 19 speed. Smokey the Bear. Four more years. Oh, stop. We don't want to hear you anymore. Let's see. What is this one? Oh, this is the one with the good audio. Well, sorry, Jim. I didn't get to the Boone stuff, but you saw he's standing there. Who's that guy? He looks so familiar. Boone is standing over here, Jim. Who's that fucker? He looks so familiar. You're telling me I can't tell because I can't see the chat. All right, well, enough of that nonsense. 4 more deers. USA. Boone is another mediocre white man who was dicking around in anti-vax after he got back from Afghanistan. Then Flynn picked him up for J6 to run PSYOPs and be cannon fodder. Is he the one who was on radio communications with the first Praetorian? Is that suspected or known or not? Or we want rump. We love roast. Trump knew he lost the election, but when New York AG's counsel showed a document showing that former Trump restored himself as trustee on January 15, 2021. Whoops. God, another.
Ooh.
I'm telling you, all these little ones, all these little admissions that he knew, and I know there's some other ones because I remember hearing them. He had a radio like Raikkonen. Oh yeah, that's
Yeah,
good.
they were wearing clear earpieces. I have it all in these clips. So
Raikkonen washed out due to jab. Oh, you mean of the?
That's what he says. That's what he says. He separated in June of last year. I think he was just, toward the end, he'd been there for a long time in the guard, but he claims it's because he refused to take the jab. It's not. I don't think that's true.
Fun fact: he's actually, vaccinated, which would be amazing.
Are they back yet, or?
Oh, is it 1 or when are they coming back? Oh yeah, it is 1 o'clock. It's 11. It's 12, or it's coming up on 12. Let me check. Hold on.
Who did they say they were bringing up next?
Wait, let me think about it.
Oh, we'll go to yesterday's stream of Lolo's Lounge. We went through a thread on Ivan. I have his full resume on it.
Yeah, I'm still here, really. Hey. Nope, not yet. Hi, I'm Anthony Blinken, and I'm super fucking tired. That's what
Jam, you should just come join the stream, man.
Yeah, you need a link? Hold on. Come on, put your money where your mouth is. No, I'm just kidding.
Save America pack.
Cash Patel gets paid. Oh yeah, 15,000 or 25,000. I don't know. The numbers are very different. Yes, ask and ye shall receive.
John Eastman is like touting Garland Favorito.
Well, unfortunately, Garland Favorito made himself out to be the fool that he is in that courtroom. So while John may think
fucking blocked me. I mean, who gets blocked by Garland Favorito? I do.
He actually mentioned you, didn't he? At you? I thought he added you, but I could be wrong. I don't know. The illegalities, that's what they keep saying. Okay, by the way, the whole thing about Eastman is that since he couldn't make the machine fraud work, and since he couldn't make the other thing work, and since he couldn't make the ballot harvesting work, he's going with the illegality of the state legislative changes. And he's also going with the fact that he did not advocate that Mr. Pence reject the electors. He says on the stand often, he never told Mike Pence to reject the electors. Well, unfortunately, there's testimony to the contrary. So who's the liar? Is it Richard Donahue or whoever was in the room? I can't remember. Right? So sorry, Mr. Eastman. This play is coming to an end. The credits are about to roll, and your name is going to be near the top.
Yeah, I would say Eastman is on Team Bannon, which means like most of the money also.
Larry Boofelter? Really, Larry? You're coming up? I don't know about you.
Who's Larry?
I think it's someone we know. I think it's a man with many aliases. But like many men with aliases, he's a little scared. But yeah, no, I think that yeah, I don't know what I think. Hang my pants. But he chanted hang my pants.
Well, I think the whole reason we kind of went down all this is just to say, like, why are they all kind of seemingly turning on Alex Jones, Ali Alexander, stuff like that. But what I do find interesting is that they're not really mentioning Roger Stone or Mike Flynn. They are only mentioning Alex Jones and Ali Alexander. So I do think that's really interesting.
Now, Katrina did say Roger Stone's name yesterday, but that's true. Only she has been that specific. And here's what's striking to me is, I mean, we do hear these people speak on other channels of late. Katrina tweets pretty frequently. Amy's pretty quiet, but the jig is up. We know what you've said in the past. Like, it's just not. They're not going to run away from this. So, eat your own. Go ahead, but. Meanwhile, I think those video clips, Gal, now that we know a little bit more about the planning of January 6th, those clips are even more disgusting in that you do see people who were there as true believers for Trump, which, that's being stupid. So sorry, I'm not going to give you that much grace. But at the same time, you can see that they're the cannon fodder for all of these guys with the clear earpieces and all that shit. And I just think, wow, man, you guys are still going to the mat for these dicks. And they never gave a shit about
Follow
you.
and engage
Ever.
with C-SPAN on.
Ever. And you bought it. And you're still buying it. That is the height of disgusting. Oh, that's your avatar now is him showing his pardon, right, Gal? That's Roger Stone. Is it Roger and Mike?
And Mike Flynn, yeah.
Showing their pardons.
They signed each other's pardons.
I've not.
Oh my God.
Also, I still want to know why Jesse Banal didn't come to testify. He's supposed to, right? Like right before Cash Patel. What happened?
I thought he was with Cash Patel. Maybe I'm wrong. I was confused by that. Really? Sir, you have to turn your radio down. Don't you know how television works?
He said that, Jim? Holy shit.
I can't hear Jim. Oh, wait.
Huh?
Oh,
no, Jim.
Okay.
No, the other Jim.
Oh, sorry, Jim Sturtson. I just covered your face. Trump posted on Truth Social that if he is reelected, he is going to appoint alien candidate to the Supreme Court. Well, I mean, that's not breaking news.
Hi, Jim Sturtson.
Hey, I'm trying to get my comments and all my stuff figured out.
Okay.
I just heard you. Can you hear me?
Yes, heard me, great, okay.
Yeah. Can you raise your right hand, please?
Here's the man. Were you spit on by Joe Altman?
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will give this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Who's testifying?
So we can hear you better when you were kind of pulled up.
Let me see.
No, just my phone thrown.
Oh, okay.
I think we should
He threw your phone. Joe Altman threw Rogue's phone.
And just let us know for some reason you're having trouble hearing or anything.
I'm having trouble hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Representative.
Yeah, well, you're not supposed to be streaming, so.
Oh, right.
I'm going to ask you some questions, as you well know, but
I'm
I'd like to
just gonna
start
go to
just a
this
little
'cause I
bit
need
with
to
your
turn it. I need to
with your
stop.
current position and your background. So could you tell for the record your current position?
Yeah, I'm a United States Congressman for the 4th Congressional District of Colorado.
And how long have you been a congressman?
Almost 9 years, 8 years and 10 months.
Okay. And when were you first elected then into Congress?
I was elected in November of 2014.
Okay.
Which one? Oh, it's
and
Ken
what did
Buck.
you do prior to that?
It's Ken Buck, right?
Before that, I was elected
Yeah.
attorney in the 19th
Yeah, that's Ken Buck.
And Ken Buck.
And how long did you serve in that position?
He's like the only normie left, and he's not running again.
Okay. And then prior to being
Well, why is he one of Trump's witnesses?
I don't know. It's weird. And he still voted, for Mike Johnson, but
I was with the U.S. Department of Justice for 15 years, 3 years in Washington, D.C., and 12 years in the U.S. Attorney's Office in Denver. And I also taught the University of Denver Law School in the evenings. I'm not sure if the title was adjunct professor, but it was something along those lines. I taught at the graduate law program, and I also taught for the law school criminal proceeding.
Okay. Thank you very much. So I want to direct your attention to the events around January 6th and the electoral vote, the electoral count. Where were you in the afternoon of January 6th?
I was on the floor in the U.S. House.
Okay, and why were you there? What was going on?
There was a procedure to certify the votes from the November 2020 election.
Okay, and had you done that before as a congressman?
Yes. So I'm trying to think. For the 2016 election, I was not here for the 2012 election. So 2016, and that was my second time.
Okay. And can you describe what the process is that Congress follows for the electoral vote count?
Sure. So the Vice President resides, and he orders the envelopes to be opened, and the clerk in the House opens the envelopes. It's a joint hearing. The Senate is in the House chambers, and we have a joint hearing. The envelopes are opened, and the electoral votes from each of the states in alphabetical order is announced.
Okay.
That's how it's supposed to work generally.
Okay. And what role does does Congress play? Are you merely bystanders to that? Bystanders, or does the Congress play a role in that process?
It depends who you ask. In my opinion, we have a very ministerial function of sitting there opening envelopes. I assume that at the time the Constitution was written, it was meant to.
That's another boring one. You're boring.
Boring. Why would they bring this guy up? He's not going to say
I'm
anything.
wondering that too.
It doesn't
I
make
think
any
it's because he is the well-known Colorado
Okay.
Republican.
And now, is there a process for objections?
And he thinks he's doing it for his party.
What if he's about to drop a bomb, and that's why he announced the other day that he's not running for re-election?
Yeah, I mean it's a weird timing. Yeah.
Can we do it here?
Certified electors coming.
Well, that's what I'm wondering.
So I want to go back to January 6, 2017.
Then that kind of trial.
Were there any objections on the floor at that time?
Yes, there were 6 or 7.
Oh, here we go.
Different states electoral count.
And can you describe what happened?
I can. Jim McGovern from Massachusetts, Congressman from Massachusetts, stood up and objected to the votes. I think it was Alabama. And then there were 5 other objections, clear objections to particular votes. Then the last objection, the 7th one, Maxine Waters from California. I don't know if she objected, but she just asked if a senator will agree to object with her. So the only way a proper objection can be made is if a House member and a senator both object. And in 16 and in years past, frankly, there have never been, to my knowledge, a senator who has objected, at least in this century. No senator has objected with the House member in the and in 16, in 17, January 6 to 17, no senator agreed to object.
So all the objections were from House members?
All the objections were for House members, and they were not heard because it wasn't properly made.
Okay.
I explained all this at the top.
Senator,
This is perfect.
from a
Thank you,
process
Ken
standpoint,
Beck.
if the senator agrees to the objection, then what happens?
Then, this is based on memory. I have to have the rules by memory. The objection then is recognized.
This is the worst lawyer I've ever seen. I mean, I've seen a lot of.
He's terrible. Oh my
Like,
God, he's
what?
terrible.
He's putting the case on for.
Is he not the former whatever of Colorado? Is he like a former attorney general or something? Isn't one of them? I think.
I don't know.
Okay. Let's
His name,
look at
like,
January 6, 2021.
Griesler or something.
Were there,
Gessler.
when you were on the House floor, were there any objections?
He has
Oh my
no
God.
narrative. He's not proving anything except
Yeah,
there was
there's
an
no
insurrection.
story.
The very first basic principle.
Yeah, he's just recounting what happened.
In a way that's helpful to the other side.
Right, and this makes it like no big deal. Like this happened. You know, I hide under my desk more than you think I would.
So the Senate then went back to their chambers to debate, and the House started the process of debating.
Okay. So were you in the House as part of that debate?
It was in the House. It was unclear to me whether I would be speaking or not. It was during COVID, and so the House had rules on how many seats had to be between each member. When you're on the House, there were actually members in the gallery, so it was people were very spread out. My guess is there were only probably about half the members were actually in the House, on the House floor at the time. Most members were back at their offices.
Okay.
Or at least, maybe not most, but a large number of members were back at their offices.
Okay. And did anything unusual happen that day?
Oh, yeah.
Come on, this guy.
I'm trying to give you open-ended
Isn't that
questions.
funny? Oh, it's so funny.
Can you describe what happened?
Sure.
And
so we're permitted to have phones on the House floor. I was not getting a signal, so I didn't know what was going on outside the House floor. But the first thing that I knew, a police officer, uniformed officer, came. Actually, no. I think the first thing that happened was a security detail escorted Speaker Pelosi off of the dais, and she was escorted out. And then, of course, everybody's murmuring about what happened. And then it may have been Jim McGovern who took over, but a Democrat member of the majority took over and was acting Speaker at that point. A few minutes later, a police officer came to the microphone and said that tear gas had been dispersed, and we were advised that there were tear gas or gas masks, I guess, under our seats, and we should deploy those.
When did they break the windows and stick guns through that, Mr. Buck?
She may have also said that the Capitol.
No, apparently it all started when Nancy Pelosi snuck off the floor.
Yeah. How'd she know?
I remember within seconds of that happening, a member from the Democrat side of the balcony area yelled out, "This is your fault." And I'm sitting there
That's the winner.
Context for what's going on. I hadn't a text from my staff or the ability to go online and figure out what was going on.
Were they happy?
Okay.
Happy gals.
And then
Happy little gas masks.
So were you actually debating while wearing gas masks?
Oh my God, Johnny Spin just brought up 2,000 Mules. Just saying.
Good strategy.
What would happen next?
Okay. And then did the Capitol Police or security respond in any way to a perceived threat?
Yes. So after that, and after a few minutes of that, maybe.
Did you see the QAnon shaman?
Police officer came back to the
podium and said that we would be clearing the House floor. And that's when I saw.
He was so calm about it. Like, you know, fine, whatever.
Happens all the time.
I was
What we trained for.
typically that day I was sitting near the center aisle, and for some context for the court, that's the aisle where the president walks down to give the State of the Union address, and it typically divides the two parties. But I was sitting close to the aisle, and that center door there are big wood doors on the outside, and then the doors on the inside, there is glass above.
Oh, here we go. Here's where the gun comes through from the tourists.
Okay. And so what do the security police do? Or were they security or police? How should I describe them?
They are sworn officers.
Law enforcement? I mean,
and so what did they do?
Dude.
Well, they took up positions, and as members started leaving, I actually took my coat off. There was some, my jacket off. There was some members who were moving furniture over to block the door, and the officers, I know at one point had drawn their weapons. My memory also is after the members had moved some furniture over, there was a popping sound.
I need one of these guys to break down on the stand.
Over the door, and someone had popped that glass, and that's when the officers drew their weapons. It's hard to, in a room like that, it's hard to tell exactly what that noise came from. I could see the glass, so I knew, but it almost sounded like a bullet at first, and so the officers had drawn their guns and were securing that door.
Okay. Now, did you personally feel threatened? How did you feel about perceived?
And what's so interesting about that is the restraint that law enforcement showed. That even though it sounded like a gunshot when they broke the glass, they actually didn't discharge their weapon until someone came through it. Let's fucking point that out, okay?
So when we started to when the police started to clear the building, and at the same time there were police officers behind the wall of the front wall of the House chambers. There were police officers who were clearly milling around and securing the other entrances to the House, and I could see that from my seat. But when we started to clear, I put my jacket back on. I was one of the last to leave the House floor, and the officers actually came over to me. I was down in the middle aisle at this point, and they said, "It's time to go."
Oh, really? Are you just trying to tell us that, you know?
Okay.
What?
And what was your view of the sort of capabilities of the Metro Police and, I'm sorry, of the security officers?
I'm very confused as to what he's supposed to be saying to us.
I'm telling you, he's the serious Colorado Republican. Who are they going to bring in? Harriet Hagerman?
That would have been awesome.
It actually would have been awesome.
An unknown threat to me at that point, that they were in control of the House floor based on the number of officers, probably 30 to 40 officers around the House, well-armed officers.
Okay. And what was your perception as to, well, let me ask you this. Was anyone that you saw shot?
No. In fact,
Here we go.
The shot would have occurred while I was there, because like I said, I was one of the last to leave the House.
No, but there was a lot of aggressive tickling.
I understood later that a lady had tried to reach the House chambers through the Speaker's lobby.
You see that nice fellow with the horns?
Okay.
Great.
So from your perspective, the way the security officers
we thought it was maybe festive.
Were you able to infer any sense of what their protocols or based on their behavior?
Yeah, I think based on my experience in law enforcement and what I saw them doing,
their goal, their function was to make sure that there wasn't a hostage situation, to make sure that no members were going to be hurt or.
Did he say not a hostage situation?
Yeah, he's just asking him what cops do.
And they're aware of what's going on. They were there to secure the floor until the members left, and as soon as the members left, I could see the officers leaving the house at that point.
Okay.
Leaving the house floor.
And why do you think they left the house floor?
Because I don't think
we're gonna get shot.
I think the threat that they were, and again, this is speculating, but the threat that they were there to minimize was the threat of injury to members and staff. And once that had been accomplished, they were withdrawn.
Okay. Are you aware of any sort of breaches or occupations of the Capitol prior to this event?
Oh, let's talk about
In
that.
the summer of 2020, there were riots, and the rioters had attempted to break through the barricades, and in some cases have broken through the barricades. Much smaller groups of people that
And a much larger National Guard presence, huh?
And were they arrested, sir?
And the goal was to reach the Capitol at that point. There was also an instance in 2016, I believe it was June of 2016, where there was a mass shooting, and I don't remember which one. It may have been a school shooting.
I don't remember which one.
Democrats wanted, Republicans were in the majority, the Democrats wanted to have gun control bills heard. Speaker Ryan refused to bring those to the floor, and the Democrats occupied the floor at that time. The Speaker ordered that the C-SPAN coverage of the floor ended, and the Democrats began to live stream from their phones. There was some, it wasn't really a fight, but there was certainly some intimidation.
Shut the fuck up, Ken Buck. I'm over it. I'm done with your stupid ass fucking whataboutism.
Yeah, retire and write your book, bitch.
Guess what? Those people that came in there and Black Lives Matter and others, they're fighting for their fucking lives. Your fucking people were fighting because they lost something. Like a bunch of baby ass bitches. The other people are getting gunned down in their fucking schools. The other people are getting gunned down driving their car. I don't want to fucking hear it. You lost.
Let me ask you if you're aware of how the police reacted when there were outsiders who came into the Capitol. I think you had testified in 2020.
Yeah, I don't think they ever reached the Capitol. Protesters.
Yeah, they didn't go to the Capitol, you shitty fucking lawyer.
The Capitol, the barricades, and they're fairly weak barricades that were set up to kind of, they look almost like something that you put your bicycle in.
Yeah, bike racks.
A rec department or something. They weren't very sturdy.
Yeah, but they were also guarded by a lot of fucking people in uniform.
To my knowledge, they never got into the Capitol.
Okay. Let me turn your attention to after the events of
Did they just let him go home?
Of January 6th. So are you aware of the January 6th select committee that was that ultimately conducted a form of an investigation into the events of January 6th?
Judge, this is beyond the scope of what the function was provided for. Specifically, it was provided testified about his experience as a sitting member of Congress at the Capitol on January 6th, 2021.
Your Honor, I think we had verbally as well told the court that we'd have two congressmen, obviously one we can't, who were going to testify about congressional procedures, including the January 6th committee. That's an event here, and you've specifically asked for evidence about the January 6th committee. That's why Mr. Hafey is going to be testifying, even though he was not placed on the petitioner's witness list. And so that's in response to that as well.
We we have two options here. We can either take Mr. Deal's.
Wait, Donald Trump's lawyer is going to call Tim Hafey?
And I can.
What the fuck is this? Wait, is this Donald Trump's lawyer? It is.
Yeah. Well, it's.
Or we can allow Mr. Buck to.
Is it Trump's or the parties?
Testify about something that wasn't disclosed, and you can cross-examine, which is your preference.
I have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure. Just one moment, Congressman Buck.
When I feel confused like this, I know that this is I don't get what he's trying to do.
I wasn't, but I'm assuming that you're willing to testify about this additional subject.
I can't even figure out any nefarious purpose. Like, what could? There's no strategy I can even divine from it, and that's unusual. Usually, you can figure it out.
The only one I can draw is that he's attempting to say that it's not an insurrection because of these other instances when riots happened. I don't know.
By showing lots and lots of riot footage. I mean, okay.
I know. Well, we didn't
I
say
just mean like why is Ken Buck here? But I also would like to know. Oh, so I wonder if they're going to be talking
our position, Your
about
Honor, we're going to ask
the position of
Representative
like,
Buck.
oh, well, it was the security that wasn't up to par. It wasn't.
We agree
Trump,
that's fair game
right?
for cross-examination. But any events after January 6th that ever reference January 6th, we'll probably object if it goes beyond the scope of our direct, certainly, Your Honor.
Well, I'm just going to rule as the objections come.
Fair enough, Your Honor.
In that case, we'll do it.
What an asshole. Good move, buddy.
In that case, I call Donald Trump.
Representative Buck,
Before we move on to that, I'd like to ask just one question about his prior testimony.
Sure, Your Honor.
So, Congressman Buck, did you see when you were in the chambers and you said that the police officers are all putting up barricades, etc., and could you see what was going on in the hallway, or are you kind of just in a vacuum at this point, in the sense that you see them seeming to prepare for something but don't know what's going on outside the room?
Yeah, that's why I mentioned earlier. I felt kind of stupid taking my jacket off and getting ready for a fight because I didn't realize until I got back. Actually, we were moved to a committee room after we were brought off the floor. I had young staff, and I was concerned about them. And so I came back to my office rather than the secure committee room, and I saw on TV what was going on. And I thought, oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. I just said, oh my goodness.
Congressman Buck, if I may ask you, how did you get from the Capitol back to your office?
There's a series of tunnels underneath the Capitol building that connect the House offices, the Senate offices, the Library of Congress, all connected with a series of tunnels, and that's how police escorted us through those tunnels.
Okay, thank you. So let's turn to the January 6th committee. To your knowledge, how are members of committees?
Did you see Michelle Bachmann in the tunnels, Mr. Buck?
Now he's asking how Congress works. Fuck, dude.
There will be a January 6th committee. There will be X number of Democrats. I don't know if it was 8 or 9 Democrats on the committee. There will be, I think she said 5 Republicans on the committee. And at that point, she started naming the Democrats within, a week or 10 days. She started naming the Democrats for the committee, and the Republican leader at the time, we were in the minority at the time, the Republican leader, Kevin McCarthy, named 5 Republicans. I know 3 of the names, Jim Jordan, Jim Banks, and Kelly Armstrong, were named to that committee. Speaker Pelosi then denied Jim Jordan and Jim Banks and said they would not be seated on the committee.
Why?
Point,
Why, Ken Buck?
Kevin McCarthy withdrew all 5 names and refused to have anybody from the Republican Party sit on the committee. The next move, Speaker Pelosi announced that Liz Cheney would co-chair the committee. Obviously, Liz Cheney, a Republican, would co-chair the committee. And within a couple of weeks after that, Adam Kinzinger then was named to the committee by Speaker Pelosi. So there were this group of Democrats, 7, 8, 9, and 2 Republicans who were seated on it.
Okay. And
One from a Republican
and do you know
dynasty.
Representatives Cheney or Kinzinger?
I know them both very well.
Okay. And your thoughts of them?
Well, my thoughts in terms of the January 6th.
Let me ask you this: what's your relationship with them? When you say you know them, if you have a relationship with them.
Well, I've had a long relationship with Liz Cheney. I worked for Dick Cheney on the Grand Counter investigation back in 1986 and 7. I knew Liz before she ran for Congress for Wyoming, and was in contact with her pretty consistently as she served here in Congress. Adam less so.
I changed her diaper, for crying out loud.
So I took her during committee work and had some conversation, but he was not a particularly close friend or colleague.
Okay. So they were appointed to the January 6th committee. To your knowledge, what were their views towards the January 6th events when they were on the committee?
So after January 6th, Speaker Pelosi understand the time.
Objection, speculative. He can't comment on
hearsay.
somebody else's mental understanding or perspective. This is dumb. This is so dumb.
He announced an impeachment proceeding against President Trump, and there was actually a vote on the floor when both Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger voted for impeaching President Trump. I think of the 200 some odd Republicans, maybe 10, 12 voted for impeachment. So it was a fairly small minority, 5% of the overall conference voted for impeachment, and then they were 2 of the Republicans who voted for impeachment.
Okay. Let me go back to Liz Cheney. Do you
Nancy Pelosi only wanted people who saw the truth?
You talked about content. I mean, do you consider her a friend, or how would you describe that?
You know, Harry Truman said, if you want a friend in DC, get a dog. I think that Liz and I were, acquaintances, and we shared stories on the game. I've never been to her house to eat. She's never been to my house. We haven't seen much of each other, but certainly had a friendly history.
Okay. So she and Adam Kinzinger were on the floor. Based on the vote
that Dick Cheney is
for
watching,
impeachment, as well as any other knowledge you have, did they represent the opinions of the large majority of the caucus?
On what subject?
With respect to the events of January 6th?
Well, I don't think they represented the views of most of the Republican Congress, because most of the Republican Congress, 95% of the Republican Congress, did not vote for the impeachment of President Trump, and they did. So in the sense of where they were on January 6th, I think they stood out.
Were there other Republicans then who had different perspectives or viewpoints than Representatives Cheney or Kinzinger that did not serve on the committee?
Well, the 5 Republicans who Leader McCarthy assigned to the committee did not serve on the committee and did not share the views of.
They participated, for crying out loud. My goodness.
Okay. I'm going to represent to you that Representative Swalwell testified earlier, and that there was a text from him referring to Representatives Cheney and Kinzinger, in which he was saying that Representative Cheney and Kinzinger, he was happy that they were on the Democrats' team with respect to January 6th committee. Is that an
What
accurate
is this?
description from your point of view?
You know, I
Think carefully,
would have a tough
Ken.
time answering that question. They were clearly they shared the view on impeachment of President Trump for the actions that occurred on January 6th. I would say that when it came to most of the votes that were before the House, they did not share the views of the Democrats and how they voted on other subjects. But clearly on the January 6th issue, they were had similar views. I don't know. You know, I don't think any Democrat wants to be known as being on the Republican team or the other way around.
Okay. And did you perceive any problems? Well, let me ask you this. Were there any other Republicans that served on the January 6th committee besides Representatives Cheney and Kinzinger?
To Joanna's point, what about all the
I
witnesses?
actually called Kevin McCarthy because of my background as a prosecutor, and I asked Kevin if I could get his permission to seek to serve on that committee because I heard that witnesses were crossed.
You didn't get to go to the prom.
Okay. Kevin told me that he did not want me serving on that committee. He didn't want anybody else, any other Republicans.
Why was it important for witnesses to be cross-examined and documents to be challenged?
Well, you know, in my experience as a prosecutor, if a defense attorney is the president and a defendant is the president, it's not a real fair trial. And in this case, you need to have both sides. You need to have the adversarial system working in order to get accurate and full, complete information for an issue like the January 6th investigation.
Did you think that Representatives Cheney and Kinzinger would sort of fulfill that role of, that role of ensuring that the adversarial process was carried out?
I think they both do their best to be fair, but I do think that they were more aligned with the result that the Democrats were looking for than, for example, Jim Jordan or Jim Banks or Kelly Armstrong would have done. So I think that it was
Gosh, how would they have questioned themselves?
Not as challenging for the evidence as it would have been if the 5 members appointed by Lee McCarthy or others in Congress were allowed to sit on that committee.
Do you think you would have fulfilled that role had you been on the committee?
What is the point of this?
I think this is Ken saying, I'm going to play all the sides of this bitch.
Much evidence that was considered, but certainly I would have done my best. I worked, as I mentioned before, for Dick Cheney on the Iran-Contra investigation. We had a adversarial system, and we had a minority report on the Iran-Contra investigation on areas where we didn't agree. There is no minority report in this the January 6th investigation because there was no minority. It was one viewpoint.
Wait, he said on Iran-Contra?
So when, well, let me ask you that. So Speaker Pelosi, did she, when she rejected or refused to allow certain appointments by Representative McCarthy, in your experience in Congress, was that a normal event?
It was not
An
normal.
Insurrection, is that a normal event?
Congress, Speaker Pelosi, on 1 or 2 other occasions, had removed members from committees. I know that Marjorie Taylor Greene was not allowed to sit on committees because of statements that she made before winning her seat for Congress, and I know that Paul Gosar was removed from committees. And in the past, it's typically been the party of the person who is alleged to have committed some wrongdoing that removes the person from committee seats. And I'm not sure in relation to January 6th whether those events occurred before or after, but the typical process is for the minority party to be able to assign individuals, members to the committee assignments.
Okay. So you said it's never happened in the history of Congress. Did I hear you correct there?
Well, I have not.
To your knowledge.
To my knowledge, and certainly in recent history, that's not.
Okay. So observing the January 6th committee procedures, was in fact the evidence that was submitted to the committee subjected to the adversarial process?
No.
And why is that? If you could give me a little bit more of a
Strap
description
in,
rather than
bitch,
a
because it's
two-letter word,
gonna
no.
be lit.
How do I know that?
Oh, it is Dragonfly. Sorry, yeah. Colorado River of Tears for Fears of Authoritarianism. I don't know why that doesn't just speak to you. But yes, this is the Colorado.
I've had the opportunity to talk to some of the people who were alleged to have done things in the report and heard their side of the story, and they were never questioned. For example, Jim Jordan was up for speakership recently, and
we know.
went through with him some of the allegations in the January 6th report, and then heard his side of the story. Those were not included in the January 6th report. And based on the makeup of the committee, there wasn't inquiries that I certainly would have wanted to make. For example, what was Speaker Pelosi's role in not having the National Guard present, or at least assembled to be present, and what was the Sergeant at Arms role in that. There are some areas that
Shame
I
on
think
you,
would
Ken.
have been important to look at to be able to judge President Trump's actions and non-actions in this case.
Wow, dude. Go out with a bang.
Know if there were any members on the committee who
Must be a hell of a tape.
subpoenaed or
Ken.
produced evidence for witnesses that were supportive or sympathetic to the proposition that January 6th was not an insurrection and was not caused by President Trump?
I'm aware that Leader McCarthy, when he made the statement that we would not be assigning Republicans to the January 6th committee after Speaker Pelosi had denied the assignments to Jim Jordan and Jim Banks, Leader McCarthy said that he was going to have a separate investigation.
Oh yeah, what happened to that?
Would be our side of the story, and there were some witnesses who were who testified, and there were some documents produced, not proceeding, produced, and had those been part of the January 6th report, I think the report would have been more important.
I'm sorry, the report would have been more
complete.
Okay. Is it fair to say it would have been more balanced?
I think if you're looking for balance.
How do you know that? Did you see all the evidence? Did you read all the fucking evidence, dude?
Okay. Let me ask you about that separate committee real quick. Did that committee have any subpoena power?
It did not.
Did it have any ability to compel the production of documents?
It did not.
Or witnesses?
No.
Okay.
Talking about the January 6th.
No, Your Honor. I'm talking about the separate report that Representative Buck referred to that Speaker McCarthy had created. Let me just clear up the record, Representative Buck.
Let me correct you. It's not Speaker McCarthy at the time.
I'm sorry. Yes, Leader. I just want to help clear up the record a little bit. So your testimony was that Minority Leader McCarthy had sort of established a separate committee, correct?
Well, I wouldn't call it a committee because there were no Democrats on his effort. Just as there were, well, I shouldn't say no Republicans. There were no Democrats on his effort. There were, I think, Jim Banks and a few others. Kelly Armstrong were on this other group that was formed to investigate.
Okay. What they find?
Let me go back to the January 6th committee. You said there was no minority report produced by the January 6th committee. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And why is that important?
Oh, because it provides the other side of the story. It provides a context for what both sides is alleging. And it is important to have the, I believe, the full
Is this jackwagon still talking?
situation.
Well, that's what he calls it.
Okay.
I don't know.
So tiring.
But this is what happened yesterday, Jim. We had boring, and then fireworks.
You had said when you spoke with
Well, here's my
He's not
fucking
capable of
question.
fireworks.
things that
Not-
he
there's
said.
fireworks.
My
That
question
were
on cross-examination is, are
much
you
different,
telling me that
provided
in
a
the
much
history of
context
Congress, when
than what
there is
appeared in
a
the January
committee,
6th.
there
Can you
has
explain that a
always
little
been a
bit?
minority report because there has never been a consensus between the parties of what happened, of whatever they were investigating? Is that what, I mean?
Your Honor, we're not introducing anything for the truth of the asserted, for the truth of the matter asserted. We're introducing information that
We're
shows
introducing no truth, I heard.
Right.
and that the perspective that Representative Jordan provided was much different. So we're using this to demonstrate the incompleteness and one-sidedness. Not that one side is true.
Now he has a reason.
I know we have other arguments about that,
9/11
but I'm not looking to
side
get
of fireworks.
Express the reason.
either side. It's the difference between the two that matters.
And the
Well, he said that if I recall, he said that
Isn't that an erotic novel by like Suzanne, whatever?
Epistemological crisis? That sounds like
Yeah.
a romance
The
novel.
other side of truth. No, that. Yeah. Tagline: epistemologic crisis. But I think that's an erotic novel. I'm pretty sure it's from the 70s.
One example would be a report stated that Jim Jordan refused to testify.
Which congressperson wrote that?
Was that he was
I like the movie too. It was pretty good.
in the process of negotiating a date for his testimony, and then the committee staff never got back to his staff. So he says he was willing to testify. The report says that he was unwilling to testify. There were a few issues
things like
that. He sent a tweet. No, I'm sorry. He sent a text to Mark Meadows. I believe it was January 2nd, and in the text, the allegation in the report is that Jim Jordan advocated for the decertification, and Jim's statement to me was that he attached a law review article or a legal analysis, I guess it was a law review article, legal analysis to Mark Meadows, the chief of staff, to examine in terms of whether they could. So he says he wasn't advocating, but he was providing information to the White House on this.
Yeah, he was just forwarding a text from Knights of Malta, Joseph Schmitz, who was the second in command at Blackwater, with Eric Prince, who was on the economic war room with Kevin Freeman, talking about how to overturn the election, with people like Patrick Byrne and Tony Schaefer and all these people. So yeah, totally fucking innocent Jim Jordan.
Representative Buck, let me ask you why do you know so much detail, or why were you so interested in discrepancies between the committee report and why did you spend so much time learning about that from Representative Jordan?
Cruz.
Jim Jordan was a candidate for speaker. He was actually the speaker nominee for the Republican Party in the recent speaker issue that was going on in the last few weeks.
Okay. And so it's fair to say you spoke with him at length about these issues as part of that process?
He came to my office one evening in the middle of his time as speaker nominee, and we sat down for about an hour and 10 minutes.
Okay. To your knowledge, were any of the witnesses before the January 6th committee cross-examined?
I don't know the concept of cross-examination
Yeah. Hey, dumb, not an obvious lawyer. Like, you don't cross-examine in a deposition. That's why it's called a deposition. You fucking idiot. Jesus Christ. And also, he's now testifying because he just learned this 3 weeks ago? The fuck? I mean,
to your now,
what?
In your view, and based on your observations attending the committee meetings, were questions placed to witnesses that were an effort or seeking to elicit testimony that ran contrary to the thesis that President Trump caused an insurrection?
Objection. Mr. Fisher's characterized as Thompson attending the committee. I don't believe that Thompson was on the committee.
Congressman, but when you talked about attending hearings, were you referring to the public hearings?
I didn't attend. I saw some public hearings on television, but I was not in attendance.
So is that what you
My TV was broken.
His observations, yes.
Jesus Christ, even the fucking Congress people didn't watch this thing or read the report. Like, I can't handle these people anymore.
I will try, though.
It's like, I don't want to know because it might hurt my feelings, so I'm not going to fucking look at it.
Yes, sir.
It's your fucking job to look at it.
Congressman Buck, from your observations of the committee process, do you think there were, can you describe whether the questions that were asked, whether they were postured and how they were postured to arrive at a full investigation?
Sure. I think that the questions were typically questions that would demonstrate President Trump's
I thought you didn't watch it.
in January 6th, or elicit answers.
I thought you didn't watch any of it.
Involvement and culpability in the events of January 6th.
How do you know how their questions were structured?
As an old trial lawyer, I listened to a lot of those questions, and probably as most trial lawyers thought, I was Clarence Darrow, and I could have asked a better question, or I could have made an objection on hearsay or something at the time. So I tended not to watch a whole lot of what happened because it didn't seem to be that the process was set up in a way that would sort of elicit the whole truth in those hearings.
Are you aware of any allegations that the committee altered evidence or altered exhibits that it received and then produced to the public?
I have heard of those allegations. I have not seen the documents and did not give you a judgment on whether I think those were accurate.
Okay.
Remember, this is the world of politics, and
no, babe.
Truth is not closely aligned with political views.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this then. When you say this is a world of politics, do you think that the committee report was meets the description you just described about the relationship of politics and truth?
Sure. The purpose of that report was there was a political purpose to that report, as there is with almost everything in Congress. And the political purpose was ultimately to win elections, to paint the one side in as bad a light as possible. And that's why typically there is a minority report in an investigation like this, so that both sides can say that this is really what happened.
Please do write the report, bitch. I want to read it. Please write down everything you did. Can't fucking wait.
And it's your view that that did not happen in this case?
Ooh, Jim.
The people who would have been most challenging to the evidence and testimony were not seated either by Speaker Pelosi or McCarthy ultimately on the committee.
Okay. With respect to the January 6th report, have
I'm
you?
sending vibes to my attorney on Cross. I'm telling him. Ask Ken Buck, how many people did they depose? And did you read every single deposition in order to come to your conclusion that they were asked leading questions to get to an answer that was political in your mind?
It was meant to disturb a proceeding, and I
Watch, he's going to ask it like that.
felt that
Exactly.
the parts of the report that I saw described those things. It went beyond that in other areas, and that's where I think the cross-examination in terms of the president's culpability would have been important.
Stewartson, I mean, he gave it away when he said he was on the Iran-Contra fucking investigation.
Why do you think it would have been
So
important?
he's just playing cover-up. No surprise.
In order to be able to judge someone's culpability, it's like going into a courtroom as a prosecutor and not having a defense counsel or defendant. I think in order to be able to judge someone's culpability,
Yes, you're so serious.
And in this case, there was not another side. There were people who voted to impeach the president because they made a judgment that he had been involved in the January 6th.
This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. What has happened is not politics as usual, and him coming in here to attempt to present it as such is a fucking traitorous act. Fuck you, Ken Buck. Fuck off. Goodbye.
Thank you very much, Congressman Buck. I appreciate your testimony today. I have no further questions.
Cross exam this bitch.
Shortly, just discuss some issues, obviously, just beyond the scope of what we originally prepared for, so 5 minutes.
Oh.
Sure.
Can I pick up now? Holy shit.
Let's just take
That's so bad.
before cross-examination. Does that work for you, Congressman?
Oh my God, whisper judge. No more breaks. No more breaks.
Soon will be available after votes, but hopefully votes are delayed, and I hope do my very best.
Why don't we make it 10 minutes then, so we can hope to get you done, but we'll work with your schedule, okay?
Why don't you make it 5?
So we'll reconvene at 5 after 2.
All right, I'm going back to sleep. Fuck.
Go back to bed. This is ridiculous. This is totally ridiculous. Oh,
I genuinely I don't get it. I don't, why, other than, I don't know. Why would he do this? It doesn't make sense. You're not trying to be reelected. He fucking owes somebody something. I mean, why else would you do this if you have now announced that you're not even gonna, probably because he knows by going to do this, nobody in Colorado is gonna fucking vote for him. But at the same time, like, why do it anyway? There's got to be a reason. This is dumb. This is so fucking. I've never like. Well, this is a letter from. It's so dumb and it's manipulative, but it's also really dumb.
I think the cross-examination is going to be pretty good. I mean, I hope it'll be short because, frankly, I just don't think that much energy needs to be given to these assholes.
Oh yeah, I mean, I just, how can you ask somebody to characterize the findings of an investigation that he declined to watch, didn't read, and then he goes on to make, really like strong statements about how they weren't asked particular questions and that it was framed this way or framed that way, after admitting he didn't read it. How is that even possible? Like, if I'm the judge, I would have stopped him.
I know, right? Like, that's what I
don't need your opinion on something you didn't see. You know?
Yeah.
I don't understand. Like, I don't know. I guess I'm just so impressed by the attorney the lawyer. Sorry, in the Eastman case, because she's just no bullshit. she's no bullshit, man. She
Really
wouldn't
love
even let fucking certain people testify because she's like, why would I want to hear from this person?
Yeah.
This is a waste of my time. Move on.
Here, I think
Like this person, this is a waste of your time. Whisper judge, it's a waste of your time.
Yeah, she cuts them off and says, we're not continuing this questioning. So you need to move on. Oh my God, the anger in the California judge's voice has been priceless. He is so
She's been
fucking
pissed
tired of
lately.
this case. She is. She's done. This case was supposed to be over mid-October. Mid-October. She's pissed.
All right, Your Honor.
And she's
I'm
pissed
just,
about
you
all the
know,
fucking witnesses. The witnesses have been so goddamn dumb.
they're all so dumb. They're all so dumb.
Everyone's been discredited, humiliated on the stand. Oh, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, okay, so I was thinking last night. I was like, oh, you know what? I think I was like watching a murder show, like I don't know what I was watching. I was tired. But I was listening to like a person being interrogated for like a murder, right? And what they do, and I noticed that it reminded me of what we were watching with these people, and it's like it's really strategic. They describe very innocuous or like irrelevant moments in really great detail, and it gives a presentation as if they have a great memory. They know things that have happened. They're able to describe them in a way that paints a picture for you. They seem credible because of all the details they remember. But then when it comes to like almost everything else, they're not saying anything, and they actually don't know. They're just like talking around it or whatever. And so it's like it gives this appearance that they're credible and that they have this great memory, when in fact they just told you about something that actually doesn't matter, and it made you think that they are able to recall things as well.
Yeah.
But not half the time it's like, well, I don't recall. But let me tell you about this time I learned, I saw somebody tying their shoe, and this is the color of the shoelace, and they forgot to put it in the hole of this particular part of the shoe. I mean, they're able to give this great detail, so it gives this appearance of like, I don't know, recall memory and stuff. I don't know. I'm just noticing because he did that in the hallway where Ashley Babbitt was shot. If you notice, he gave that detail, and the rest of everything else, he was like, well, I'm not sure I could say for sure. But at the beginning of his testimony, he was recalling something with vivid and descriptive memory, which laid a groundwork for him to seem as if he was able to recall things quickly and with great precision and whatever. So it sets the tone for the rest of the testimony, even though he's not actually recalling anything because he wasn't there and he didn't see it.
Bingo. The other thing that struck me about his testimony about being on the House floor was that there was never any fear in his voice when describing. It was very procedural, kind of, well, then it looked like security. They moved towards these doors, and then I was taking my jacket off because I was.
Annie singled out Nancy Pelosi again.
Oh, and went with the old line of Nancy Pelosi had control over the guard that day or whatever bullshit thing they put out. So it really was very dispassionate when it shouldn't have been. Even if he was on the side of the rioters, he could still express fear and not, you know what I mean? Like, so it's hugely disappointing is what it really is.
But he took his jacket off because he was ready for a fight.
He was ready for a fight, girl.
What?
Why?
I can't wait for the cross on this, seriously, because everything he said was so dumb. I mean, why would you? I mean, bullshit. This is just like committing moral suicide. It's not even political suicide because he's not running. It's like, you know what? I feel like I'm going to go out as a fucking liar and a manipulator and a traitor. Like, I'm just going to do that.
Firing can be very liberating, and he's got to write the book.
Sure.
So He's playing all the sides. I mean, who can
I think I guess you're right. I guess he's banking. I guess he has chosen who he thinks will win, and I think he's going to be mistaken.
He can easily explain away his advocacy in this case. You know, just like, well, you know, I said what I said. I don't know. You know, they don't. Nothing sticks in them.
But I do have this is a very genuine question. And the way that I heard it being presented to him and the way that I heard them attempting to frame it was that despite there being 2 Republicans, that were on the committee, they didn't, in fact, produce a minority report from the findings. But the follow-up question to that isn't, oh, so it must be partisan then. So does that infer that they actually concluded the facts were the same as their opposing party? Did they just happen to agree on the facts of what happened based on the evidence they were presented? Or is it always when there's Democrats and Republicans on a committee, there has to be a minority report because God forbid we agree on anything? I'm like so lost at what that was supposed to fucking present to me. It presents to me what? That Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney saw the same evidence as the Democrats also on the committee, and therefore they agreed with the final product?
There is a minority report. It's called the Durham Report. Minority report, bitch. And we, the taxpayers, paid for it. So fuck you, Ken Buck. I hate these guys. I can't, you know, I actually don't. I understand like corruption. I understand how people can give in to their worse inclinations, but I think after this much time has passed, and if you're Ken Buck and you're retiring, and I know there's other reasons he's doing it, whatever, but morally and at your soul, would you not? I mean, how can you tell some of these lies with the straight face, given how many times they've been debunked? I still am a little aghast at the lack of kind of any moral compass of, because I just go back to the night of January 6th and Lindsey Graham standing up and saying, that's it, I'm out. It's been a great ride. That was a pivotal, like the only time that we've ever seen the real Lindsey in all the years that he's been in Congress. And boy, man, that was the missed opportunity of a fucking lifetime for the GOP. If they had stuck to their guns that day and said, you know, this was not the horse to back, and we need to move on. They could have. I remember thinking that night. Yeah. I remember thinking, this is your opportunity, boys. This is your opportunity to get off the train.
I think that's where the compromise comes in. I think a lot of these guys can't, you know, they just.
Absolutely. I'm sure Lindsey got a few phone calls that night.
You goddamn right he did. And what did he do? He went golfing the next day or whatever.
And Kevin did the same thing. And then down to fucking Mara.
Got summoned. Yeah. Right.
Well, okay, so
it's a cult.
Yeah,
it's a cult.
It's
not just in the lower ranks, but also in the upper ranks, right? I mean, all that pressure and actors and shit, like it's even worse for those guys.
It's hitching your wagon. It's hitching your star to a wagon, right? In some ways, because you think, well, I'm going to ride this one. This Trojan horse broke through some pretty big fences, so I may as well go. But I think the compromise is.
But then that Trojan horse saw you with a, you know, kid in the closet. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah. Well,
supporting you.
And the party has really transitioned into a domestic terror organization, and
really
when you are part of that, you cannot leave. You are afraid of the consequences of turning on a domestic terrorist cell that knows where you live, that knows your family, that's been to your house, that goes to your parties.
Who just called wives to tell them that they needed to vote for Jim Jordan.
Right.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, that's what all cults do, right? Is you create that out group, and if you ever leave, right? If you're a heretic, that you are punished. They make it as painful as possible in order to, and like Scientology and all these fucking cults have compromise, right? The first thing you do when you go into Scientology is give them compromise about yourself. You tell them all your secrets and they write it down, and then, that's it. They can use that anytime they want. And, I think there was a lot of shenanigans in 2016 that, all the Democrats' emails that got taken were published. I think a lot of other emails that were taken at the time.
Did. It was, they got the Republican emails and they didn't publish them.
They did not. And, why would they?
Exactly.
Because they can hold that over their head forever. And they're not going to shoot their own team unless they have to, but they will do it.
Well, I think the thing that most angers me about his testimony is that he made this statement under oath that all politicians lie. Politics is lying. You know what I mean? He was saying, he's just, it's an equivalent. If you're, they lie to you. It's just, to me, that's like some of the most damaging shit that we have, that rhetoric that's happening. And part of why what you're talking about, Jim, is like, and what I'm seeing is, I think part of the reason the left is so angry and will not accept MAGA back is strategic to keep people like Ken Buck from, because Ken Buck's like, oh, Democrats aren't going to accept me. Nobody's going to be nice to me. Where am I going to belong? Right? Because Democrats are so mean and they don't want to talk to MAGA and they don't want to talk to insurrectionists. And I think that's why the three of us have kind of said, look, I don't like these people. I'm not inviting them to dinner, but holy shit, I am not going to throw them out either, because what do we get when we do that, right? We have to find a way for some of these people to feel at least safe to leave. Safe to leave. It doesn't mean they have to come over, but at least not afraid to leave. Yep. I mean, I just feel like this is where we're at, and he just displayed that so basically.
Yep. Yeah, because he knows, I think, he's retiring, so he knows he's got the whole rest of his life, right? So how is he going to leave the thing when he goes to those parties, right? He's going to want to go to parties. He's going to want to do whatever the fuck, old Congress people do, be a lobbyist. I don't know.
True.
True. And he has to, and so he made a calculated decision. Okay, I'll do this, and it'll sail me into the golden years. And yeah, it makes him amoral, right?
Yeah.
And the fact that he said, I think it's important, that, oh yeah, lying is what politics is no, actually, that's a fairly new idea. It used to be that if you were caught lying as a politician, that was a big deal, and there was a news story about it.
What they needed to be the subject of your testimony, which was the events of January 6th, okay?
Great, thank you.
So we're starting with Mr. Grimsley.
Good afternoon.
Go get him, babe. Go get him, honey.
Come on, do it.
You're not familiar with what the predicate requirements for satisfying Colorado Rule of Evidence 8033 are you?
It's like 100 IQ points just entered the room over the other guy.
Yeah, it's an exception to the general rule prohibiting hearsay that applies to reports of government investigations. You're not familiar, as you sit here today, with what the requirements of that provision are? Now, I want to ask you about the process for coming up with and appointing the members of the select committee. Originally the Democrats had sought to create an independent bipartisan commission to investigate the attack.
I believe Democrats and some Republicans saw that.
But the legislation failed in the Senate because of the filibuster. There weren't enough Republican votes in the Senate to overcome the filibuster, so they couldn't establish that bipartisan commission, correct?
I'm unaware of what happens in the Senate. I am aware.
Really?
Oh, you forgot that part.
It did pass in the House because there is not a filibuster in the House, but you know that it got out of the House and never came back from the Senate, right?
I do know that there was not
and you had mentioned, votes a little bit before. I think you talked about the impeachment votes. After the bipartisan commission was struck down in the Senate, then there was House Resolution 503 passed to create the select committee. Do you recall that?
I remember a vote on this.
And you're right that not a whole lot of Republicans voted for it. I think it was just 2, but there were 19 Republicans who just didn't vote at all because I think they didn't want to have their vote on the record. Do you recall that?
I don't recall the reason for them not voting, and I don't recall the specific numbers.
All the Democrats voted for HR 503, though.
Bad memory. Good thing you're retiring, Ken. You're getting
and
old.
The select committee that was established by HR 503 was originally designated so that Speaker Pelosi would appoint 13 members, 5 of whom would be nominated or appointed after consultation with then Leader McCarthy. Is that your understanding?
That is typically how it works.
And in fact, before even Leader McCarthy nominated 5 individuals, Speaker Pelosi said she was going to appoint Republican Liz Cheney to the select committee. Correct?
I don't remember whether that happened before or after, but I do remember Speaker Pelosi making that.
So that would have meant that there would have, instead of 8 Democrats and 5 Republicans being on the committee, there would have actually been 7 Democrats and 6 Republicans, given that Liz Cheney is a Republican. Correct?
Well, there would have been 8 appointed by the Democrat side and 5 appointed by the Republican side. One of the Democrat appointees would have been a Republican.
But just doing nose counting, that means it would have been 7 Democrats and 6 Republicans, unless for some reason that I can't possibly fathom, the Republicans that appointed a Democrat. Correct?
As is their custom.
And when Speaker McCarthy or Leader McCarthy made his appointments, there was not a Democrat at that point.
Yeah, so after Speaker Pelosi said at least that she was going to appoint Liz Cheney, Leader McCarthy nominated 5 Republicans for the committee, and those included Representative Rodney Davis, Representative Jim Jordan, Representative Kelly Armstrong, and Representative Troy Niels, along with Representative Jim Banks. Does that sound right?
That does sound right.
And Nancy Pelosi did not reject all 5 names, did she?
That's correct.
She only rejected 2 of the names, and that was Representative Jim Jordan and Representative Jim Banks.
That's correct.
Now,
Sir, would you agree that
you
Jim
do
Jordan is just
understand,
objectively an asshole?
and then after she rejected those 2, then, as I think you said, Leader McCarthy pulled all the nominations down, right?
He withdrew the nominations, yes.
Speaker Pelosi said 3 of your 5 are totally fine, and you just need to nominate 2 others besides Representatives Jordan and Banks. Isn't that right?
I don't know if she said that, but that was certainly what occurred.
Now, you've been a prosecutor.
Yes.
You would not appoint a material witness to a case to sit in judgment of that case, would you?
I believe that would be accomplished.
And you do understand that while you may not agree, there were many who believe that Representative Jim Jordan was potentially a material witness to the events that happened on January 6th, correct?
I believe many people would call that.
And in fact, he's admitted that he had conversations with President Trump on the day of the attack.
I believe there were 2 conversations with President Trump and 2 others with Rudy Giuliani on that day.
And Rudy Giuliani.
Well,
and
actually, he doesn't recall how many times.
Yeah,
so I'm glad
exactly.
you do.
But thank you, Ken. Love it.
I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if President Trump did. I don't know. I know some witnesses that refused to testify or court proceedings to compel their testimony. But I'm not sure, or hold them in contempt of Congress, but I'm not sure about
But at the end of the day, when some of the very most important evidence in the case is going to be what did President Trump say on the day of January 6th and the attack, especially while it was happening, you're not going to seat somebody who has that information to judge the case, correct?
Well, if you're asking me or you're asking, obviously Speaker Pelosi felt that way.
I'm asking you as a former prosecutor who spoke at length about how the system is supposed to work. Do you put a material witness who has material information in charge of deciding a case?
This is not a court proceeding. The January 6th investigation.
Dance faster, bitch.
So if you're asking me as a prosecutor, would not apply to my experience here in Congress.
No, we're asking you for your perspective. Let's pretend you didn't read what happened, and then you can tell me.
The chamber at the time, I'm not sure all of them, but many of them were sitting in the chamber.
Dude, this is masterful. I'm gonna send this guy a fucking meat basket or something, meat and cheese fucking basket.
Crime on the jury any more than I would have what you call a material witness. But this is not a jury situation. This is a congressional investigation.
Well, 2 questions there.
Literally. Okay, never mind. I'm not interrupting you. I love you.
Your view of cross-examination and the adversarial process and how that's really the way to get at the truth. But the fact is, this is a congressional investigation and they just work a little bit differently than court cases, right?
Much
And then as far as the witnesses and all members of the House being a witness, you're certainly right that all members of the House were witnesses, at least those who were there that day, to the attack on the Capitol. But not all of them had material information about conversations they had had with the president on that day, correct?
That's correct.
And then Representative Banks was the other person that Speaker Pelosi said could not serve. And do you recall that Representative Banks issued a press release shortly after he was nominated by Leader McCarthy?
And you don't recall.
Can we put up Exhibit 184, please?
Well, I have it.
P184.
Roll tape.
And we're going to share the screen here, Congressman. Hopefully you can see it.
Ken, you look a little peaked. Did you have a nice poop at lunch? No? Okay. Maybe they can bring you a
Sorry, it just takes a second.
And if you could blow
Maybe
up,
Oliver North is under the table biting his dick today.
read that. If not, I can look for it.
I don't see any document at this point.
Oh, shit.
Here it is. I got it now.
Okay, great. Do you see that press release from, and this is, I'll represent you, taken from Representative Banks's congressional website?
I'm reading it right now. Do you want me to read the document?
Oh, you can read it if you'd like, or I can just ask you some questions about it. I was going to go to the 3rd paragraph starting with Democrats.
See that paragraph, please.
He says, if Democrats were serious about investigating political violence, this committee will be studying not only the January 6th riot at the Capitol, but also the hundreds of violent political riots last summer, when many more innocent Americans and law enforcement officers were attacked. And of course, the committee would not overlook the Good Friday murder of U.S. Capitol Police Officer Billy Evans that was perpetrated by a far-left extremist.
Make sure you share this broadcast on Twitter because, frankly, I think offering news and analysis with these 2 superstars is much more interesting than walking around filming people in parks.
I will not allow this committee to be turned into a forum for condemning millions of Americans because of their political beliefs.
What possible involvement could the Biden administration have had with the events of January 6th?
I think you're going to have to ask Mr. Pence.
Yeah, do you see yourself that President Biden's administration could have had any involvement whatsoever with January 6th?
I'm unaware of any. Obviously, their administration was being formed
and will be taking over on January 20th. There is a transition period at the Department of Justice, Department of Defense. But I am unaware of any activities that the
I guess they do. Well, go for it.
What about when Christopher Miller suspended the transitional information sharing to the Biden administration on December
events
18th?
like January 6th. While a member may want other things investigated, it's not appropriate to bring those things into discussion.
No, I don't think that's the case at all. In a political investigation, it is often brought in what is not happening, what this witness is not testifying about, or the witnesses that we're not allowed to call. Because again, it isn't purely a search for the truth. It is a political exercise that is being engaged in to create.
While we're on that topic, was January 6th normal political discourse?
You didn't talk to Speaker Pelosi or any members of the Select Committee who told you that the purpose of their investigation was electioneering, did you?
I have not spoken to, no, I have not spoken, but I have been present for 9 years in this place.
Funny.
It's one of the reasons why.
Treason is funny.
I wish that was breaking news here. We can't announce it though, I think. So I want to ask you a little bit about the actual process that the investigative team went through in coming to the conclusions in the January.
Yes, baby. Let's go.
You don't dispute that the January 6th committee's investigative staff was led by a former U.S. attorney?
I'm unaware of who led this.
You don't dispute that the investigative staff included roughly 20 lawyers?
I don't, again, I don't have any knowledge of the staff.
And the only reason I'm asking you this, sir, is I think that President Trump's lawyers have brought you in here to impugn the integrity and the reliability of this report. So I want to make sure I understand what you know about the process for creating it, okay?
Yeah.
You don't dispute some of the lawyers on the investigative staff were Republicans.
Again, I have no knowledge.
You don't dispute that as part of the investigation, the committee and investigative staff interviewed or deposed more than 1,000 witnesses.
Oh my God, he read my mind again, you guys.
You don't dispute that the January 6th committee and investigative staff collected more than 1 million documents.
No knowledge.
You don't, oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, I don't dispute.
You don't dispute that the January 6th committee and investigative staff reviewed hundreds of hours of video evidence.
Yeah, no knowledge.
You don't dispute that the January 6th committee and investigative staff reviewed more than 60 federal and state court rulings related to the 2020 election. You don't dispute that the January 6th committee and investigative staff presented testimony from more than 70 witnesses at 10 live public hearings.
To the yard, and his life is better than theirs. Damn right, it's better than.
You don't dispute that during the investigation, more than 30 witnesses invoked their Fifth Amendment right against
Lolo,
self-incrimination.
let Jim back in.
Oh, thank you.
You don't dispute that others, including President Trump, refused to testify, asserting
Turn it off and on again.
All right.
I do know that, and read stories about President Trump. I have no knowledge of others who have testified or refused to testify.
And actually, President Trump was asked to testify, and he simply refused, didn't he?
The stories that I read indicated that he asserted executive privilege. I'm not sure if there were any other reasons.
He could have come in and cleared all this up. He could have testified before the committee, right? There's nothing that prevented him from doing so.
Look, I don't know that he could have cleared all of himself, as you characterized it. I think that there were a lot of things that happened outside of his scope of knowledge. There were certain indications from trials that occurred in the District of Columbia that a group of people from groups that was organizing this rally had every intention to move up to the
And is that group of people you're referring to, is that the deep state?
outside of his scope of knowledge that were occurring during this time.
But he certainly, if he wasn't involved with that or didn't know anything about it or hadn't coordinated with them could have come down to Congress and said, I didn't do it.
I'm liking this.
The way Washington, D.C. is set up, and the way the Constitution is set up, Congress is on a hill. You would have to come up to testify. Because the legislative branch is the superior branch.
Well, I am very sorry. He could have come up to the hill.
Oh, you're so funny, Ken.
And back to the process, you don't dispute that the majority of people who were interviewed by the committee and who testified were Trump administration officials and other Republicans.
I don't know whether that is a majority.
You know that there were a lot of Republicans, though, who testified.
I do.
And there were a lot of people from within the Trump administration?
I'm aware that, yes, there were people from the Trump administration, the Trump White House.
And you don't dispute that a majority of the people who testified, not just behind closed doors, because we've heard about these secret deposition transcripts, but at public hearings, the 70 or so witnesses were mostly Republicans and individuals from the Trump administration.
I do not dispute.
Now, for the depositions and interviews behind closed doors before the public hearings, first of all,
I didn't
as
watch.
a prosecutor,
I was
if you're doing an
binging Breaking
investigation,
Bad.
Wait,
and you're
he's gonna
interviewing
say
a
what
lot
I
of
said to say.
people for that
Ready?
investigation, you're certainly not going to make the interviews public until your investigation is done, are you?
I'm not sure what you're saying. If I'm a prosecutor in a grand jury, I'm not allowed to make it public under see.
But I did present myself with a ton of credibility.
If you're a prosecutor and you're doing an investigation and you're out there with your law enforcement agents interviewing people and trying to come up with what happened and figuring it out, you don't release the transcripts of those interviews to the public until you've finished your investigation, because doing so might compromise the investigation, right?
Which is why we were all waiting for the Kraken.
So that's why it's not unusual if there's an investigation, in this case, a congressional investigation, to wait until the very end of the investigation to release those types of transcripts.
You're talking about the private transcripts.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah.
Wow. Ken Buck,
Experience in terms of
reach, baby. Far away.
watching January 6th investigation from a distance was the Iran Contra investigation. I was a staffer on that. We did not release transcripts at the time that those transcripts were made.
Did the Contras offer a report to you as a minority? No.
Released the transcripts sometime later, if at all. Some of them were obviously classified, were not released.
And that's typical, right? If there are transcripts that have in them classified information, you have to weigh the balance between keeping classified information classified and letting the public see it. And you can err on the side of keeping it classified, right?
Well, actually, we don't make that decision. The executive branch makes that decision. And it is not based on the balance.
Oh, and did they? No? Okay.
You gotta ask him, how can he comment on the way that they were questioned if he doesn't even know how many there were or what they asked?
Behind the scenes during the investigation, you don't dispute that people who were deposed were sworn and deposed under oath, and that people who were interviewed were advised that under 18 USC section 1001, they cannot provide materially false or misleading information or otherwise be subject to felony prosecution. You don't dispute that those things went on.
My experience in congressional hearings is that witnesses are put on.
Sir, did you read any of the transcripts?
For interviews, is it your experience as well that they're told that providing materially false or misleading information to Congress is a felony offense?
Yes, and typically sign statements to that effect.
And you don't dispute that except for a few documents implicating national security concerns, the confidential ones we were talking about, the January 6th committee posted every document, every recorded interview and deposition, and every exhibit cited in the January 6th committee's final report on its official public website.
Yeah, what they didn't post were the questions that weren't asked, and they didn't post the documents that weren't subpoenaed. did post the interviews that didn't occur. But in terms of posting,
They didn't post interviews that didn't occur.
You think of any witness that
Poetic.
somebody believed had material information for purposes of the investigation that was not permitted to come and give a deposition or interview?
I don't think typically people come and volunteer information. I can think of, for example, Jim Jordan, who the staff did, according to Jim, I have no personal knowledge of this, but according to Jim, did not, the committee staff did not follow up and ask him the questions, and therefore, even that was just misleading.
Well, to be fair, this proceeding is not about Jim Jordan. And Jim Jordan's involvement in the insurrection is not at issue here. So can you think of any other witness besides Jim Jordan who you think had information they wanted to provide but wasn't able to?
I am not aware of how the committee went about choosing witnesses and other potential.
Oh my God, Joe Dempsey. Yes, please.
Are you aware of any witness that any Republican passed to the investigative staff saying that that individual had material information that the investigative staff did not reach out to?
I am aware that it was either the chief of the Capitol Police or the sergeant of arms testified in Leader McCarthy's investigation, and I'm not aware of whether those witnesses testified in the January 6th investigation in public order program.
And the McCarthy investigation that you're talking about was the shadow committee that conducted an investigation, the committee consisting of the 5 members that Leader McCarthy had originally nominated for the January 6th Select Committee?
I don't know about your characterization of shadow, but it was a group that Leader McCarthy tasked with looking into a group of members looking into.
Did they find out Antifa did it?
And they actually issued a report. Do you recall that?
I do not recall ever seeing the report. I remember a press release about it.
You weren't interested in looking at the
You're a
report?
Republican.
I am not interested.
And are you aware of anything in that report from
Yeah.
those 5 congresspeople that contradicts anything in the January 6th report?
I have no basis to compare it to.
Now, you don't dispute that the final report of the committee and the findings contained therein were unanimously approved by all.
I have no reason to dispute that.
But I also think
And you don't
they have
dispute that
lizards
if a
too.
member of the committee
Bingo. This is why there was not a minority report. This is what I was saying.
Again, I don't know what their procedures were.
and you mentioned a minority report earlier. Those are common, but they're not required.
Oh
Correct?
my God, my man, hire me,
Lizards.
bro. I will be your paralegal, sweetheart. I got you. What?
Legislation that
You
creates
guys are
a
way
committee,
insane.
there is a provision for a minority report. I don't know if there was in this legislation.
I think I should probably go to law
Just
school.
because there's a provision that
You probably
allows
should.
for a minority report, a minority report is not required if at the end of the day, everybody agrees on what the truth is.
Oh my God, you guys.
Can you, I've asked you about people that
Is
may
it
have
hot in here?
that weren't allowed to provide it.
Do you guys
Can you
wanna be
identify
alone?
any document that you believe was relevant to the January 6th investigation that the committee did not consider?
I'm not aware of that.
And you were asking questions about the public hearings and how witnesses were questioned in those hearings. You don't have any idea how the witnesses were questioned during their deposition.
Oh my God, you guys.
I know the procedure because I've been involved in investigation in the House.
This guy's watching Lolo's Lounge. I'm now officially convinced.
I think she was talking about me.
Now you raised
Stay
the
gold.
impeachment, the second impeachment and the vote in the House, I think, on your direct examination.
You should.
You do know that the second impeachment, the vote for the article of impeachment was the most bipartisan vote for impeachment in the history of the United States.
yes.
Do you not?
I'm trying to think of how many impeachment votes we've had. 5. Okay, well, it was certainly more, in my experience, it was more bipartisan than the first impeachment of President Trump. There was one Democrat who voted with the Republicans on the first impeachment. And this vote, there were 10 or 12 Republicans who voted with Democrats on it. Yeah, I'll represent to you that it was all of the Democrats and 10 Republicans in the House voted for impeachment. And that was more people from the president's party than had ever voted on impeachment before. Does that sound about right? I accept that, yes. And then after the article of impeachment was sent over to the Senate voted in the most bipartisan fashion for conviction of any of the, I think, 3 trials in the history of the United States.
Your Honor, I would object to this. We certainly talked about January 6th report. This is about Congress's actions and historical bipartisanship.
Well, he didn't bring shit to the table, so let's fucking go down this line of questioning. Sit down, shut up.
That's comment notwithstanding, and we certainly understand the perspective of the petitioners. It's still beyond the scope of your right.
This is Jamie, Judge.
Judge, may I interrupt for one moment, please?
Oh, yes. Do you need to leave?
I don't. 5 minutes ago, we had a 15-minute vote call. As is typical in Congress, that means I have 3 minutes.
What did he say?
He made a joke about how inefficient Congress
Tell
is.
us when you need to, and we will.
Yeah.
Well, I had about
really.
5 minutes on the Senate's trial of
Why don't you
President
sit
Trump,
down, boy?
I will not be
Because
asking
you're
those
here
questions.
now.
So I will turn it over to my colleague, Mario Nicholas.
Ken's gonna have a big old shot after this.
Congressman, let me start by just saying it's good to see you again, and thank you for your 8 years and 10 months worth of service, and I'm sure you're counting days at this point.
Hours.
I do not blame you. Congressman, I'm going to focus mostly on January 6th and events of that and some of your comments about it. You had said that you were on the floor of the House of Representatives, maybe roughly around 2 p.m. that day?
I don't recall the time, but it was afternoon. I don't know.
Okay. And you said you were discussing an objection to the certification. Is that right?
I believe the debate had started on the certification, and the speaker was presiding. I remember she was in the chair and was removed, and that would indicate that she was presiding on the debate because the vice president oversees the count. So he had withdrawn from the House floor.
Okay. And the objection that day that was being discussed involved concerns about voting irregularities or voting fraud in the 2020 election.
In particular in Arizona, yes.
Okay. Now you said that it was unusual. Something unusual happened that day, and that you were interrupted, and there was an officer who came up and spoke with you, and that you knew that there was danger at that point. Was that your testimony?
Yeah, actually, the officer didn't speak to me. The officer addressed the House floor at that point. But yes, I believe what she said was that the
And you
House
took off your coat to get ready to fight. Who were you gonna fight?
And then you later testified that officers had drawn guns while they were on the House floor.
That's my memory.
And later you testified that there were shots fired, but you didn't hear it.
That's correct.
And you testified that there was a mob outside.
I testified that when I got back to my office,
Is this a pro-Biden mob?
that there were many
Hi,
people
J316.
in the building and outside the building.
Yes, it's the Trump campaign called him.
But you used the term mob outside.
Okay. A large number of people, yes.
Okay.
I didn't mean to. Can I take that back?
You also testified about, that there was a disturbance in the summer of 2020. Was that right? You testified about that?
Yes.
Were there ever guns drawn on the House floor during that event?
The protesters in 2020 never breached the Capitol building. I don't believe there were guns drawn on the House floor.
Were there ever shots fired in the Capitol, to your knowledge, during that event?
Also,
What about
wasn't Nancy Pelosi the speaker during that time too?
Congress was shut down because of a mass shooting. I believe that's what you testified to, right? Not in Congress, but elsewhere that was going on.
Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, motherfucker.
The Democrats were trying to bring them to legislation, and they occupied the floor that had work from being done in 2016. I think it was June of 2016.
Okay. Was there any physical danger at that point, do you believe? During that event?
If you're asking me, there's pushing and shoving. My memory is that there was some
little bit of pushing, little bit of shoving.
Did you take off your coat and get ready to fight during those, Mr. Buck?
That was between members of Congress pushing and shoving.
That was members of Congress sort of more intimidating than really actually pushing and shoving.
Okay. But there were no guns drawn on that day either. And there were no shots fired on that day either. So going back to January 6th, after there were guns drawn and shots fired, you were evacuated from the House floor by the USCP. And so you were not able to finish the objection process at that time. And when did you finish that objection process?
A few hours later, I don't recall exactly the time frame, but a few hours later we came back.
A few hours or 12 hours?
Finished hearing the Arizona debate and voted, and then the Senate returned and we continued the process.
Does it sound right that it was about roughly 11 p.m. that you voted to certify the election, so voted against the motion to object certification? Does 11 p.m. sound roughly right?
Yeah, 11 p.m. sounds right, and I voted to certify, so I'm not sure if it
Yeah.
Ooh,
against the motion.
I didn't do it.
Let me see if I can clarify. You voted against the objections.
That's correct.
Okay. And then was the electoral vote certified on that day, on January 6th?
I think it was the morning of January 7th that the hearing was concluded.
So does it sound roughly right that around 3 a.m. On January 7th, it was certified? Okay. Congressman, this August you appeared on an interview on MSNBC with Andrea Mitchell, right?
I've appeared a number of times. I'm not sure which one.
Well, I'll tell you what, why don't I play a clip, and maybe that might help me remember. If you would pull up 206, starting at 104. I'm going to go ahead and ask Mr. Hine to go ahead and play that, and from 104 to about 137.
Does the former president need to tell his supporters to try to avoid violence at all costs, instead of saying, well, there's a level of passion that I've never seen, as he said last night, a level of hatred I've never seen, and that it's a bad combination to use his words?
Yeah, I think he does. I think he absolutely needs to tell all Americans to stand down and allow the judicial system to take its course. We trust judges.
Were you lying then, or are you lying now?
And that was you, correct, Congressman?
Yes, it is.
Do you remember that interview?
I don't recall a specific interview, but
sure.
It was AI.
Okay, fair enough. So you were saying that the president, you agree that, yeah, I think he does need to call on people to stop violence, to stand down. Do Do you believe former President Trump's supporters act, and sometimes with violence, based on his statements?
Objection, Your Honor. Well beyond the direct, nor is this seeking biased evidence. He's asking Representative Buck's opinion on other people's actions.
You asked him
Your Honor,
what
these are
fucking
consistent
Liz
statements.
Cheney and Adam Kinzinger thought. Okay, I don't want to hear it.
I'm gonna overrule the objection.
Do you want me to repeat the question, Congressman?
Good job, Whisper Judge.
You believe based on what you were saying there, you believe former President Trump's supporters listen to President Trump when he gives them a command?
You know.
That's not the answer.
Is it?
I'm sorry.
Feel free. Take
it's
go ahead.
not really a long
Assume
answer
it's an open-ended
if it
question.
isn't.
Take your time.
So I think if President Trump says, you vote, you need to go vote, I think that his supporters will listen to that and follow those instructions. I think if President Trump says, I want you to go kill somebody, I don't think that political supporters, being political supporters and not otherwise engaged, would go kill somebody. So I think it depends on what the order is, and I think it depends on the legality of the order, and I think it depends on the context of the order.
If President Trump, asked violent attackers to go home, do you think they would listen to him?
Your Honor, I am again going to object. I mean,
of course you are.
Was pretty darn specific to events that happened in the Capitol.
Oh, you pretty darn go further.
I'm gonna sustain the objection.
Okay.
Congressman Buck hasn't really said there's anything he disagrees with about the January 6th report. So I'm not sure the fact that
That's what she took from it, in case you were wondering. So how do you like your objection now?
I don't need to hear it because
yesterday you released a video announcing that you weren't going to seek re-election. Is that right? And in that video, you said two Republican leaders are lying to America, claiming the 2020 election was stolen, describing January 6th as an unguided tour of the Capitol, asserting that the ensuing prosecutions are weaponizations of our justice system. Did you say that in that video? And did you also say these insidious narratives read widespread cynicism and erode Americans' confidence in the rule of law? Did you say that as well?
Great witness. I don't know. Wow.
What are the lies and insidious narratives regarding the 2020 election and January 6th that you're talking about?
Actually, or better yet, who called you in between yesterday and today?
It is
exactly.
Maybe salacious political material, but to be honest with you, it's not for bias. And if we want to avoid this becoming a circus.
Oh boy.
Oh, you wanted to avoid to become a circus, but you brought on Amy Krimmer, like the fucking clown of the show.
January 6th, his statements about January 6th. Furthermore, he said that the objections were about voter fraud.
Needs to be a whistleblower.
Discussed on
He
January 6th, all of which was brought up.
But he did.
We should have the ability to go ahead and cross him about his opinions about all of these. And I mean, I think, it's if they didn't want to hear from the congressman about this, maybe they shouldn't have called him.
I think I just had the orgasm. I
They
think I
wanted to
just had
listen
an
to
orgasm.
Representative Buck's opinions about what happened on January 6th. If they wanted to listen to Representative Buck's opinions on election fraud,
Well, what
if
else
they
are we
wanted to
supposed
make
to?
a case about whether election fraud occurred or not, they could brought a complaint, and they could have endorsed Representative Buck as a witness. The direct exam was on, and we worked very hard to prevent this from becoming a circus.
I'm with jar of mayonnaise.
It happened in the Capitol on January 6th. On that one day, in Representative Buck's
I
experience.
only wanted this
And
jar of
with
mayonnaise
respect to the
to talk
process
about
of
this.
like that they're asking him questions that I don't want him to be asked.
Yeah. Whine about it until you're free.
And so this part of the cross, my guess,
Hey, Ken Buck, you missed your vote.
You left me under the refrigerator.
We did not turn this into a circus with respect to Representative Swalwell, his political activities, his
We
opinions.
could have talked about
Swallow well.
This is
We didn't ask about Fan or whatever that is.
well beyond what we're here for today.
Well beyond. Are you finished
That's
with your
it.
outburst?
We recall Eric Swalwell. God damn it.
I'm not sure what. I think it's outside the scope of the draft.
Good one, J3,
So why don't we move on to your next topic if you want?
Sure, Your Honor. Congressman Buck,
Hold on.
do you need to go?
Congressman Buck, do you need to go?
Yeah, I do now.
We can't hear you anymore.
Oh no, I have a vote. Oh, votey vote. So many
Congressman
votes.
Buck, we've had an issue before where if you hit mute, then the clerk has to unmute you.
All right, how are you for time, Congressman Buck?
I've got about 5 minutes left.
Okay, well, let's try to see if we can go quickly. About Congressman Buck, you testified about speaking with Jim Jordan about his speakership nomination, right?
Right.
And 2 weeks ago, on October 17th, you appeared on the television show The Lead with Jake Tapper to discuss that issue as well. Is that right?
Yes.
And do you remember saying on that show that to Jake Tapper that and I think that if we have a presidential candidate who now is leading, who denies that he lost the election and was obviously behind what happened on January 6th. Do you remember saying that to Jake Tapper in that interview?
I don't remember, but I know the speaker that I said.
Well, I'll tell you what, let me see if we can refresh your memory a little bit. If you can pull up 269 and start from 0 to 042.
This is so good. I have to object to this because I'm losing.
And I'll continue to do so. If we want to litigate these issues through Representative Buck's opinion, I think we need additional time in this case. But that's not why we're here. That's not why we called him as a witness. If
This guy is using our witness for a purpose we did not intend. What?
Were you talking about Speaker, the nomination of Speaker Jordan at that time with Jake Tapper?
Objection, Your Honor. I will renew it for the same reasons.
Your Honor, they brought up discussion of the congressman testified to this during direct about speaking about the nomination of Jim Jordan. And in fact, that's when he talked to him about all the information that he got about the January 6th report. I think we can ask him about what things that he said around that nomination period.
Just because you say multiple things during a conversation doesn't make them one relevant to this case or B outside the
Relevant to his credibility.
Okay.
So objection sustained.
Boo.
Really? Come on, Judge.
Congressman, again, I just want to repeat that you had used the phrase mob to describe the people outside the building earlier during the direct. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
And you remember me asking about that?
Yes.
Have you recently used that term to refer to the people outside on January 6th?
Today?
More. Have you used it? Did you use it yesterday?
Sorry.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Did you use the term mob to refer to the people outside the building yesterday?
Yeah, I did a number of interviews.
Ooh, good one.
Yesterday. They have used the term. It is my feeling of what was going on at the time. And Judge, I apologize, but I'll run it if that's okay.
I have one more question.
You just have one more question?
Yeah.
He's going to redirect, so hold on.
Okay.
Is there any way, Congressman, that you can come back to finish your testimony?
I look forward to it.
So, Congressman Buckley just corresponded with Jessica about how that's going to.
Yeah, Congressman, don't tell anybody about anything. And don't look at Lolo's
Thank you so much for
lamp.
your testimony, and we will, I doesn't sound like they have much more, but I think we will need to come back and finish this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Congressman. Thank you, Your Honor.
Do I have time for one question or?
Oh, he's gone. Oh, I think.
Okay.
You were released, I think
Okay.
you should come back.
My redirect is one question.
I know, but I think he wants to.
Okay, that's fine.
So just let Mr. Gessler know when you're available again.
Okay,
Thank you. Oh, thank you. So you can move.
Your Honor, we'll recall Mr. Bjorklund to the stand.
Recall Mr. Bjorklund. What happened? Oh, did he move for Ken Buck? Maybe Bjorklund's coming back because he got bumped for Ken Buck.
Oh yeah, we didn't get his cross. Oh my god, I'm so fucking excited.
Oh, this is the real dry mayonnaise he's gonna cross, right?
Yeah, we could hear that.
Yes, I cannot wait for them to ask why did you buy tactical gear that was too heavy for you to wear?
Why didn't you do more push-ups?
Well, why didn't you go through circuit training? What?
You know,
Lay off the Bud
Pilates,
Light.
something, for God's sake.
Oh my god, this is so pathetic, you guys. It's so pathetic.
Why wasn't your core stronger?
Can you describe all of the patches on your male team 6 outfit?
Male Team 6. That's never going to get old.
It is never going to get old. I love saying it. I love them, you know.
Oh, you bitches! You know what? No, I'm not. I'm not still here. I just fucking leave you on because you're sexy. I don't know.
Listen to the Book
If
Notes
you want my live stream
Plan.
Put a
and you
gun to
think
my
I'm
head.
sex.
Ah!
Zoom out, zoom out, zoom out.
Smile more, Chud. You're about to get.
Okay, so you can see the screen there?
Yes.
Okay. So we had just finished talking about Exhibit 1013, and I'm going to ask that Exhibit 1013 be played again, just to refresh your memory so we can get back into your testimony.
Oh, this is still the fucking Trump guy.
Still direct?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, God.
Okay, go back to sleep.
Yay, more exhibits from your phone.
He's going to bring up PCAPs any minute. I know it. Did you or did you not intercept PCAPs while you were on the lawn of the White House?
Okay, we can cut that.
Yeah, can you
So you remember
point
that
out
video?
all the Antifa to me?
Okay. If I remember correctly, you said you were towards the side of the Capitol, working your way around the Capitol?
Yeah, going back to our car.
Well, no. I'm sorry, were you headed back to your car or were you still headed around the Capitol at that point?
I believe that one was on the way back to the car.
Right before we went to go hang out under the tree with our...
I will represent to you that your
Apple juice.
earlier testimony was that you were still walking around the Capitol at that point.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I get nervous when I'm committing perjury.
Around the
Sorry.
entire Capitol towards
Starts
the,
at 7, and we had to be there.
well, what's called the front of the Capitol, but is actually sort of the side opposite the Washington Monument.
Yes.
Okay. Tell me sort of what happened from basically roughly where that video was to around the Capitol.
Well, that right there, they were, firing tear gas and flashbangs, and people were chanting USA.
And obviously I stayed on the side. I didn't go into the big crowd. Yeah, I was headed back to going around the Capitol side.
Okay. And what did you see as you walked around the Capitol, if anything notable?
Just a lot of people with flags.
Happy trees, happy warriors.
Playing hacky sack.
To go in or move forward. And,
Naming cereals,
I
the
noticed
usual.
that.
Yeah.
There was another person on the other side of this crowd too, doing the same thing. They have bullhorns. I noticed there was bullhorns on both sides. People were trying to herd
There were very big bullhorns on both sides.
into where they were firing flashbangs and tear gas.
And were people in the crowd moving in?
From where I saw, people were dispersing when tear gas and flashbangs were going off, but I didn't go into the middle of that, so I didn't.
No, I was
Like I said,
tree
my
with my
beer
apple
was
juice.
too heavy.
was drinking my apple juice.
People that I saw mostly.
I hadn't finished my apple juice
And
yet.
I just felt like the police just didn't want people standing there and hanging around.
Oh, so you just ran away.
Antifa tried to take my juice box.
Who is he looking at when he's answering? Like
Where
is he looking?
The fake jury,
Oh,
The judge, probably, right?
probably. He's just a good old boy.
Okay, so that's another video. Where are you right now? Did you take this video?
I did. This is my video. And this is the
yeah.
US.
So you can pay me for it because I'm a citizen journalist.
Can the
And a
U.S.
digital
Marshals just
soldier.
bust into the courtroom and tackle him to the
And if you're
floor?
facing the Capitol, what's to your back?
Why does that flag only have not so many stars on it?
You don't see any.
Ask him how many stars it has. Ask
Where's the
him.
Washington Monument? I'm just trying to orient ourselves. Where's the Washington Monument in relation to this?
It would be on the
He doesn't know.
So I had already come around where those trees are. Actually, I came right through those trees. And
Is that the big pointed thing?
there's a little parking lot there. And
Hey, is that the Tree of Liberty with the blood that has to nurture it or whatever?
I think that's isn't that the
they
headless
were grabbing
horseman?
duffel bags and stuff, and I said, "Hi guys," and they didn't stop and chat. I walked right to the center and right through their cars. I mean, they were grabbing stuff out of
Antifa?
Is this what he's describing? Antifa?
their cars, and they didn't say anything.
Yeah.
And when you said hi to them, did they say anything to you?
Fun fact, those are Proud Boys dressed up as Antifa, you motherfucker. It was testified to in court. Bitch!
Or them, or they just didn't like him. They didn't want to say hi. Okay. Not a friendly looking guy. Just gonna say it. Throw it out there as an option.
Thank you. I mean, when you say from me to this other person, it's sort of hard to see in the record. So you say,
I probably came within 5 feet of the guy that was just walked right by me with a duffel bag.
Okay.
Well, I mean, close enough to try and say hi,
yeah.
or did they just not hear
There
you
any-
fucking say hi?
Police officers in that photo.
Yeah, there are. This is when I first rounded the corner. The police officers are in green, and you see someone with the orange, the yellow on their vest. They were actually staggered. There was more of a formation than there is in this view, but they were staggered like on one stair and then down the next stair and then up on the same level stair, and they were staggered like in a V formation across that.
Like in position to like protect the Capitol from the mob, or
Starting to break formation.
Okay. When you say across there, can you be?
So right where those balconies kind of jut out, I think those are balconies. They might be staircases. I don't know.
Are you talking on towards
just
the left
pull out
side of the
your MAGA
photo
maps.
or the right side of the photo?
All the way across.
Okay.
They were from one side of that little where those fancy lamps are, they were like staggered, going
Where the
all.
fancy lamps are, guys.
Um,
Where the fucking fancy lamps are.
were they sort of forming a
Sure,
line
thank you.
across?
That makes it clear.
Would people have to cross that line to get up the stairs? Is that?
Yeah, and there wasn't anybody going up there until there's one guy that kind of went up to one of the police officers and asked if he could go up and look in the window.
Did you hear that exchange?
I was right there. I was really close by.
Yes, you're saying.
He asked.
The question, "Can I go up to the window?" is not introduced with truth.
Oh, fancy stairs.
Or anything is truthful.
Even better.
It's simply a witness to a question.
Still hearsay.
Okay. How did the police react to that question?
One officer looked over his right shoulder at the other officer, and that officer shrugged, and he said, "Sure, go ahead."
Oh my God.
What happened after that?
The police marched off. They walked off the line, and they just went to the left.
They went and got donuts. It was the weirdest thing.
That direction.
And then what did people do?
They all just started going up the stairs.
Okay. Did you walk up
No.
the stairs?
Is that the east side? Because we just watched that motherfucker.
Well, the first thing that I did is I went between the columns and I went to the left side of the building, and then I put my hand on the Capitol and I prayed for our country.
Oh my fucking God.
And then after that,
And then I finished my juice box.
Before I ask that next question, Your Honor, I'd like to introduce Exhibit 1014.
The juice box.
And is this a picture of you pretending this is like the wall in Jerusalem?
So after you did,
praying?
so what happened? Did you see that happened after that?
There were
Well, I didn't see anything. I was praying. I was being respectful to Jesus.
by the doors. And so the doors are, you can kind of see the black, like void there that next to that lamp. And they were just getting on the windows and they were yelling, "Let us in."
How many people were banging on the windows?
Maybe 3.
Okay. And
maybe 4.
Claimed it
people?
for Trump.
Okay. And how many people, is that an accurate representation of sort of the number of people that were up there at the time? Those 4
Yeah.
people were banging on the windows?
Well, at this point, in this picture, there wasn't anybody up there. It wasn't until the officer said that we could go up there, then people went up there.
Okay.
And then they immediately started banging on the windows.
Okay.
With their fists, like just banging and making a lot of noise.
Okay. Did you bang on any of the windows?
No.
Okay. What did you see happen after that then?
I saw a guy, a kind of scruffy looking guy. He had a beard and long hair, and he had a metal baton, and he telescoped it out until it was a fully telescopic metal baton, and then he walked right up to the doors, and these windows are like probably 2.5
How do you
inches
know?
thick.
Must be Antifa.
Yeah, that's fucking, he's describing Pizzolo.
Yeah.
And this was a little divot in the window, and then just he kept whacking that window. And
Let me interrupt you just for a second. Which window exactly was he hitting?
On the doors. The doors had, they were shut and they had.
Doors had fancy windows, you know, fancy ones.
Okay.
And he whacked the window. And then I was over to the right, I was on that right balcony. And then 2 gentlemen, they had flags, and they took a flag and they covered over the other guy, and then I heard them smashing the windows.
Which windows did you hear them smash?
To the right of that door, there's probably 2 windows, and I think one of those is a break room or something, because I saw right through the window. It looked like some kind of like a break room or something that you would have at the
Oh, you were
office.
very close, sir.
Did you say anything?
Yes, I do not cool.
Okay. Did anyone else in the crowd say anything, or what was the crowd's reaction at that point?
Right before that, a young man came up to me and he said, "Where's your mask?" And I said, I'm not afraid of COVID. And he said, no, to hide your identity. And I said, I'm not doing anything that I need to worry about hiding.
Okay. How did people in the crowd or the crowd react to those? I guess you said one person breaking a window and another covering him with a flag. How did the crowd respond to that?
Well, they looked at me because I was clearly not happy. And then I started to leave, and other people started to leave.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me.
They started walking down. You could tell they were physically not happy about this.
Yeah. How?
Smashing the windows.
Did you see anyone entering the Capitol?
Yes.
Describe that situation.
At one point, they broke through the window in the break room, and they went through that window. And then within maybe 3 minutes, the big doors opened, and they were these big metal heavy doors with the 2-inch thick glass on the doors, or at least 2 inches. And they, inside I could see the metal detectors, and they were going off.
Okay.
And they were like beeping, and so then I saw them going in, and I saw other people coming out.
Okay. Now, so that group of police, where were the police at this time?
They had already left. They were nowhere around.
Okay. Did you go in the Capitol?
No.
And why not?
Do you know if it was their lunch break, sir?
It was but I saw the metal
Are
detectors.
you aware of that they used mayo on their sandwiches for lunch, sir?
Very stale white bread.
A gentleman came out who
Are
looked
you
like
familiar with Wonder Bread, sir?
a nice haircut, and he had a young man with him. And I said, did you take a nice tour? And he said, it's really cool in there. You should go in. And I said, dude, there are cameras in there, and I don't think they want us in that building.
Okay.
Wow, look at you. What a good citizen. You
He's so
rule
sweet.
follower.
Mm-hmm. It was a tourist visit. Look at that. Look at the tourist. Look at the tourist.
13 hours nonstop in a diaper.
Eastman is back. I'll let you
to
know.
not go into the Capitol.
Now, is that video after you came back down the stairs?
Yeah, and I'm standing by the.
Oh my God, that's the thing we just watched, you guys.
Stand by the police cars.
What a fucking idiot.
That was probably a safe place to be, rather than near where they were, breaking window. I don't want any part of that.
Okay. What were the people like around you at that point?
Mostly Antifa.
Actually ended up finding me and meeting up with me through text or something that we communicated somehow, and then I told him where I was, and he came around. And
Oh my gosh, I hope my attorneys go to the Gal Suburban thread. Just look up hashtag Eastside Capitol and it will come up. Okay, that's all you need to do.
Did you see Ellie Alexander and Alex Jones there, and Owen Schroyer and Boone Cutler? And did you see those guys?
I'd like to move to introduce Exhibit 1015, Your Honor.
No objection.
10:15 is eliminated.
I like them. They're like, no objection to stupid evidence I'm about to fucking tear apart. So let it in.
Is this you chucking bottles of Hellman into the crowd?
So what's going on there?
so this was very close to where a bunch of people had come running down the stairs. And they said that they were shooting people inside the Capitol.
And what was your reaction to that?
I didn't believe them. I thought that was really stupid. And and then they said it was a little girl. And I was like, oh yeah, right. There's a
Yeah,
little
that's right. Ann Vandersteel said she was 14. I have that
Why
recorded.
didn't you believe it?
It just seemed absurd. I mean,
Because I followed Ann Vandersteen.
Milling about, they're nonviolent, you know, the people.
Mike Lynn's favorite.
I didn't see any weapons, and
Steel
the
truth.
police told us
Or
that
whatever
we could
it
go
is.
up. No, they didn't. Nobody asked if we could go in, and I know of.
He said, I didn't see any weapons, but I did see all the magnetometers going
Yeah,
off
go
when people
off.
ran through them inside.
I just
Jesus
have a
Christ.
feeling
I heard that too.
you know, back to blue Trump supporters are gonna, you know, go in and do anything that they need to be shot.
Oh,
And I didn't believe
fun
that
fact.
the police would shoot anybody. I thought that was absurd.
Okay. I'd like to, and did you take this video here?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and that's what was going on around you at the time?
Uh-huh.
I'd like to introduce Exhibit 1016 into evidence.
No objection.
1016 submitted.
Your Honor, you have a look on your face like you want to ask a question. Okay, I want to make sure we're giving you full information.
The judge wants to ask a question. She knows how to.
Let's go to
fucking ask a
Exhibit
question.
1017, please. Now, what's this a photo of?
So this is a gentleman I saw that I thought I really liked his outfit. We were actually leaving. Steve and I said, "Let's get out of here," because I had gotten a text from Marilyn Bowser, the mayor, and she said that it said that they requested that everybody leave the Capitol. And right before that, my brother had radioed and said that Donald Trump said to be peaceful. And
You guys had radios? Tell me more about that.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
radios, not cell phones.
So,
and then he was
You're
standing
glowing
there,
like a
and I saw him,
magnetometer going
and
on.
he was very happy. He was just a really super nice guy. And I asked him, I said, "I like your outfit. Can I take a picture?" And I had already taken this picture of him. He didn't know I took it, but he said, "Sure." And
See
then he
ya.
posed for my picture.
okay, let's go next exhibit, please. Okay, is that the same person?
Yeah, that's the same guy.
Now, why did you want to take a picture?
Oh,
of him?
Antifa. Well, because he's brown.
I really liked his outfit. I thought it was really funny,
I
actually.
really liked his outfit.
Even down to the shoes, he's got red stripes on his left shoe and then blue stripes on his other shoe. And then just the whole, his whole, like the way he was put together. And I thought it was funny. He had a pitchfork and he had the 1776 flag or whatever. But very young, vibrant guy and very friendly, just super nice guy. I could tell I just liked him instantly.
Okay.
Really quite adorable.
Did you chat with him at all?
Yeah, say,
Hi, your attempt at covering up like your lie, it makes you sound like a pedophile. So maybe be careful next time about that.
He was just standing there. That's all he did he just stood there the whole time. I didn't see him leave or anything.
Okay.
But we were on our way out. We were split.
Your Honor, I'd like to introduce exhibits. Which one is that? 1016 and 1017. Your Honor. I'm sorry, 17 and 18, Your Honor.
Yes.
1017 and 1018 were admitted.
Yeah.
Okay, so you said that you received a call from your brother. What exactly was that about?
He thought it was cute.
Well, he said he wanted me to text or tell him what was going on. My phone was down to 5% at this point. There was very, very little battery life left, and so.
Well, you said he radioed you.
Pictures and things, because even when we arrived, I think I started at 50%. My phone was rapidly going down.
Really?
But he had said that Trump. He said Trump said to be peaceful, and that's what he commented. And somebody else.
Sir, is this the point of your testimony?
Said, "Oh, that's a really tall order," and that guy was not even at the Capitol as far as I could tell, because he kept asking for information on what was going on. That same guy, same voice.
When you say the same voice, what do you mean by that?
We had
Maybe because you had a radio and he didn't.
That was probably 60.
So he wanted to know what you were hearing.
We were just talking back and forth, what was It was part of our caravan. We used that to caravan over. And it was part of that USEIP.
So like the migrant caravans, right? Are those like similar like that invasion type?
Now you said you got a text from Mayor, the DC mayor, is that correct?
Yeah, it was like an emergency broadcast type of text. It just came across my phone and said, please leave the
What time was that, I wonder?
Okay.
Well, you were expecting the emergency broadcast system because Ivan Rakelin told you to, right?
At 10:19.
Your Honor, I'd like to call into exhibit Clayburgh's text when she told Ali Alexander to fuck off when he told her to go around to the east side of the Capitol.
I'm sorry, that's sideways, Your Honor. Is there any way we can turn that around, do you think? Okay. Can you describe what's going on in here?
So we were on our way out, and that was the same scene, basically. That's why I got confused when I came in, because this is almost exactly like the other one, because I was...
Sir, don't...
It's so silly. It was just so silly. We were there and everybody was giggling and it was so fun and it was just silly.
So in relation to the Capitol, is it fair to say you were retracing your steps? Where were you exactly?
Yeah, we were retracing. Actually, I had to like cut through the trees when I went through, but then we actually came back around on the sidewalk, and then we wanted to get to the middle of the mall so we could go find our way back to the Washington Monument, find our car.
Okay.
And
sir, at no point during this did you think to yourself, maybe I shouldn't fucking be here?
That was just a quick snatch.
Okay.
Sense of what was going on.
At this point here, did you see any violent behavior, or how was the crowd behaving?
No, yeah, really, they were walking. Everybody was just milling around. People were walking.
They were just giggling. You were happy. You're too happy.
It was just coming and going, walking around like, and
I don't mean to be an asshole, but I almost feel bad. Like maybe they shouldn't be interviewing people this stupid.
We were leaving.
Right? That's what I keep thinking.
Did you see any police at that?
The strategy.
No, I didn't see any.
How could it possibly be that bad if fucking morons like this were running around?
Let's go to exhibit 1020. And while we're doing that, Your Honor, I'd move for admission of exhibit 1019. Hold on just a second, please.
No objection.
Exhibit 1019? Is that the right number?
Yes, ma'am.
Exhibit 1019 to submit.
Okay, can you play that, please?
It's weird how every time the sound works on his videos, they're just chanting USA.
Isn't it?
Well, this is the first time I got as close as I did to the bleachers in the big crowd. That was us just leaving, and I just took that video because I thought I saw those people up there, and and originally we actually thought that Trump was going to be speaking in that area when we heard fireworks. We thought Trump was going to be up on that there's like a platform up there. But
you thought Trump brought fireworks?
I just wanted to get a view of that, and by this time it was obvious that Trump
You thought Trump was going to climb scaffolding?
Or even fancy stairs.
Right?
You know, I'd move to introduce exhibit 1020.
No objection.
Exhibit 1020 submitted.
Okay, I'll be back in a few minutes.
What did you do after that?
we just hooked it back to the monument. We listened to our, the comms. There was somebody.
Radio? Did you say comms? That's a weird term for you weirdo to know, huh? Huh?
Because he couldn't walk. He was worried about walking back. I remember that part. But yeah, it was right in there. And we were just on our way back to the car.
Okay. And then did you go directly to the car?
Yeah. Oh well. Yeah. We went to the car.
Sir, are you familiar with the concept of no fucking way this is real?
For us at the car, and it was just Steve and I going back.
I'm sorry, when you say Steve and I going back where?
Back to the car, to the Washington Monument. We went to the monument, and then from there we went to our car, which was across the monument.
Okay. I'd like to turn to petitioners, what's labeled petitioners exhibit 207. Could you bring that up, please? Okay, so I'm showing you what's been marked as petitioners exhibit 207. I want you to go to the second paragraph, and it says, a newspaper reported that you were driving to Washington and that you announced that you were to, quote, go into the fray. Did you, and it says that you announced that in a Facebook post that you were driving to, quote, go into the fray. Did you in fact write that on a Facebook post?
Yes, I did.
And what did you mean by that?
I went we were concerned about Antifa and Black Lives Matter, attacking people, and it's something that I consistently saw at Trump rallies or anything where there was Trump involved. There were violent left-wing radicals trying to hurt people, and I was concerned about that, but I decided to go anyway.
So when you were referring to the fray, what were you referring to there?
Just that I expected that we were going to encounter people that were violent towards the group.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead and let that fucking answer marinate. How's that feel? Does it feel a little shitty in your pants? It should, because it's a lie.
Third page of the exhibit there.
I was so worried about Antifa that I bought all this tactical gear, and I was really sad that it was too heavy for me to carry. What the? Come on.
So if you look at that, it says that you said that you saw people in black bloc coming down the mall path, carrying Trump flags upside down. You knew something was up. And then goes on to say, but still the people who blindly followed agent provocateurs' instructions should have known better. Everything about that moment screamed, this is a setup. You see that?
Yeah.
Did you write that?
I did.
What did you mean by that?
Well, I saw people that were like the guys with the bullhorns, and they were trying to push people into the Capitol and trying to make people herd them in. And so that was my observation of that point where they had the bullhorns, and there were people that had like that guy that asked me why I wasn't wearing a mask. He seemed out of place. He didn't seem like a Trump guy. And then there were other people that I felt like that just, there was actually, I met a gentleman named, he called himself Jaden X.
Oh, I was wondering when Jaden X
When I
was
was
going to be
standing in
mentioned.
front of the police cars, he was on my right-hand side.
Wow, for such a random person, you met all the
There
biggies.
was kind of a small
Interesting.
crowd around him, and Steve asked me, he goes, what's that guy
Wow,
doing?
with thousands
I
of
said, "That
people,
guy's
you
Antifa."
run into fucking
And he goes, "How do
Jaden
you know?"
X.
He goes, where do you think they're staying? I said, I don't know, I'm gonna go find out. So I walked over there, and this guy was saying that he had video of a woman getting shot. And I asked him, can I see it? And he said, I just played it for these guys and I have to go. And everybody else there was like, they were shocked. They were all talking about what they had witnessed. And he said, I have to go, but take a picture of my phone and I will post this to Twitter.
Well, that's so.
And he said, and you can
What a
find
coinky
the video
dink.
on Twitter. He said, it probably won't be up very long, but you can witness it on Twitter. So I took a picture of his phone and it said Jaden X, and it had words like revolutionary and all of that. And so I went back to my friend Steve and I said, yeah, he's Antifa.
Okay.
No, he's not. It turns out he's not.
And that's what I was talking about with the Black Bloc. And he didn't have any Trump gear, and I had just a weird feeling about him.
Okay. And then towards the bottom it says, but when it became apparent that what was transpiring at the Capitol, including large.
What is Black Bloc? Can you make him explain it?
Sorry.
What is that?
What was transpiring at the Capitol, including a large trail of blood that I had to step over, I decided to leave. Did you write those words?
I did.
And
where was that?
is there anything you want to add to the statement that you said when it became transparent what was transpiring at the Capitol? We'll get to the trail of blood in a sec. I decided to leave.
Well, vandalism.
Okay.
Things that I didn't come there for, and things that I didn't agree with. It was very clear to me that this wasn't what was planned, and I just felt like people were just acting stupidly, and I really felt like this actually was counterproductive to what Trump was trying to do.
Okay. Now you say there that it included a large trail of blood that you had to step over. What's that about?
So right when that gentleman was standing with the pitchfork and the flag and the stars and stripes, right down below him was a sidewalk, and it went up to the side of the Capitol, and there were these pretty good size, maybe silver dollar size, maybe bigger splashes of blood, and it went from the curb all the way up to the side of that Capitol building. There was like a ramp for wheelchair access, and that had blood all the way up to that, and it was quite a lot of blood. And then there was a man standing there, and he said he got video of a young girl being wheeled out on a.
Is he saying that he was inside, or is he talking about outside?
That I believe somebody did get shot. And he had video he showed me of the gurney coming out, and this girl, and his comment was she was like 95 pounds, and they shot her. And this is in our United States Capitol.
Okay.
Here's the good one. She was 95 pounds trying to climb through the window to get to the vice president.
When you became apparent what was transpiring, is that one of the reasons you left?
Definitely. And right before that, Jaden X, and there was another man with he had a blue hoodie on, and he had his hat on backwards, and he was telling people to go in and take revenge because somebody had been shot, and he was trying to get people to go into the Capitol. And that's when I was like, these guys are they're like agent provocateurs. This is not intended. This is
not my beautiful house. This is not my beautiful MAGA.
So you've come here to testify today. Have you done it under subpoena?
No, I wouldn't.
And why'd you come here?
I just felt like it was important that the truth get out. But when I saw it, I don't believe that there was any kind of insurrection. I think it's a ridiculous narrative. And
Yes, Your Honor, strike this characterization is irrelevant.
Thank you.
And I just felt like it's kind of an insult to insurrectionists around the world, because Republicans just mad about an election hardly rises to the level of insurrection, and I wanted to just make that clear that that's a political narrative, and I recognize that I probably was in an area that I shouldn't be. And I felt like I didn't care.
You didn't care about what?
That what the consequences are, because I feel that the truth is more important.
When you say the consequences are, the consequences of what?
Well, I guess there was grassy areas that I was supposed to walk on that I did. And I didn't have any, there were no signs or anything, but, after the fact, they're arresting people that were in the area that I was, and I feel like I'm a little bit nervous about that.
Clear. Yeah, you're nervous and clear your throat.
Because I just feel like they're trying to take revenge, thank you, and on people who disagree, and the whole narrative.
Is he gonna fucking cry?
It's so absurd that.
I hope so.
But I know that people are married to that position, and they want to
Oh my.
make an example of people like me just for walking on the grass.
Oh.
And
So what do you consider when you earlier testified you don't care about the consequences? When you say don't, what consequences are you concerned about?
Well, I've seen a lot of video of people like getting their doors kicked in and FBI showing up.
Like the movie Police State. Oh, poor baby, poor baby.
I want that for me and my family. But the truth needs to come out, because
What is the truth?
in polite words, it's BS.
No, it's not polite.
Okay.
What's the
I have
fucking
no more
truth,
questions,
bitch? Show me your fucking data. I want to know. Yeah, you better gulp it, you motherfucker. Fucking traitor.
Excuse me, can I get some of those cards? Thank you. Mr. Russell, I trust you will see what's going on in Congressman Rob when he's able to return it.
Yes, Rob.
Oh my God, no more breaks, Whisper Lady. We need to cross-examine this dude while he's vulnerable
You're
and
the
crying.
treasurer of the Colorado Republican Party, is that right?
Yes, I am.
Holy
and
fuck,
you
is this
understand that
correct?
the Colorado Republican Party is a party to this lawsuit?
Yes, I do understand that.
And you understand that President Trump is a party to this lawsuit?
Yes, I do.
And you're here today testifying as a witness on behalf of President Trump, is that right?
I'm testifying as a witness to the truth. That's why I'm here.
But you appeared on President
Oh,
Trump's
wow.
witness. You understand that, right?
I'm not a party to seeing the witness list. I don't know who's on the witness list.
You're a supporter of President Trump, aren't you?
I am mildly a supporter.
You went to his rally at the Ellipse,
I
didn't you?
think he got drunk at
You
lunch.
drove 13 hours straight to see him.
Do you think the 2020 election was stolen from President Trump?
No, it does sound like he got hammered at lunchtime.
Right? It sounds like he had a liquid lunch.
I don't have any proof of that. I don't know.
You're aware that President Trump has stated the 2020 election.
Sir,
was-
did you have a case of Bud Light at lunch?
Look at him. He's drunk, you guys. I'm not kidding you right now.
No,
in his
you're right.
original before, he didn't have a water and he wasn't holding on like he was going to
You can't
fall
say
over.
one way or the other
He's
whether
not
the president
moved
is right
his right
about the
arm.
2020 election being stolen.
For sure.
He's holding himself up.
Are you a member of a group called the U.S. Election Integrity Plan, founded in Colorado?
Wobbly motherfucker.
2020?
USEIP, bitch.
Were you ever a member of that
Fucking
group?
shit hammered.
You were never affiliated with that group?
They put me on their chat room because we were all traveling to the Capitol, and I wanted to go on a caravan.
Where did you have for lunch?
Just to share a ride.
So you don't share that group's views that the 2020 election was stolen?
I don't know what all their views are. I don't know.
You were just part of their chat because they added you?
They added me because I testified to the Colorado House of Representatives, and
About what?
they had asked me to join their chat, and especially when I told them that I was going to
Election fraud?
See my brother at the Capitol.
The only answer I want is, what did you have for lunch, sir?
I don't mean to interrupt the process, but I guess it's good because there's noise in the background. Representative Buck said he would be available again at 4 o'clock our time, although it has to be pretty quick, so my apologies, but I want to give everyone notice.
Okay, thank you.
Let's talk about your experience on January 6th. So you traveled from Colorado to DC for the rally on the Ellipse on the 6th, is that right?
Yes, I did.
And you drove from Colorado to DC, is that right?
I drove a big pickup truck on a giant trailer. Yep.
That's about a 1,800-mile drive, isn't it?
It's a long drive, yep.
24, 25 hours, is that what you testified?
Yeah, that's about right. 25, maybe 26 hours. It was a long drive.
And you've never been to DC before?
Never.
So let's talk about the Ellipse rally. It's fair to say that there were thousands of people there?
Hundreds of thousands.
So you actually testified there were 350,000 people there?
Just a guess. Yeah.
Okay, that's just a guess, though. That was just your, okay. You had no way of knowing why each one of those thousands of people were at the Ellipse rally, did you?
No, I wouldn't have any way of knowing. I mean, I assume he asked people to show up to this last speech, and that's why they were there. That's why I was there.
Okay. And you had no way of knowing what each one of those thousands of people were doing throughout the day, did you?
Of course not.
And by the same token, you had no way of knowing what each person at the Capitol building was doing throughout the day on January 6th, did you?
No, I wouldn't know. Yeah, I certainly didn't have.
He's drunk. I'm sorry, but he's drunk.
And you didn't know why each person was at the Capitol building that day?
Right, I imagine that they're on a spectrum.
Now, you testified that
From
the
one
crowd
Bud
thought
Light
the
to
Ellipse
a
rally
dozen
was
Bud Light.
joyful and happy. Is that right?
Yeah, for sure.
Did you know
One
that the Secret
margarita,
Service
I'ma
confiscated
open my
hundreds of
legs.
weapons
Two
from
margarita, I'ma
rally
give you
attendees
some
who passed through
head.
security at the Ellipse rally?
I cannot know that. No.
Let me show you some findings from the January 6th Select Committee on this point.
He's drunk. This is wild, you guys. I mean, I'm confident he's drunk. I'm confident.
Yeah, no, I heard
So
it.
this shows that the confiscated weapons include
And I bet you
200
the motherfucker did shots too. And so he's gonna get more drunk as he's sitting there.
269
It's gonna
knives
be
or blades.
amazing.
See that?
Yeah.
18 brass knuckles. 18 tasers. See that?
Yeah.
30 batons or blunt instruments. You see that? 17 miscellaneous items like scissors, needles, or screwdrivers. You see that?
Sure.
You know, members of the crowd were wearing tactical gear like ballistic helmets, body armor, military grade backpacks.
I saw that, sure.
So you saw that. That's consistent with what your memory of the events.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any reason to dispute these? You have no knowledge to dispute these figures here.
I don't have any knowledge of what they confiscated. I wasn't
It would
part
be
of
more
their
impressive if they
confiscation.
talked about.
Does that seem like
percentage
these seem
of
like the
people we
items
could
that
actually
people
search.
have bring to a rally that's joyful and happy?
Yes.
Okay.
What?
In light of the other rallies that I've seen in Seattle and other rallies that they went to support Donald Trump, and they were attacked, violently attacked, and some people were murdered. And so, yeah, I think that most people were concerned about the violence that were perpetrated on people just because they supported Donald J. Trump.
Oh my God.
All right. Wow. I want to show you some of the crowd's
He
reaction.
remembers the J when he's drunk.
Let's pull up Exhibit 166.
Donald Jesus Trump, motherfucker.
I really want to watch him watch this. Please go back, C-SPAN, or whoever. Go back. I don't want to see this. I want to see him. He's drunk. Let me see it.
Yes.
Mr. Bjorklund, did you hear the members of the crowd yell, storm the Capitol, invade the Capitol building, take the Capitol?
I didn't hear anybody say take the Capitol.
I'm sorry. My question was in the video that I just played. Did you hear that?
Yes, I heard that in the video.
But your testimony is you didn't hear that when you were at the Ellipse rally.
No, I was by the Washington Monument. I wasn't probably near that far down. Definitely not that close.
But you agree that the image here appears to be from the Ellipse rally on the 6th?
Yeah, it appears to be.
Okay.
Isn't that your image?
No, it's not. This is another one.
So-
They're showing him the parlor shit.
Does this look like does a joyful crowd talk about storming the Capitol, taking the Capitol, invading the Capitol building? Is that joyful and happy?
Yes.
Depends on whether you get joy from murdering
Let's take a look at some of the videos and photos that you've provided in this case and the way we went over. If we could pull up Exhibit 1007.
Yeah, it's from the same location almost, guys. That's how far away it was.
Play.
He was drunk at the Capitol too by his videography here. No, my hat fell off. Look at that. I'm so drunk.
All right, you could stop the video right there. So, Mr. Bjorklund, this is after President Trump's speech, is that right?
Yes, it is.
And you watched President Trump's whole speech? You stayed till the end?
No, not quite.
Okay. So would you say this is after 1 o'clock?
Yeah.
Okay. And the video shows folks walking away from the Ellipse, away from the Washington Monument towards the Capitol building. Is that right?
Down the mall.
And that's what you did too, right? You were at the Ellipse and then you walked towards the Capitol building.
That is correct.
Okay. Let's pull up Exhibit 1010, which has been previously admitted.
He's so drunk.
All right, let's stop the video. So, Mr. Bjorklund, did you hear the man say Pence defies Trump in the video?
Actually, no, I didn't hear that part. I heard the other part.
Can we pull it back to the 25 second mark?
Pence card in the house.
All right, stop. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Okay, and this is after 1 o'clock. Like this is probably 1:10, 1:15, right? Because this is after the previous video that we had seen.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So the man says Pence defies Trump. Can you continue playing the video? Okay, stop. So the man said Pence defies Trump. I hate Pence. Is that right?
Yeah.
And are you aware that Vice President Pence had announced by this point that he would not delay or overturn the election results as the president had urged him to do at that point?
Yeah, it's possible. There were people that have radio, like AM radios and stuff that they were playing.
Like me, when I just mentioned before, when I was drunk and I didn't mean to say it, and then I had to pretend like my phone was dead, even though there was no service in the area the whole time.
But I didn't have any direct I don't have any direct knowledge of that.
Understood. So let's pull up Exhibit 1018, which was previously admitted. And I just want to quickly confirm, that man is holding a pitchfork in the picture, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's pull up Exhibit 1015. And let's just pause it right there. So this is another video that you recorded on the Capitol grounds, is that right?
Yes.
And this is the east side of the Capitol building, is that what you previously testified?
I'm sorry, I don't.
I don't know how to, I don't know. Oh man, look how drunk he is. He didn't do that before.
The Capitol, I don't know if that's east or west, or I don't really know.
Let me ask you, is it the same side that faces the Washington Monument, or is it the other side?
It's the other side.
Other side, okay.
I thought it was the back, because clearly I went to the front, because it was the most prominent pictures I know. I thought that was the front, and this turns out to be the front of the Capitol.
And so I will represent to you that the video files you produced, some of them had digital timestamps on them. And this video said it was from 12:23 Mountain Time, 2:23 Eastern Time. Does that sound right to you?
Yeah, that is, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you had said that you had been exposed to TS and you had seen flashbangs when you were at the Capitol. Is that right?
Yes, I saw.
Yeah, you said that.
And I coughed a little bit, so I assumed the tear gas, and there were flashbangs, and that was on the other side of the.
You didn't cough at all in your videos.
How much earlier did that occur in relation to this video? How much
Actually,
longer?
earlier in his testimony, he said someone told him that.
The tear gas.
His brother.
I'm gonna guess like 30 minutes.
Okay, so after there were flashbangs and tear gas deployed, you continued to stay at the Capitol grounds. You didn't leave.
I didn't go where the police didn't want us.
Okay. What? And so looking at the video, do you see the crowd bunching up on the stairs there in front of the Capitol building?
Yeah, it looks like they're getting ready to take a big picture.
Are you aware that the doors at the top of those stairs were breached by the mob just 1 minute after the video was shot at 2:24 p.m.?
No knowledge of that whatsoever.
Let's pull up Exhibit 23, page 682. This is a finding from the January 6th report. Do you see that?
Uh-huh.
Okay. And you have no reason to dispute that finding?
He has every reason.
I mean, it makes me sad, like, you know, somebody who thinks that they have to drink and get drunk before
let's go
they're
back to the video,
prosecuted is an
10:15,
alcoholic
and
and
play
needs
the
help.
video.
He needs help.
And let's pause the video. Did you hear the people chanting "Our House"?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear people chant that throughout the day?
Down there at the Capitol, I heard people chanting that, yes.
Okay. And you had testified earlier that you didn't go inside because you understood the police didn't want you to go inside. Is that correct?
Yeah, when I saw those metal detectors and the people smashing windows, obviously I didn't want to be a part of that.
And so again, this was from 2:23 p.m. Are you aware that at 2:28 p.m., about 5 minutes later, the mob breached the police line on the west side of the Capitol?
Describe the west side of the Capitol.
On the opposite side of the building from where you were.
Oh, that's the west. I didn't have any clue. I wasn't anywhere near what that. I don't have any knowledge of that.
And Mr. Bjorklund, you testified that the crowd that day, at least the ones you observed, respect law enforcement. Is that what you said?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you some body camera video from a police officer that's already in evidence. If you could please pull up Exhibit 15.
Let me show you how they're backing the blue in this particular video clip.
Could we pause this just for a second so Representative Buck can finish? And again, I apologize. I'm not trying to break up your thoughts.
Buck can wait. He can wait. Does he have another vote to go to?
Understood.
No, he can wait.
I apologize to Mr. Blumenthal. Would you mind just waiting out in the hall until we finish up with Congressman Buck? I think, what are we looking at, like 10 minutes probably?
For me? For Buck.
3 or 4 minutes from us, I'm Director.
Mr. Nicolay, how long do you think we've had with this one?
Your Honor, I don't foresee more than 5 minutes.
Okay, so, Mr. Workland will probably call you back in maybe 10, 15 minutes. Thank you for your.
So not enough time for you to go back to the bar. I know you left your card there, but you can get it later.
I think his tab is still open.
Door dashing.
I just received a message. He'll be on in 2 minutes.
What? Listen, he should be sitting there ready to go. Don't call him if he's not ready.
Right? He's not special. Stop treating these people like they're special. They're not special. Stop it. Just stop it, everybody. They're not special. They're human beings and also liars at this point. So, no.
Sorry. Mr. Sess, do you have a kind of estimate of how much longer you have with,
I'd say
Mr. Workland?
5 to 10 minutes at the absolute most.
Okay.
Change the picture so I can see that it's
I got that back.
Okay, hurry it up. Hurry it up, Ken. We're burning daylight.
Yeah, here's where we were. We were talking about how you were calling it a mob. Thank you. Let's resume.
Yeah, I know exactly where we were.
As soon as you're ready, Your Honor.
Well, welcome back, Congressman Monk. You're still under oath. And you sounded a little bit soft, so speak up.
Will do.
Perfect.
Did Whisper Judge just say that for real?
1 more hour down, Congressman. I'll be very brief. Before, when you were testifying during your direct examination, you said the mob meant to disturb a proceeding. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
And what proceeding was that?
It was the
Remind
electoral
me.
vote count on the House or on the floor.
And you repeated that again yesterday. In fact, you said, I think going to the courts is one thing. Trying to move the mob from the mall up to the House floor and interrupting the congressional proceedings, whole different issue. Do you remember saying that yesterday?
Yeah, I said that in relation to some of the members of Congress sending out social media messages to that regard.
I'm sorry, I'm referring to an interview you gave yesterday with Andrea Mitchell. You said that you were referring to that as talking about members of Congress?
Yes.
I'll tell you what, I don't remember you actually saying that. So I would like to, if you don't mind, Honor, if you would bring up P3 311
Because I
and
just
start from 115 to 250.
Oh my God.
Or actually, you can start with I think 234. Well, maybe start with 115 to 250.
Your Honor, I would object to this. This is a different video than the one we saw earlier. Again, well outside the bounds of the direct, well outside of the bounds of what Representative Buck has discussed. And I'll incorporate my further objection.
Maybe your witnesses shouldn't go on television.
This is being offered for impeachment purposes, Your Honor. He just testified he was saying it about congressional members, and I think that this video will show that it was not.
Well, but I know, but what.
Oh.
Wait, what should we do?
Questions about the premise.
Oh.
Outside the scope.
Sure, but well, I think very clearly he just said that he remembered saying during his direct it was meant to disturb a proceeding. And the quote is regarding interrupting the congressional proceedings. I think that it goes directly to what he said during his direct examination, and it goes to directly what he was brought here to talk about originally, which was what happened on January 6th.
Your Honor,
Let me read what his testimony, the questions in his testimony was. So he's already testified that the mob he was referring to was the mob that tried to disturb the electoral count vote on the floor in the Capitol building. And then you've said this whole thing about the mob before. So I'm missing the connection here.
Well, I think the important part is that they're interrupting the congressional proceedings.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he just said in answer to that when I was asking about the content of the context, he said, well, he was talking about and maybe I can clarify with him. I thought he said he was talking about, congressional members or,
The congressional mob, not the other mob.
the fact that Representative Buck has testified to is that members from the outside, referred to as a mob, interrupted the proceedings. If Mr. Nicholas wants to try and impeach that point to prove that, in fact, members of the mob did not, which I don't think he wants to do.
And I know you're trying to get him now to say that he blames President Trump for that, or he said that in the intermutual report, and I already said that was beyond the scope.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. That was a different interview that he gave. That was with Jake Tapper. I'm not trying to introduce that. This is another interview. But my understanding was he was talking about congressional members. Like, if he is testifying that it was the members of the mob were from outside, and they were trying to interrupt the congressional proceedings, then if that's accurate, then
That's certainly what I understand. Is that your testimony, Congressman?
What will get me out of here faster, Your Honor?
Were members of the outside that were trying to disturb the electoral count?
Yes, Your Honor, it was non-members that were trying to come into the Capitol building to disturb the electoral count.
okay. If that's what he testified to, I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Wow, he short-circuited something, huh?
Hey, bye. Well, that was nothing.
Congressman Buck, I will try to be mercifully brief. You were asked and answered about trust in the process, and you said you trusted judges, you trusted juries, you trusted the judicial process. Do you remember testifying to that?
That may have been one of the videos that was played, but yes, I do trust those institutions to serve the truth.
And why do you trust them?
Because I think that's the system of justice that I participated in for 25 years as a prosecutor and before that as a lawyer.
Lolo, I gotta switch devices. Can you put the link in again?
We have an adversarial system set up in courts.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Doesn't fact search for the truth. There were times where I didn't necessarily agree with some of the motions to suppress and rulings on those motions, but I certainly felt like the defendant's rights were protected and we were on the search for the truth.
Does that trust also apply to Congress?
No. The congressional proceedings are political, and they are not a search for the truth. They are a search to perform different political views. The members who are chosen for the committees are chosen because they raised a certain amount of money, because they have engaged in political activities that have been beneficial to the speaker or to the reader. And the process is not in any way similar to what happens in courts.
And does your trust apply to the January 6th committee?
I think in the case of the January 6th committee, it is not only a political committee, but it also is a political committee that is lacking the viewpoint of those that did not believe that Trump committed equal offense on January 6th.
Thank you, Representative Buck. Thank you very much for your time today, and we appreciate you interrupting your schedule. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Any questions from the Colorado Republican Party?
No questions, Your Honor.
No questions for the Secretary.
Okay. Thank you so much for your testimony, Congressman Buck. You are released.
Thanks very much.
Yes.
Okay, Drunky McDrunkerson, back on the stand. Let's go.
How long would you like?
Let's go. Hit it, hit it, hit it, hit it.
Start back up at 4:20 and hopefully we'll still be done well in advance of 5.
What? Oh my God. I want this schedule. Jesus. Well. My God, a 10-minute break. Wait, what time is it? 3:10, so 3:20. 3:20? They're going to start at 4:20 in Colorado? Wow. Gutsy move. Gutsy move. Okay, well, we're going to leave them up because they fuck with us a little bit sometimes. Yeah, this is fascinating. I'm so sorry. I got to get caught up a little bit on the... What is the PCAP? Where is the PCAP? Yeah, where is... I love this comment. Put Druggy Drunk back on, please. Oh, no. That wasn't Doug Bacon. Who's Doug Bacon? Oh, no. It's fine. This is fun. Are you kidding me? I'm having a blast. Because I would be watching this alone and screaming at my computer. And I don't want to do that. I want to do this with friends.
Oh my gosh, are they taking another break?
Girl. Yes. I just
They're
said.
tired. They're tired.
Oh my God.
It's been a long day of lying.
There's cookies and White Claw in the back. Yeah, we could
Don't
just
tell anyone, but there's Bud Light in the case over there.
No, it should be Coors, right? It's Colorado. I understand, but
you know.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. Rocky Mountain High. Colorado. Actually, I very much, I'm sure that this judge will haul me and Steve Bannon into court for contempt of court. I can't wait. I'm actually going to dress like Steve Bannon, I think. I'm going to wear 7 shirts, 65 pens. I'm not going to shave. And my hair I'll just leave as normal because Steve and I basically have the same hair. I think that'll work. I think I'm ready. I'm ready to stand side by side with Steve Bannon. The one thing we agree on. Streaming things we shouldn't.
What? Oh, streaming. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah, that's the only thing we agree on. So the thing is, like, I also heard that the judge was asked to recuse herself, I believe by Trump, and she refused. Let me see. Colorado judge. Yeah, here we go. Colorado politics.
Was it called Colorado judge whispers her refusal to recuse?
Exactly. And the problem is she refused, but she was whispering and nobody could hear her. So there you go. All right. Donald Trump's attorney took issue with a donation the judge made before taking the bench to a group that likened the January 6th attack to an insurrection. Well, which group was that? Let's just take a look. Oh my God. She made $100 contribution to, let's see, where did she make it? Oh my God. Get ready, people, because here's the headline. Here is the fucking tea. Okay. She made $100 donation to the Colorado Turnout Project. Yeah, I know. It sounds all innocent.
Obvious. Wow. That's Soros. That's Soros money.
Soros. It's Zuckerbucks. Yeah, she didn't even donate it to. She did not even donate to a campaign. She did not donate to a campaign. She donated to an organization that gets people to vote. And guess what who they get out to vote? Anybody who can vote. Now, if people who vote Republican can't read, okay, then maybe they don't. But she doesn't. Harlan Crow is shocked. Shocked, I tell you. That's right, Diana. Well, Steve, technically I have psoriatic arthritis. So while my psoriasis is under control, I guess Bannon doesn't take his medicine. So, there you go. He's a constant flare up. Oh my God, this is torture.
In the documentary, The Brink, about him, which I highly recommend everybody should watch, from like 2017, and it shows him like on his little global jihad across, the world, basically cultivating authoritarians and fascists. At one point in it, because he had been criticized so often in the media for being overweight and fat and whatever, like he had his like assistant making him like some weird green smoothie, and apparently it was like all he was allowed to eat for like the whole day. Anyways, fun fact.
Oh, that doesn't seem like a great idea for someone as angry as Steve is. But
well, I think it's interesting that there was a young man boy actually making it and serving it to him in his house. So, there's also that. So at least we know what him and Roger Stone had in common.
Oh.
Ew.
Stevie's little Bannon.
What's that G word? It's like
groomer.
Grooming. Yes, that's the word.
Right.
So silly me. I couldn't remember it. I couldn't remember what that word was.
Get your greens. Insurrection greens. One must use pitchforks. Yes. Pitchforks are so dangerous and heavy. Wow, that's a lot to carry if you're going to be like.
I hope
that long.
Our lawyers ask him, sir, did you just walk around the Capitol and photograph brown people because they didn't fit and belong in your mind?
Mm-hmm. No, he was actually.
That's what it was.
The day. Yeah, no, it was. He did. And it's funny, he really met all of them. And what's interesting, God, that was a big crowd. Kind of funny. You get to meet Jaden X. What a coinkydink. God, I don't know. That just seems so fucking coincidental. Bitches.
Well, he was looking for young fighting age BLM and Antifa.
Right,
and
that's right. He was documenting.
He was documenting the young people that he believed did not fit in with him and his friends.
Right.
That's why he ran into all the young,
right,
young brown guys.
And it's
they didn't look like Trump supporters, Lolo.
I do like
their skin color was, not really Trumpy.
Well, not very Trumpian. What are you doing here? And he came all that way to see his brother, and meet up with his brother. Where was his brother? Because he wasn't always with his brother, I think.
Yeah, they got lost. They lost each other, but good thing they had those radios.
All right. And his cell phone, I'm so confused. it's just so confusing. I can't wait. I hope there was a couple more shots during the 10-minute break. You know, there's always room for tequila. So he should be coming back in prime shape. Can't wait. It is shocking to me that how many Antifas were at happy hour? Well, yeah, how many Antifas ended up at the Applebee's? That's what I want to know. I have a feeling they ate all the wings, so there's that. I don't know how we're here 2 years plus later. I don't. 3 years.
Almost 3 years.
Almost 3 fucking years. And I still believe that there is a lot of gunk within the agencies like the DOJ, et cetera. But at the same time, I've been saying that for 3 years. So it's time. Like, when are we going to get the people out that have been, I'm kind of getting weary of stumping for Merrick Garland. You know what I mean? Like, and I won't ever give up on justice. But this is so frustrating that we can still sit here and tell these lies and act like they're serious people. I feel like we're not that much closer to a collective what the fuck.
Yeah, we're not. Yeah, we're not. I don't know. I don't want to go down the negative road. I agree. I mean, and Jim probably, if he was listening, but he's probably trying to catch up with Drunkard over there. But he's definitely not Merrick Garland, you know. I'm not, you know. I mean, I just, you know, I don't know. I like the guy. I like, you know, but I do think we're not fighting in the war that is being waged upon us, and there's nobody defending us as if our lives depend on it, which it does. So I think just the gravity and understanding the magnitude of what these people have done, are doing, and intend to do is being missed. Yeah. So that's my issue, is that there, you know, especially as somebody who is very closely associated to current, you know, military forces, like, I feel very unprotected at home. And I don't like that. I don't like that our national security is in grave danger because our country is weaker, the more divided we are, which is good for our enemies. And right now we have a lot of enemies because Donald Trump ruined our stature on the world stage. And there are people who've been captured across the planet by Putin, who are making moves that are making this country less safe and less secure. And our former president stole thousands and thousands of fucking classified material. Yeah, and stored him in a goddamn bathroom, and he's still running around doing rallies. Okay, so let's just, you know. All right, that's it. Let's listen to Drunky.
No, we're gonna have to come back to you too, because that's it.
You also said that January 6th wasn't an insurrection. Is that right?
Exactly.
And you think Antifa did it?
There was no insurrection.
So you think Antifa is responsible for attacking more than 140 law enforcement officers at the Capitol on January 6th?
When I was in high school.
It's a yes or no question, Mr. Bjorklund.
I read a lot of Louis Lamar, and
he's so drunk.
And that it's very easy to turn a crowd who has some anger issues and turn them. And
okay, so Mr. Bjorklund.
I believe it was.
What did you have for lunch?
Mr. Bjorklund, you testified earlier that the crowd around you respected law enforcement. Is that right?
The ones around me did, yeah.
All right, let's play the video. All right, let's stop the video right there. pause the video right there. Is that man Antifa?
I have no idea who that man is.
All right, keep playing the video. All right, let's pause the video. That man who just attacked the police officer, was that Antifa?
I have no idea who that is.
Is that respect for law enforcement?
He seems angry.
I'm going to show you another video. Could we pull up admitted exhibit 20?
Drunky McDruckerson is about to be giggling.
Let's pause the video. Is that respect for law enforcement?
Obviously, they weren't respecting their line.
Can you point me out Antifa in that crowd?
I have no idea which ones are and which ones aren't.
Keep playing the video, please.
Oh, I like this tactic. How about now? You see any Antifa?
Let's pause the video. Mr. Bjorklund, you see the men attacking the police officers in the video?
Yeah, it's not hitting the shield.
Is that respect for law enforcement?
No,
Do you see any Antifa in that video?
possibly.
Oh, really? Which one?
Please play the video.
You can watch it till you can't deny it. That's what's happening here.
Mr. Bjorklund, the truth is that none of those people are Antifa. They were a mob sent by Donald Trump to attack the Capitol building. Isn't that true?
Not the instructions I got.
Not the instructions you got? Is that what you said?
Yeah, Donald Trump said to go down and peacefully make your voices heard.
Wait, I thought you didn't hear that part.
You see those people with MAGA hats and Trump flags chanting "Stop the Steal," attacking police officers, trying to break into the Capitol building to stop the certification of an election. Why would Antifa do that? Why would Antifa stop a certification of an election?
Please respond. Objection overruled.
Why would Antifa break into the Capitol building to stop the certification of the election for Joe Biden? Aren't they on Joe Biden's side? Why would they do that?
Because it actually derailed a more intelligent plan. This is obviously not an intelligent plan. And the plan that I understood it was that they were going to challenge electors.
I was just supposed to trust the plan.
And then it turned into this, didn't it? Didn't it turn into this?
As mobs can be turned into people who are angry, can be turned into a mob, just like they did at the Denver, Aurora police station, where they chained up and tried and threatened to burn the building down.
Which
Your Honor,
not to be true, did it?
Insurrection.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for the witness, but I will move to admit 166, which is a video of the crowd's reaction to President Trump's speech.
Your Honor, I lost track of the various objections and whatnot with respect to this particular one.
You're a terrible lawyer.
Certainly object. This has not been authenticated or validated by this witness. It's not appropriate based on his testimony to introduce this exhibit.
So 2 things, Your Honor. 2 witnesses have verified that the scene in that video accurately depicts the ellipse as those folks as those witnesses recall them. Mr. Bjorklund and Mr. Van Flein both confirmed that. And Your Honor also allowed in other video of the crowd's reaction to speeches at the ellipse. And so this video shows the crowd's reaction from a different time period. No, Your Honor. It is, could you pull up 166, please?
And while they're looking for that, I believe certainly all the stuff we sought to introduce the videos were made by eyewitnesses or an eyewitness validation.
Is your objection authentication?
Yes, Your Honor.
Overruled. The exhibit submitted.
Oops. Oh, no, it's
All right.
not on that.
Thank you,
It's on
Your
the
Honor.
other thing. Whatever the thing is that would get me the objection, that's what it's based on.
Thank you. Mr. Bjorklund, I just have a very brief question. So one of the videos, if we could clear that video, please. Thank you.
Yeah, it really
So
goes
one
away.
of the videos, if you need me to replay it, I will. But in one of the videos, there was someone who said, "I hate Pence." Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And do you know who said that?
Yeah, I believe it was Steve.
And Steve was?
He was the gentleman that traveled with my brother to see Donald Trump.
Okay. About how much time did you spend with Steve on January 6th?
Just at the campground, we had dinner, we went to the barbecue.
We drank a lot of beer.
Yeah.
Okay. During that time, both before and on January 6th, did Steve engage in any violent behavior?
Not at all.
Did he express any violent sentiments to you?
Yeah, but they got broken up in the crowd, so.
Did he have any violent viewpoints or that you were aware of at all?
No, he never mentioned anything about doing violence or doing harm to anyone.
I have no further
Really?
questions, Your Honor.
But you don't know him that well, so, okay.
Any questions from the Colorado Republican Party?
No questions.
No questions.
Okay, let's just, your release, Mr. Bjorklund. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Woo!
For a moment. I know that you have Mr. Delahunty, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. One more witness, Mr. Delahunty.
Who?
Delahunty?
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out when that should be.
And we don't anticipate him, I hope it's not 2 hours, but I certainly don't think it will be more than 2 hours. Certainly from our direct testimony.
And then, Your Honor, we have Mr. Heafy, who we're planning on for 1 o'clock remotely tomorrow afternoon. And you had asked about rebuttal witnesses earlier. I think we may do a direct from Mr. Heafy that will be in part rebuttal given the recent attacks on the January 6th committee report.
Okay, and then what about the Colorado Republican Party? At what point you were planning on calling witnesses?
Your Honor, we don't plan to call you.
Okay, so if we're gonna start at 1 with Mr. Heafy, who it sounds like will be the last witness, when should we start tomorrow to make sure we get through Mr. Dillahunty and have an opportunity for a break?
I think it's probably going to be 8, given your estimate of a direct, given our estimate of a cross.
I'm fine starting at 8, Your Honor. I hope it's not that long, but.
By 8:30?
8:30 works for us too.
You have a more civilized?
That would be excellent, yes.
Okay, so we will start at 8:30 with Professor Dillahunty, and then we will do Mr. Heafy at 1. And that sounds like it will conclude the
He is J6er.
until closing arguments, which everybody wants to do on.
Where did Jim go?
I think doesn't he have a show? Isn't it Thursday? Is it RadPod?
Yeah, but it's later. It's later.
Well, he's got to prep. Or he fell asleep.
Take out ones that you rule are admissible, but we don't.
Right, Diana.
Submit that, and there may be a few minutes, maybe 5 to 6 minutes of video that we would submit as well. I think Ms. Terry referenced that.
Okay. I see, so you're going to offer to admit revised January 6 findings, and then you may want to play some video that hasn't already been played.
Correct.
Okay. And the party should also, at some time before the findings of facts and conclusions of law review, should work together to make sure everybody agrees on what exhibits have been admitted. And actually, probably be good if you do that before we end on Friday, so that if other exhibits need to be offered, you can get that taken care of.
Yeah, Your Honor, just as a heads up, I've not spoken to petitioners about, but there was an exchange between President Trump and now President Biden and a moderator during the debates. There's a snippet that we're going to ask to introduce more fuller amount of that same video, and perhaps the transcript as well. So I know we're going to be asking to introduce that. We'll chat with petitioners about it.
The Proud Boys question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's it.
Wasn't that already admitted?
We can kind of take care of all that housekeeping after Mr. Heafy says my docket is clear for today. And then we can also talk about how you're gonna make an actual record in this case so that if it goes to the Colorado Supreme Court, that it exists, which is you're gonna have to do things with all these exhibits other than just ask you to admit them.
Fair enough.
Especially the videos.
Fair enough.
Okay. The court's in recess.
Woo!
That was a long day, man.
Cash, I'm drunk. That's right. Steve says I'm drunk. I like that witness. Oh, no. Oh, my Lord in heaven. They're trying to kill us, I tell you. They're trying to kill us. Oh, okay. They're trying to kill us, I tell you. Well, so that was it, kids. Another marathon day here in Lolo's Lounge. And, oh my God, so grateful. Here we had Gal and Jim today. Jeez. Jesus. Yeah, well, actually, they're going to start at 8:30 Mountain Time tomorrow, which means 7:30 Pacific, 8:30 Mountain, 9:30 Central, 10:30 Eastern, everywhere outside of that. Yes, we will be live. Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Why not? Why? Yeah.
Why not?
I will. I'll probably. My kids will be at school, so I can.
Well,
hop on with you again.
If and when, don't worry about it, but we'll be here. And if Gal can, she can. But if she can't, there's no pressure. Jim too. Everybody's welcome. Rogue was up here for a minute, but we didn't get a lot of him, so maybe he'll come back. And yes, if you go to actually, the Radicalized Pod is a YouTube channel, and it's actually, if you go to my channels page, on my page, Lolo's Lounge, go to the channels page and you'll find the link directly to Radicalized Pod, in my news and politics or something like that. And please go ahead and take a look at them. They usually do a show about 4:00, I think, West Coast time, so 7 on the East. But yeah, definitely great guests, always great guests. Yes, thank you. Oh, 7:00 PST. So sorry. 7:00 PST, 7:00 PST. Oh, yeah, it's pre-recorded. Okay. But yeah, join us there in the chat. And I'm going to take a nap. And Gal's going to now do her job.
My mommy job. Kiddos at gymnastics. So,
kiss my baby.
Yeah, that was super fun.
Thank you, Gal.
Thanks for letting me use swear words with adults for a while. I can't. I have a potty mouth, so it's like most of the time I'm just like, when I have to speak out loud, it's very restrained.
That's why we love each other so much, is because we're both potty mouths, and that's why we get along as sisters as we are. All right, my darlings. Well, there you go. Another one in the can.
Lesson learned. Don't drink too much and testify in a in a fucking treason case or whatever. Like, come on, man.
Treasoner, yeah. Just don't. Okay.
He was super drunk. Like, I actually am gonna go back later tonight after I get the kids to bed. I'm gonna just get a couple of looks at him when he was being on direct, and then later in the afternoon after he had his liquid lunch, because I feel like it is a real significant difference.
Oh, yeah, no, there is a significant
What,
difference.
Dempsey?
Yeah, what was this? Joe Dempsey? What the fuck? Joe Dempsey, do you mind coming up?
Dempsey, oh my God, come up. Click the link, Joe.
Fucking here. I'm going to post it again. I love Joe too. And Joe knows, he's Hollywood. He knows what the fuck he's doing.
That's so short. It's such a short sentence.
You don't have to be on camera, Joe, although you're cute as a button, but you can come up and just
He
tell us.
Isn't he?
Oh, he's adorable. He's adorable. What's the finding?
I was on a show with Joe.
I remember that.
I love Joe. He's your best.
He is good. Joe, come on. You can't just come in at the end of the fucking show after 8 hours and 42 minutes and 9 seconds and say, oh, preliminary finding culpability. Bye.
I know. I just need a little bit longer explanation than 6 words or however.
I don't wanna. It's fine. Well, I guess we'll just have to read Joe's tweets. Bitch.
It does take a minute, so he may be clicking it. Let's give him just a sec, just in case. I was listening to it kind of in the background.
It's hard. It's hard to listen to both, to be honest.
I know, it really was. I had to walk away from the other one because I couldn't figure out how to turn it down.
Well, and you can't the devil is in the details. The devil is in the little tiny things that they say. Not always, but a lot of times it is. And so you do have to actually do a close listen when you're listening to this or to Eastman, especially this, but Eastman too. All right, Joe. Well, I don't see you coming up, and that's fine. I understand.
But he said preliminary. Hold on, let me read that.
Preliminary. Let me get back to the quote.
Preliminary finding of culpability. And so, as the judge has already said, that she's essentially like, okay, thanks for wasting all my time. I already knew this. This is why I kept telling you to move on. You're just wasting your time.
She's had it. She wanted to be done with this thing in the middle of fucking October.
No, you're not an idiot. No. Nope, we love you. Don't ever disparage yourself around me.
Did you have a couple too many shots at lunch, Joe? Come on now. You acting. Okay, I won't make you, but I'm going to tell you right now, Joe, we really want you to come on anytime you want to because you're fucking hilarious.
Oh, they found it? They found that he okay.
Lawyer,
man,
That's him. Yeah, him. He lost. Did he lose his license?
Did he
lost his
lose?
license.
Come on, Joe.
Just tell me like I'm 5, please.
Joe, what did she say? Joe, what did she
say? Joe, why do you always have to use big words?
Joe, you have to use big words.
I mean, Dark says lawyer misconduct, but you know.
Well, he's making
it up. Yeah, Dark. Stop making shit up.
Shoobity
I'm just
makes
kidding.
shit
Oh wait,
up.
OCTC wanted to ask Eastman questions that went to aggravation. Roland wouldn't allow the questions until she made a ruling on. Oh.
Wait a minute. So that's actually.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, okay. So the bar wanted to present the aggravated factor in his. Yeah. Okay, I get it. Okay, so essentially, in order to discuss the aggravating factors that I guess change the penalty, is that maybe probably what it is?
Bar, she can't make that finding until the defense rests their case in chief.
Oh, but what he's saying is that he said OCTC. Hold on. The Office of.
Yeah, Office of.
Whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know what that stands for. I'm a dum-dum. Anyways, it sounds like they wanted to ask Eastman questions that would apply to aggravation, which is probably a standard that applies a different penalty. This is what I'm guessing, so don't quote me on this. This is my assumption.
Office
and so
trial.
because she had not ruled on culpability yet, she did not want to hear or could not hear yet the aggravating factors that apply to maybe the penalty. Is that right? That's what I'm guessing. All right. Well, cool. I'll go check it out.
Here we go. Within a nanosecond of them resting their case, Judge Rowland said, okay, the court makes a...
Holy fucking... Oh, my God. I really wish I had that recorded. Oh, I'm going to cry.
Oh.
I missed it for Drunky Drunker. Oh, I'm so sad. Somebody please tell me you recorded it.
Come on, Gal Squad. Somebody recorded it for our own personal private use. Fuck. What a great day.
I fucking love Judge Rowland. I'm going to send her some fucking flowers, man. That lady is a badass. You know, I'm telling you guys, if you didn't see that, that proceeding, like, we gotta get a FOIA request or something. People have to see this. She whooped their asses, and she literally, like, anytime he's like, but Judge, but Judge, I'll just trying to make a record, and she's like, move on. Like, she was.
She got mad a couple times, like, just like, counselor, like, you need to shut up, and it was just great. It's just great.
And what was amazing to me is she asked like some of the most thoughtful questions, and I'm not even sure she knew like what she was uncovering necessarily when she asked them, but they were marvelous. Like, she was genuinely, it sounded to me like she was curious, like, oh, well, who sent you that email, or who did you talk? I mean, she was just genuinely trying to get the full picture, and it led them into like admitting so much shit. Like, oh my gosh, she was beautiful. It was wonderful. It was so unintentional too.
Exactly. And she caught him in inconsistencies in testimony over and over and over again. She says, but wait a minute. Back here,
her memory was impeccable.
Back here, I saw in your deposition, I saw on this, you know what I mean? Like, it was fucking, I mean, there are great people in the system. There are such good people that are working so hard to keep on track of what all of the shit, the shit that has flooded the zone. So
yeah,
and trial is very important.
Very important. At all the players, you guys, all the fucking players, and none of the people that they wanted to use as experts in all their cases for voter fraud were not even qualified as experts for the Eastman proceeding. That is so critical for people to understand. They did not qualify
you know, to even become expert witnesses in his proceedings. That should tell you everything. You know what I mean? Like, okay. Well, anyway, I'm gonna go, but I will say quickly that women, and specifically Black women, are holding this shit fucking together. And so you need to support women, support Black women, trans rights, all rights, human rights, like for real. Women are holding this shit together. So let's get a little girl power, because for real, that's who's holding these old white men accountable right now. And I'm just really, you know, proud of them. And for them, you can imagine what they're going through. Imagine the threats, imagine the harassment, imagine the stalking, imagine all of that. And they're not breaking, they're not budging. And I just think it's really important to like acknowledge their bravery and sacrifice, like, you know, because it's hard. It is hard being a woman up against these like alt-right, you know, jerk offs. Like they are ruthless, they are misogynistic, they're scary. You know. So anyway, girl
So
power.
true. That's so well said. That is so well said. Dempsey, very intentional. She was using her questions to write her opinion, which is going to be fucking historical fire. So true. Hats off. And Black women come out to vote like there's no tomorrow. Like they have led throughout the fight for democracy. Oh, well, thank you, gal. Thank you. Amazing chat. So fucking intelligent and funny.
You guys are the best. Thank you.
Really, it's such a great group. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Go out there and take a nap. No, take a radical nap. Have a couple shots. No, don't do that. You don't need to do that. All right. See you later, everybody. Bye. Ah! Oops, I removed her, but then I didn't mean to. I'm going to remove myself too. But first, I'm going to start some music. Okay. Oh, I like this. Yeah.